right, everybody, welcome back. We switched over to stream 3. It's been great to have you here. Chris is going to keep on his gimbal for a little while. Jamil is up and is heading out with his camera as well. As I mentioned earlier, we have a team on the ground a little ways past Werner to see Dave Stevens come through. We assume it'll be Dave Stevens. He's now about an hour and 20 minutes out from Long Lake, and moving well. Thanks for joining us in the chat. Would love to hear where you're from, what you're doing this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you are. But we would love to hear from you. It's been an exciting day and night, and soon to be day again, here at Run Rabbit Run in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Chris is getting up and running. I'm sure his camera. Bryce, do you know why I'm not getting the chat in the new stream? Okay, no problem. So, if you're just joining us, or if you're just waking up, or if you forgot, we have Dave Stevens of British Columbia in the lead, closing in on Mount Werner. About 55 minutes behind him, we have Arlen Glick. Another 10 minutes, 15 minutes to John Herrick. Oh, and forgot about Jimmy Elam, who looks like the trackers corrected it a bit, and he's at 15:22. Jimmy Elam, at least in the latest information we have, is only 21 minutes behind Dave Stevens. So a correction with the information we have. First place, Dave Stevens, 15:01 through Long Lake. Second place, Jimmy Elam, 15:22 through Long Lake. So a 21-minute gap. And third place, Arlen Glick, 15:56. Fourth place, John Herrick, 16:10. So that's new information. Yep. Thank you. On the women's race, our first several women have hit Dry Lake. Leading the race, Christy Necht in 13:53, just 2 minutes behind her, Tara Dower. Then you go down about 25, 30 minutes to Karen Holland, and then Georgia Porter, who's been storming through the field all day, about an hour and 8 minutes behind the leader, Christy. And we expect Christy and Tara into Summit Lake, mile 80.8, any minute. Team standings, if you're following along with those right now, the most updated we have is Tara Dower and Jimmy Elam, 30:04 elapsed combined time, aggregate time at Summit Lake. We assume Georgia and Dave are second, but we're awaiting Georgia's arrival to confirm that. Dave Stevens' father in the chat, thanks for joining us. Yeah, everybody, all of y'all over in the UK pulling for Dave. Don't have Chris's audio. I know Chris is out there. We'll get his audio on shortly.
Yeah, I've got no audio at all.
Ah, now I got you. Hey, Chris, we've got you now. What do you got for us?
I can't hear you either.
Oh, you can't hear us. Okay. Well, whatever you did before, do it again.
Okay. Okay, you can hear me, but I can't hear you. That's fine. I don't need to hear. I'm just going to walk around and film and
All right.
see what
That's
I
great.
can bring up. Like I can't hear AGW at all. I don't know if anything changed setting wise, but we've got a handful of runners still working on things here in the aid station.
So we do expect Dave Stevens shortly into Mount Werner, and then our team on the ground is they're guesstimating about 10 minutes beyond the Mount Werner aid station. If you were with us this morning, you remember that beautiful drone shot we had looking down the mountain of the European style switchbacks going down the mountain. Our team on the ground is just past those switchbacks. And we also know that Mike McMonigal and Leah Yingling are up, and they're heading up that way as well. So certainly by the time we get to daylight, actually probably before daylight, we'll have a team up there. So, and Jamil Curry has woken up and grabbed his camera and is out into the field as well. So he'll probably be heading to the finish line area before too long.
I got audio.
All right,
I can hear
Chris,
you.
can you hear us, Chris?
Absolutely.
Oh, good. All right, there we go. Chris, I just wanted you to know we not exactly sure what we missed, but the tracker has at least updated with Jimmy Elam only 21 minutes behind Dave Stevens at Long Lake.
Interesting.
Yeah. So Dave Stevens, 15:01, Jimmy Elam, 15:22, Arlen Glick, 15:56. We also have Tara Dower, our first place female, into Summit Lake Mile 80 at 18:23. And you might recall she was 2 minutes behind Christy Necht at Dry Lake. So depending on, she has opened a lead. We're not sure how big of a lead, but the positions have flipped, and Tara Dower is now first place female in Summit Lake.
So if that 1, 2, 3 on the men's side holds serve, does that mean you went 3 for 3 on the podium on there?
Yeah.
Wow. Let's see if it happens.
Yeah, we'll see.
We've got a handful of runners still here downstairs at the Olympian aid station. For them, this is Olympian 2, as all runners have made it through the first time and are at the very least on the Olympian loop. So we're waiting. I think we've still got a fair amount of runners out there. It seemed like it had slowed down a little bit, but a fair amount now. So And you can see that the runners that are coming in now, they're all business. These are people that are loading up and getting ready for that final 35 or so mile grind, so they can get that finish in. So.
Okay, would you mind recapping? Okay, that's good. That's.
Morgan Hayes, thanks for joining us in the chat. Give a big shout out to your brother Brett Harp, first time 100 miler. Sounds like he's having a good day. He's through Long Lake and on his, or sorry, through, I should say, Dry Lake. There's so many lakes at this race. He's through Dry Lake and on his way to becoming a first-time 100-mile runner. So congratulations.
That's one thing
Which reminds me to get back to the Tortoise race a bit. We have our first three men through Long Lake, and things have flipped up a bit. You might remember Bo Shelby was leading the race for much of the day and night, but now the script has been flipped, and Jacob Warnke is in first place at 1944, with Kyle Thomas in second, 2011. And the aforementioned Bo Shelby now in third in 2029. So a little switch up in the race for the Tortoise title. And now we have word that Dave Stevens is through Mount Werner. Dave Stevens is through Mount Werner at 16:29. That's 16:29 through Mount Werner, mile 95.8.
So he's got about 45 minutes to try and break the course record. So if he's got those downhill legs, it'll be really close. I think that it's going to be really tight. I'll have to say, I would say it sounds, based on what, 5.8 miles to go from that aid station. So you're talking, I would say that it's probably a 40-60 chance then. I think that it's entirely possible, but it would take some doing, and it would take him pounding himself into a really painful situation heading down that hill. But if he wants it bad enough, I could see it happening. Absolutely.
Yep, it goes down a slightly different way than it goes up.
Okay.
Which is, it's still a steep downhill, but slightly different. A blend of fire road and trail. So it'll be interesting. I think it's could go either way.
Well, we'll be following it very closely, of course. So
I'll call it. I'll take your 40-60 and call it 50-50.
That's fair. That is very fair. Yeah, it's too early in the morning or too late in our shift to try and really break it down any further than we'll just wait and see.
Sean Van Horn has been moving steadily through the field, and he, along with Gary Messina, both came into Long Lake together at 16:30, so just about 5 minutes ago. So they are the 5th and 6th place runners running together. So just to give you a sense of that, Sean gained 5 minutes on that 9-mile section on Gary Messina. So again, your top six, Dave Stevens, who's through Mount Werner, then Jimmy Elam, Arlen Glick, John Herrick, Gary Messina, and Sean Van Horn. And a quick look at the women's race. We mentioned that there was a flip between Tara Dower and
Nice
Christy
hat.
Necht. And now Christy Necht
How are
is
you?
Good. How you
sitting
doing?
about 7.5 minutes behind
And Black Canyon.
Tara Dower. 7.5 minutes
I'm sorry,
behind
what was your
Tara
name again?
Dower at mile 80.
Hey, HAW.
Yes.
Do you remember Andrea?
Oh, hey, Andrea.
We met
How
her
are
at the
you?
end of Black Canyon.
Yeah.
We interviewed her.
That's right.
She came into our tent. Apparently, she likes to run lots of races and is now doing Run Rabbit Run after doing Cocodona and Black Canyon earlier this year. How you feeling?
I feel really, really good. This is a very hard race.
Yeah?
It's perfect Cocodona training. Yeah. You're feeling good? Yeah.
Well, you're moving really well. So.
Thank you. Yeah, it's nice and cold. You know, the last couple of mountain races, we were at Tusher's, and then we were at Leadville, and it was hot. So now it's cold. Makes a world of difference. So.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This replicates Flagstaff a lot more than.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Absolutely.
It's pretty out there, but it's a good butt kick too.
Well, keep it up. You're doing a great job. We run into everybody everywhere.
Good stuff, Chris. Working the aid station lobby downstairs. Very good to see. Again, we're working to get our guys on the ground that are about 10 minutes past the Mount Werner aid station. Hope to get eyes on Dave Stevens, but in the dark, in the cold, it's we will see, but we're working on it. We do know Dave is through Mount Werner 16:30. And the women's race remains relatively tight with Tara Dower and Christy Necht. 8 minutes separating the two of them. Tara over Christy. We would anticipate seeing Karen Holland shortly, not imminently, but shortly. She was about 25 minutes behind the two lead women at the last aid at Dry Lake. And then Georgia Porter was a full 40 minutes, actually 45 minutes behind them. But the way Georgia's been closing, I would expect her to be a little bit closer to that pair of Tara and Christy.
It's just I get it.
If I forget that.
Hi.
Of course, yeah.
So Ron would just have seven.
Last one said 36 to 36.
There's some big news here. Do you want one of those?
Okay. No, yes, I'm sorry. People running. Yeah, John. So. It hurts. The second time, I remember last year, somewhere between 7 and 8. So Brahman, just like you, so I'm talking about, so she's a captain of. So she's the yeah. So what's that? What is she wearing? So she's got bunny ears right here. Yeah. Yeah. So but yeah. So I'm gonna maybe one pair, one the other. Okay, so I figured out. Thank you.
Yes, Travis pointing out in the chat that Tara Dower has now moved into 10th place overall, first place woman, 10th place overall, running a great race. And we are close to having eyes on is that on the feed? That runner? Do we know who that is? Okay. Yeah. Dave Stevens. You're seeing our team on the ground about a mile below. We're getting a word in the chat that that was Dave. Just rolled by our team on the ground. Yep, confirming from our team that was first place male Dave Stevens that we saw come across our picture with the black jacket and the reflector. He was moving really well.
I know. All this.
So our guys on the ground did confirm, as did a person in the chat, that was Dave Stevens that we saw go by that spot about a mile past the Mount Werner aid station on his way down the switchbacks, the fire road switchbacks that head down the over 3,000 foot descent to the finish line at the ski area. So again, if you're on, those of you who are on course record watch, we are at 16:42 elapsed, and the course record is 17:15. So 33 minutes. And indeed, he was moving well, as we saw on that little clip of him coming by. Run Rabbit 1, 2023. 2021 winner Dave Stevens leading the pack. His winning time in 2021, 18:01. He's certainly running ahead of that and moving quite well. We would expect to see him, if not at course record, 17:15, relatively close to that by the time he gets to the bottom of this big hill and closes up this race. Did have second place Jimmy Elam, 21 minutes behind him at Long Lake. Our team of Mike and Leah are on their way to the finish, as is Jamil Curry. So they're getting things set up down there for what will likely be Dave's triumphant finish. for a quick peek over at the Tortoise race. We do have our first place Tortoise, Bo Shelby, who has gotten through Mount Werner in 2039 elapsed. So interestingly enough, that as is often the case here, the two races kind of came together in that Dave went through Mount Werner at 16:29, and 10 minutes later, but of course with a 4-hour head start, our first place male in the Tortoise race, Bo Shelby, cleared that aid station. To give you a little idea of what Dave is contending with, it's basically all downhill, virtually no uphill at all. It follows the course of the Run Rabbit Run 50 miler that starts in a few hours here, and does some mostly fire roads, a little bit of single track past 4 Points Lodge, where we have a camera, and then a little bit of single track, a stream crossing, believe it or not, not a big one, but a stream crossing that we saw on this morning's footage when Leah was down there, and then to the finish. So it's an all downhill, crushing descent, and Dave is on it right now. Been quite a day for racing. Beautiful weather. Cold, certainly, as we've seen from our teams on the ground and our drone guys, Chris. It has been a cold evening, especially, and overnight. A lot of the runners we've seen come through bundling up, jackets, double jackets, long pants. It'll start warming up, we hope, when sun comes out in a few hours. But a beautiful day, very little breeze. No precipitation at all. Dry conditions on the trail. Just a great day for racing. As Chris and I have been talking about, large number of DNFs in the Hares race. Looking like could end up being about 25 to 30 DNFs when all's said and done, out of 115 starters. And then on the Tortoise side, fewer, not surprisingly fewer, but still, a handful of DNFs already, and I'm sure more to come. But not many missed cutoffs, which is good. Next significant cutoff, as you see the camera that Chris and our still cam here at the aid station. Next significant cutoff is not until 7 a.m. here at Olympian, which is the aid station you're looking at right now. Hey, Chris, can you hear us? I want to pop your audio back on.
Yeah, I can hear you.
There you go. So looks like you still have runners coming and going.
Yeah, there's a few coming in here and there. It's become a little bit more sparse. Obviously, these runners have until 7 a.m. to depart this aid station. So we're still 2 hours out from the cutoff. So anybody making it in now, regardless of how they look, has time to recover. So I'm not really, well, first of all, these runners actually look pretty good. They're coming in and they're not rushing. They're not panicking. You know, some of them look like they're a little bit worked, a little bit sore, but you know, with rare exception, that's just how it works when you're 60, 70 miles into a race.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you're not going to come in, you know, 20 hours, 21 hours into a race and not look worked. So I feel really optimistic about the chances of all these runners that are departing here because, you know, if they can make it to the point where it's quote only a 50K to go, then they're going to get it done, and they have plenty of time. You know, I mean, we're just shy of 5 a.m., so these runners have 15 hours to cover the final 35 miles.
Yeah.
That's absolutely doable. They're all looking pretty good as they leave as well.
Everybody bundling up and taking care of themselves and all the things you hope they do?
Yeah, they're still bundling up. I think I might see the very early edges of the sky lightening off to the east. I could be just hallucinating because at this point, you and I have been spending plenty of time on the coverage here, but that's kind of why we do it, because we love doing it. We wouldn't be here if we didn't enjoy it. So
you're
being,
just dreaming. We're still an hour and a half at least away from any daylight. But if you want to think that, that's fine.
Don't rain on my sunshine, literally, here, AJW. I'm looking down at my phone and I'm down to about 6%. So probably in another minute or two, I'll probably have to cut out here. But, you know, we've got, you know, I'll actually take one last spin through the aid station room. And at that point, my phone will probably be in the mood to die. And it'll tell me that I'm done. So we'll take one more quick spin through and then I'll head back up to the studio.
Great. Yeah, we can be up here to call the finish of Dave Stevens.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Dave has had an amazing race, and I'm looking forward to seeing if he actually does what we think he has a genuine shot to do, and that is to rewrite the record book in this race and have the record to himself. Obviously, a former champion himself, but it'll be interesting to see if he gets it done.
Right on. All right, we'll see you in a bit.
All right.
Bo, we just learned from our guys on the ground, the same ones who caught Dave Stevens coming by, that Bo Shelby has gone by them. That spot 1 mile below the aid station. So Bo Shelby, who was literally went through Mount Werner 10 minutes after Dave did, is on his way down the steep descent as well to a excellent Tortoise finish. Certainly going to be under 22 hours, probably 21:30, I would guess, which will be a fantastic finish for him, and will punch his ticket to a comped entry next year into the Hare division. Still waiting on Jimmy Elam to hit Mount Werner. He was 21 minutes in arrears of Dave at Long Lake, so we would expect him any minute at Mount Werner. And again, just to update you on the women's race, we do have a 10th and 11th place overall, Tara Dower and Christy Necht, both through Summit Lake at 16:23 and 16:31 respectively, with a couple of chasers, Karen Holland, and about 40 minutes back of Karen, Georgia Porter, neither of whom have hit Summit Lake yet. Great to hear from all the Dave family members out in the UK. It's right about lunchtime there, I would guess. I hope you're enjoying our coverage and seeing Dave. He won this race, of course, in 2018, 2021 is looking like he's going to win it again and probably shave 40 to 45 minutes off his 18:01 winning time from 2021. So Vivian, proud mom, congratulations. Maybe Dave will get across the pond one of these days for some good home cooking. The family WhatsApp has blown up. I bet. Yeah, it deserves to be a blown up family WhatsApp. We are still awaiting Jimmy Elam. Our team on the ground is there. He's through Mount Werner in 16:55. Jimmy Elam through Mount Werner in 16:55. So Dave opened from the 21-minute gap he had at Long Lake. He extended it to 26 minutes at Mount Werner. An incredibly respectable and strong run by Jimmy. He's going to be well under 18 hours. I would guess 1845-ish, 1850. I'm sorry, 1755-ish, 1750. But a great run by Jimmy. Anything under 18 here is impressive. But all eyes on Dave Stevens as he is hammering that descent, no doubt, and making his way to the finish. Our team of Jamil and Leah and Mike are setting up down there as we speak. And our guys on the ground, too, are going to get eyes on Jimmy real quick, probably, as we saw how quickly Dave went through. It's likely Jimmy will go through pretty quickly, too, but we'll try and get that for you now that Bryce is awake, back on duty. He was like, false alarm. And then the guys are like, that was Dave. Well, Chris is back up here in the studio after his couple hours of walkabout down there in the cold. Yeah. In the cold. Oh yeah, and yeah.
I do love being out there and seeing what's going on. The enthusiasm, the energy, these runners bringing it into knowing full well that once they get to a certain point, if they're feeling rough or if they're dealing with some issues, that mindset is going to shift because they know that they're in a distance they can digest. And I'm really excited to see how that turns over the course of the next hour or two for some of these runners. Like those runners making it to Dry Lake, there's no doubt they can understand and they can reconcile in their head that they're going to make it to the finish.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of first-time 100-mile racers here. We know that. There are a lot of people hungry for that Hard Rock qualifier. We know that. There are a lot of people really, zeroing in on maybe running and finishing their first big mountain 100. They've been blessed with beautiful weather, and and like you said, you get to that point where you have 50K to go. You can wrap your mind around that. You can be comfortable and, okay, I think I'm going to get this thing done.
So we're keeping eyes out and watching very closely to see what happens here in these last few minutes.
Yeah, we got a couple things going on. We've got We got our team on the ground is going to keep an eye out for Jimmy, who I would imagine to be rolling in to that little spot where they are about a mile past the Mount Werner aid station. And then another group down a little ways up from the finish line. And then, of course, our finish line team that I'm sure is furiously setting up the Starlink and working to get their finish line set up going. Jamil, Leah, and Mike are down there.
Yeah, I did see Jamil getting his stuff together, his equipment, and moving quite briskly towards the vehicle to get ready to head over to the start-finish line. It was good to see him racing again.
Yeah. Well, we've hit 5 a.m. I think we'll stay on to see Dave through the finish line, and then we have a crack team of new commentators to come in and take you into the early morning hours.
They both did an amazing job yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
I was having a lot of fun actually interacting with both of them. So it'll be, our pleasure, and we have complete trust that they will keep the car on the road.
Exactly.
That's all we had to do tonight. Over the overnight. It was,
and there were a couple times the wheels got wobbly.
Oh yeah, yeah. We had to pull over, kind of tighten the lug nuts a little bit, and
the wheels got a little wobbly there in the witching hour.
But I decided I needed to get up, stretch my legs out, and walk around, catch the sights, the scents. Actually, the scents. So much bacon.
So much bacon.
So much bacon. It's wafting through this building like you wouldn't believe.
Well, and I don't know. There was some sort of vibe because as soon as you left, the tracker just started popping.
Oh. What's the saying that IT guys tell me? PEBCAC, problem exists between chair and keyboard.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Michelle Hartwig in the chat. Love to see you out here. Maybe you need to take on this race, Michelle.
Oh, Michelle, great to hear from you. And by the way, a little quick shout out to Michelle, Ornery Mule Racing. I like to call it the Aravipa of the Midwest. If you haven't had a chance to check out I Run Far, I did an article about Michelle about a week and a half ago. She's a race director of Hennepin, a new race called Midwestern States or Midwest States,
and
Kettle Moraine, as well as a bunch of other less than 100-mile races. So, Michelle, thanks for joining us, and I know we'll see you in a few short weeks out at Javelina.
Absolutely. Did I tell you that I saw somebody coming in, speaking of our neck of the woods, one of the runners came in with a Crown King Scramble buff on their head.
Oh, really?
It warmed my heart.
Oh my gosh. That might your body temperature must have gone up 5 degrees just seeing that.
A good 16, 17 Fahrenheit at that point.
You want to stay on Sunday and get some scrambled eggs, even though you don't eat eggs?
Well, somebody's got to cook them.
You make eggs for 40 people after the race every day.
Oh, I thought that was a blank screen. No, that's a runner cam.
We have eyes on Jimmy Elam. This is great. This is our team on the ground. Again, about a mile below the Mount Werner aid station. And Jimmy's moving well. I've learned that's the 4 Points Lodge you see just over his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
That's great footage.
So Jimmy's about 5 miles out?
Yep.
And how far is Dave?
Again, we've got...
It's crunch time if he is going to have a chance to capture the course record at this point.
Yeah, it really is.
We would need to see him get very close to town here.
There you can see the finish line.
Ah, there we go. The team got it set up. There was never a doubt.
Yeah, I saw the race team actually downstairs. They were kind of conferring and talking to one another about getting over there to make sure that everything was set on their end. Obviously, we have our media crew that had to get over there as well. So
Yeah.
it all comes together when everybody knows their job. So we'll be keeping an eye on what is going on at the start-finish line.
And I assume in a little while we'll hear from Leah.
One thing that was interesting, AJW, about the aid station outside our door was that the energy was up and down. There were times where the majority of people looked like they were really worked and maybe in a little bit of trouble. But then at other times, the later it got, ironically, the runners that were down there that were, coming in at 3:30, 4 a.m.,
A little
they
more
looked-
energy, a little more enthusiasm. Yeah.
Yeah. I think maybe part of that could have been because, the hares that were coming in, they didn't have pacers with them.
Mhm.
They didn't have as many people usually taking care of them. I mean, they typically had crew, but the tortoises, some of them had entourages.
Mhm.
Like you would see 4 or 5 people basically swarm a runner coming in, a runner and a pacer. The cowbells ringing loud and proud, and just keeping an eye on it. It was pretty interesting. Like, for instance, right now, as you can see the aid station right there, these runners are largely upbeat and seemingly ready to take on the last stretch of this course.
Yep. Yeah, and like I said, I'm anticipating we'll have a relatively low attrition rate, especially once we get the day comes in again and people realize. I'm talking about on the tortoise side, of course, but how much time is left on the clock? It's just put your head down and get it done.
Yeah, these runners have almost 16 hours left to go.
Yeah.
And if they make it to this point, that's 36 miles left. Very doable. If they've made it this far, especially. Most of their climbing has become barely a memory.
Yeah.
A distant memory around mile 25.
I want to just update as we're getting ready for Dave's finish. I just want to update the women's race as I've done a couple of times. Summit Lake, mile 80.8. Up till now, we have 2 women through. Tara Dower in the lead in 16:23 and Christy Necht in 16:31. As well, they were 10th and 11th place overall. After them, those are the only 2 women through Summit Lake. We do have Karen Holland, who is through Dry Lake in 14:17, and we expect her at Summit Lake imminently. Then we have someone who's been charging all day, Georgia Porter, who is through Dry Lake in 15:03 in 4th place. Rebecca Oreg, 10 minutes behind her in 15:13. Celinda Heinel in 6th place, 15:16. Megan Spiker, 7th place, 15:21. And Zoe Rom, 8th place in 15:27. Interestingly enough, all 5 of those women were together, no men in between them. Then a little bit of a break until we see Brianna Grigsby in 9th place at 15:48. And rounding out the women's top 10, is Addie Rastall, who you had a conversation with her crew. She was the runner who was the winner of the Tortoise race last year, and is in 10th place at Dry Lake at 16:23.
Yeah, Addie has been climbing steadily up the chart as well. She was around 15th place maybe 20 miles ago, but has made her way up and now sits in the top 10. Yeah, Zoe Ron, Bree Grigsby seem to be bouncing back and forth for the most part during the race as well. I think at this point, based on my research and your research and our discussions, I think the one name on the women's side that surprises me is Rebecca Orig.
Yeah, yeah.
That
we
was
didn't,
somebody
we didn't talk
who
about her much at all.
totally flew under my radar, and hopefully she doesn't take that as a personal slight.
Right.
It was, there's a lot of runners out there, and we were trying to, winnow it down to 20 or 30 to talk about. We just weren't familiar.
Yeah.
It's like the Shaquille O'Neal line. I had to apologize. I wasn't familiar with your game.
Also good to see on the team competition. I think it's going to go down to the wire with Jimmy Elam and Tara Dower, Hazel and Fiver. So Jimmy, tracking about 25, 30 minutes behind the leader, whereas Tara tracking about an hour or so ahead of the Georgia Porter, who is the partner of Dave Stevens. So again, were the team race to end now, we would see Tara Dower and Jimmy Elam take the win, but the race isn't ending now. So it'll be interesting to see how much closing Georgia can do, because we know she plans on doing some closing, and with that closing, whether she's able to make up enough time on Tara to take the win in the team competition.
So, did you get a chance to look up Rebecca Orig's race experience in Ultra Sign Up?
I have not, but why don't you give us a little tour?
Yeah, we definitely dropped the ball on this one. I'm just going to say that Rebecca recently over the past couple of years, had some pretty stout results. This year at the San Juan Solstice 50 miler, finished fourth. High Lonesome last year placed second. Dead Horse Ultra first. Wasatch 100 in 2017, fourth.
Ooh.
So she's been up in these hills.
Yeah.
And for several years. And we dropped the ball on that one.
Yeah, we did.
So
I don't know how that happened.
Well,
Leah, why didn't you tell us?
It's hard to keep track of everybody, and frankly, kudos to her for having a hell of a day.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is that we're just proud and happy to see it.
All right, our first drone shot in a while. As they're setting up the Christmas lights at the finish line.
It is like Christmas when we're witnessing the finish of a race like this.
Well, Chris, I think our colleague's course record is safe for another year. I didn't want to jinx it.
He's got that 72 Dolphins action going over there.
He could just burst out from nowhere, but with 1 minute to go.
I know it's all in good humor, though. Like, I think that I would assume that Jason would be proud of what he's done, and also if Dave had run it down, I think he'd be equally proud and happy for him. So,
as they say, records are made to be broken, just Absolutely. Not mine.
Love that. So yeah, the 50 is not starting until 8 a.m.
Yeah, it's
7.
It's into daylight for sure.
Yeah, so it's not we're here to witness the finish of the 100 miler.
Yeah.
I'll verify the start time of the 50 miler. So
it's really cool to see that Troy's got the drone up.
6 a.m.
6 a.m. down over the start finish area.
Yep, it looks like another year will pass,
Yeah.
and Jason Schlarb's record from 2013 will hold up. It's going to be interesting to see how close it gets, though.
Yeah.
Keeping an eye out on the finish line. We've also got eyes on the aid station downstairs. You can still hear some of those cowbells in the background here.
Mm-hmm. We've got a shot of a headlamp.
Or is that a sky cam? That's a drone shot right there. They got something.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, it could very well be Dave.
Or it could just be an early morning hiker.
That's true too. We've had a few of those situations happen during live streams where we get all tensed up and they come out of the woods and it's just a couple of people out for a stroll with their headlamps.
Well, Troy, one of our ace drone pilots, he knows what he's doing. When he says it's not him, it's probably not him.
I'm actually really excited to hear Jason and Zach when they come in because they'll be able to compare notes with their experience here
Oh, yeah.
at this race, and their perspective will differ wildly from ours. So, with us being here on the coverage for the first time and really getting, at least in my case, my first exposure to this race beyond reading what I see online versus Jason and Zach, who have run these miles, who have chewed this dirt, and in Jason's case, chewed this dirt up real good. So I can't wait to hear what they have to say about this race and how it is unfolded.
And come on, Zach only lost to Krar by like 6 hours.
Yeah, that's true. Zach did make it sound like he had an awful year, and I mean, I guess it's all perspective. So,
I mean, my good friend Scott Jaime has the distinct honor of finishing Hard Rock in second place, 6 hours behind the winner. That was the year Kyle Skaggs ran 23:23, and Scott Jaime just broke 30.
Still, it's a second place Hard Rock finish, and who needs context?
Oh, yeah. Imagine working those aid stations, though. Your first place guy comes through, and then you wait 6 hours for the next guy. It's like, what are we doing here?
Well, I have lots of friends who work aid stations at that event. I respectfully decline because I know how long those shifts get.
Yeah.
So hats off to those who volunteer at any aid station at any race, but especially 100-milers that happen to traverse tough terrain. For instance, the volunteers here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, these volunteers here downstairs, some of them have been there 12 plus hours easily.
Especially aid stations like this, and there's several at this race that runners come through twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had to be ready for the early tortoises, and then they had their rush as people came through twice.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the hares the first time, the tortoises the second time, or vice versa. And then now they're dealing with the tortoises and assisting the tortoises that are coming through for their second time.
Yeah.
As they've still got about an hour 40.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And then they have to break the place down.
Yeah.
So we'll see if we've got eyes on our race leaders here as they approach the finish line.
One of our guys on the ground has him on the lower road.
So that should mean hypothetically he's really close. No stand to reason because we were figuring it was going to be kind of close, and at this point he is about 6 minutes back of the course record. So I would expect to see him roll in any minute.
Any minute. Dave Stevens, British Columbia, 2021 Run Rabbit Run winner in 1801. He will definitely run faster than that today on a day with beautiful conditions. Sunny skies during the day, chilly night, but very little wind, no precipitation. Great day for running in the mountains. There's our finish line.
Yeah, think about this for a second. You're finishing first, you're finishing second, and maybe, the gap looks like it might be 25 minutes.
Yeah, 25 to 30 minutes.
And in their case,
I think we have
here
our
we go.
winner. Dave Stevens from British Columbia.
17, 22, 24, perhaps. Absolutely moving. Congratulations to Dave Stevens, winner of the 2023 Run Rabbit Run men's division.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Being congratulated by the organizers.
We'll confirm an official time, but yeah, I think about 12, 22, 23, or 24.
17.
17, 20.
On the tracker, at least 17, 22, 36.
Oh, okay.
17, 22, 36. Which would that put it as the second fastest all time?
Should be.
Should
I
be.
think that
Yeah.
Crars, was 1740. See that pen?
Yep.
Thanks.
Now the team
I was just about to
competition.
go there.
Just about to go there, yeah.
Yeah. So if we're under the impression that Dave and Jimmy are 20 to 25 minutes apart, we really have to start crunching numbers. I think because Georgia is closing so fast.
Yeah. I mean that will be an interesting sort of race within a race. For those of you who care about the team thing, and I'm kind of interested in it. I think
it's interesting.
So let's say it's a 30-minute gap between Jimmy and Dave. I mean, let's face it, Georgia is going to have to close a bunch of time on Tara. Now she's been closing, but she's going to have to close a bunch more.
She's about an hour back at this point, or she was at our last reconciliation. But that race has a lot more time to go.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they're 5 miles out. In their case, it's more about 24, 25 miles.
Yeah.
And it's not unheard of to see somebody close that kind of distance in that kind of time.
Yep.
It could come down to a few minutes here.
Mm-hmm. Really could.
And the runners out there on the course might have no clue.
Yeah, they might have no clue. Yeah.
You know, maybe somebody at an aid station tells them who won on the other side, and all of a sudden alarms go off. So what do you do if you're Georgia Porter or you're Tara Dower and you hear, oh, yeah, Dave finished first and Jimmy finished second? All of a sudden your brain has got to start cramping trying to figure out, well, you know, if you find out how much time, you don't know where you're at versus, you know.
So here's a little bit of the numbers, and I don't like to do public math, but so at the last aid station, we know they both went through, Tara and Georgia. It was an hour and 8 minutes.
Okay.
Tara had an hour and 8 minute lead. So if you put a pin in that number, we'll just take Jimmy's finish gap to Dave, and that's what Georgia has to make up. Now we know already that Tara is through, got through Summit Lake at 4:23, so she's already an hour and 3 minutes up on Georgia because Georgia's not there yet.
Yeah. And Georgia does have some time, admittedly, to make up.
Yeah.
But as we've mentioned, she's a closer. She's strong at elevation. You know, she lives and trains in Flagstaff. She won High Lonesome a couple months ago. So there are a few people I would say could run somebody down by that much at this level, but she's one of them.
Totally. It would be fun to see. Although I'm not rooting for it. I mean,
No.
I think,
No, I'm rooting to see it. I would love to see it go 45 seconds either way.
yeah.
Like, I have no dog in the fight when it comes to who wins on the team side. I would just love to see it be as close and exciting as possible.
Yep.
You know, we talked about it from Georgia and Tara's end. Of course, on Dave and Jimmy's end, they're waiting on their partners to find out what kind of additional cash purse they might come up with.
Yeah, right now Dave's got his 15 grand.
Yeah.
The last one we saw you at, though, you could have put it on too.
Yeah, I just have to so like every time, I thought it was some sort of strategy. So like every time he went through, I was like, I gotta like burn matches to catch him back up. You know? So,
it's part of the game, right?
yeah, those 200K weeks came in handy. Do you know where that is?
Deprivation probably came in handy too towards the end.
Last night wasn't much better.
Yeah, it's like unreal.
That's 60K of this, man. I was like dizzy and stuff.
Crazy fast. I didn't see who last night.
Yeah.
So,
That is race champion Dave Stevens hanging out at the finish line after winning Run 2023. Zach with an excellent point. Yeah, Georgia has 2:30 marathon speed.
Yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
thanks, Zach, for adding that context.
We're going to switch.
Yeah. Are we going to do this?
Right, man.
We going to do this now?
He's gonna get
That's
out.
awesome.
It's unbelievable.
best old man as well.
You know, you didn't run the same course as Schwab, but I think you did a little harder. Yeah, so you will be, you know, until you come back and beat it.
Yeah, but it's like kind of like it's hard to compare, right? It's like you can't.
Well, you this is the one you ran 2 years ago.
Yeah,
But he ran over Cow Creek, you know, quite a bit more runnable.
there's that road because I looked at it.
He went on that road,
and there's like four.
but that was a little longer too. But
yeah,
so,
and there was more climbing on the other one. So
no, I think it's
This
this one's got more climbing.
and like the whole thing, I'm gonna put that on my Strava and on my post. I'm gonna be like that. It's a really, really hard course. Like it's like don't let the
Don't let the
throw you
idiot
off.
race
It's
directors.
freaking hard, man. It's like there's like you can't really like there's not that many places where you really open up. It's like constant,
Up and down.
constant, like.
And that's the difference with the old course.
Yeah, the old course when you were in Cow Creek, that was really runnable.
Yeah.
This
And
is
you
like
ran up
this
the
is like
road.
rocks.
And you ran up the road, right here.
Yeah, you're dropping off rocks, climbing rocks, and then
Yeah.
you stop and start. You can't. It's hard to like break a freaking
Yeah.
8-minute mile. You know?
Yeah.
It's just-
Well,
yeah.
if you're cold, you can go in there. It's warmer in there. It's about.
I think I laid down last time, and you brought me
Yes, I
chocolate
brought you
milk.
chocolate
Yeah,
milk. I
yeah.
remember that. I remember
You don't want
that.
any chocolate milk?
Yeah, he does. He
Have
wants
chocolate.
chocolate milk.
I don't know if we have any here yet.
No,
He's so
no,
fast.
no,
We're
no.
not ready.
No.
We were thinking he'd be here an hour, and, in the morning. 18 and a half would be, because the guy won last year at 18:20.
Yeah.
How was Georgia doing?
She climbed up. She was way back.
I think she's
Got
like
to
fourth.
fourth place.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
She's doing awesome.
Is that your
Imagine
teammate?
if we get the team,
Yeah,
the
that's-
old
I
man,
think-
and
I think you're a lock. I think you're a lock.
Congratulations.
I don't think so.
You're gonna win.
I'm going.
It's not a
No,
lot.
I think Tara
No, it's
Dower
not
is
a
Jimmy's
lot.
partner, and she's winning.
Who's what?
Tara Dower's
Jimmy
winning, and
and
she's
Tara are-
Jimmy's
The team
partner.
thing.
Jimmy and
But
Tara
she's Jimmy's
are
partner.
both
Jimmy's
in
in
solid
second.
position. It's going to
Oh.
be exciting, dude. Jimmy and Tara are both doing really
It's
well.
going to be pretty close.
They figured it out.
Yeah.
Harlan's in third for men. Yeah. But Jimmy and Tara are a team.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And I think they're probably ahead of you in Georgia,
Oh,
like
okay.
on,
You guys
in
might
real
be
time.
second.
Is there like a team? Is it
There
like a
is.
tiered thing,
Yes,
or is
there's
it
three
just
places.
first?
Yeah.
Three.
First, second,
Three
third.
places.
Oh, there is.
We added a couple more.
You're still in the money.
5,000 for first, 2,500 for
Nice.
second.
The team is by time or place time,
Yeah,
right?
there's
Time.
three places.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, we're giving away
Yeah.
money.
Yeah.
We're going broke.
our American, here, we're going broke here. Okay.
I thought we had so
You're
much
breaking
money.
us, all right? Just-
Killing us. I thought we had a lot of money. Now it's all gone.
Well, it's all going to Canada.
I know.
Right? What's going on here?
Don't talk
Night.
about it.
Yeah. It's okay. Should go away.
I'm so glad you came back.
Yeah.
Yeah, last year we were busy.
Yeah.
This year we're busy.
Are you busy?
Hello, small child.
That was what was happening last
I
year.
remember.
I remember.
So that means how old?
She is 15 months. So
I need to get some water out. I might just do this. This is gross.
What's her birthday?
The last thing I want to do.
Let me go check. Okay.
You want some chocolate milk, Dave? He got it. He took it last time. He does. Yeah, give him some.
Congratulations. I like you guys are a
And
team.
that one, like, just kind of what I wanted to do. I was like, all the way down. Because like, when I ran last time, I was so slow. I want to finish like fast, you know? Yeah.
All right, Chris and I are signing off. Handing
Alarm
over the
had
mic
you.
to Jason and Zach, and we'll see you later on this afternoon.
Welcome to our world, where forward-thinking running apparel brings us closer together. We build for the long run, producing durable gear responsibly, and collaborating with emerging artists around the globe, giving back to clean water initiatives.
All right. It looks like we had our second place finisher come through right there. We wanted to jump it right back. Jimmy Elam. Looks like it was. Oh, that could be. That's a good point. Let's. It was a Tortoise?
Yeah, because they were 10 minutes apart up the hill.
Wow. Was it Bo Shelby? Sub 22 for a Tortoise. Really? I'd love to. Actually, I'm going to be signing off here as we were intending to. And Jason and Zach can definitely provide some context. Obviously, their familiarity with this race. We might have witnessed something that has never happened before. And I'm going to let them expand upon that here. Let's pause on that break, but we'll just have them come in right now. All right. Thanks, folks.
Welcome to our world, where forward-thinking running apparel brings us closer together. We build for the long run, producing durable gear responsibly, and collaborating with emerging artists around the globe, giving back to clean water initiatives. We are Janji, and we run differently.
Good morning, everyone. This is Zach. I am here with Jason. We are starting our shift after a long day there out on the field, and we just got to witness Dave's finish. What a day.
Incredible. Yeah, 17:22. What a fast time.
And what a race that played out all day between Jimmy and Dave. That was incredible to watch. But I think right now is a time to give our Tortoise 100-miler his due. What was that? Bo, what was the last name?
Bo Shelby.
Bo Shelby with a finish just a few minutes behind. He almost fended off every single hare except for one. Dave caught him right there at the end.
Yeah, I
what was the helicopter?
I don't know if we've ever seen a tortoise finish in the dark. 21 hours, 33 minutes. That's a fantastic time.
He's no longer a tortoise. He cannot call himself a tortoise.
Next to this one,
It
kind
was
of.
unfair.
And then
Last
you
year's tortoise finisher,
silverish.
Eric, good friend of mine out of Denver, Colorado, ended up dropping at mile 44 in the hare division this year. Just wasn't his day, but I think it's fair to say that Bo Shelby can put himself into the hare division next year.
Thanks for coming out.
There's Bo with his pacer. Everybody's coming in with coats on.
I started feeling better.
It's pretty chilly. It's not a long sleeve shirt, but those are water.
Those are proper
waterproof
jackets.
looking jackets.
Proper jackets. Yeah, it's chilly out there. made our way through the parking lot here at Olympia Hall, and it was definitely a chill in the air, and that's not up to 10,000 feet.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Leah. Good to see you.
How's it going? Nice to see you guys. We just got Bo Shelby here, who was our first tortoise finish, and that was not too far after Dave Stevens there.
No.
Yeah, he absolutely had a great day out there. Fended off all but one of the hares.
Yeah, it is pretty chilly here at the finish too. So I think you guys see their jackets. Yeah, as a spectator here, it's quite cold. Looks like Bo's given some hugs for a well-earned finish there. And I do believe we should be expecting Jimmy Elam here in second place anytime, probably pretty soon here. I think at one of the last aid station checkpoints, he was about 20 to 25 minutes behind Dave. So I think we should be nearing the point when he should be descending here into the finish.
Yeah, it looks like he also had himself a great race. Put himself in contention to run that course record. Both of them did. A little bit of separation at the end, but man, what a race for most of the day.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys were in the studio for most of yesterday and out on the course, and I think we saw them duking it out each aid station. We'd see them come in together, separate a little bit, and then be back together at the next aid station. So I feel like that's the way to race. I feel like that brings out the best in everybody, and I'm sure Dave and Jimmy would both agree that I think they got the most out of each other today. So really excited to see what time we'll see Jimmy through the finish line here. Both phenomenal runners who live in the Mountain West. Dave up in Canada, Jimmy in Salt Lake City, Utah. And in a post-race interview there, I think Dave said that might be his last 100-miler for a while, just because pretty time-consuming with his 15-month-old little baby. So I think that's some pretty solid dad strength, though.
Yeah, absolutely. And way to go out with a bang, a $15,000 check and the win at Run Rabbit Run, a second win for him, and besting his time by a good chunk.
Yeah, and I think we should see a pretty exciting teams finish here. So I know that Dave Stevens is partnered with Georgia Porter, who is making a late race charge. She was having some nausea, a little rough early miles in the race when we saw her up by Longs Lake earlier yesterday. Looks like she pulled it together and is charging hard like she did at High Lonesome. And then Jimmy is teamed with Tara Dower, who is currently leading the women's race. So should be pretty tight. I think Jimmy and Tara will likely be able to hold Dave and Georgia off, but it might be close.
I mean, a lot can happen in those miles up high. You've got the elevation, the night, so many things that can affect your race. So, if Tara stays on pace and Georgia stays on pace, it's Tara's team racing for the team win. But Georgia, to your point, I talked to her crew at Dry Lake and listened to her come in, and she was saying that she was just kind of having a one speed kind of day and was hoping to wait it out until she could turn it on, and it looks like she did.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes in 100-milers all you need is one speed, so I don't think that's a terrible thing.
Yeah, and it looks like she's closing hard, which is typical for her, so we'll see what happens. She's got that 2:30 marathon speed, so if anyone can do it, she's the one to do it on the course.
Yeah, Georgia's definitely pretty speedy, and I've been loving her trajectory on the trails the last couple years. Same with Tara. I mean, I think both of these ladies have so much to be celebrated. Tara just set the supported effort on the Colorado Trail this summer before that was taken from her. I think about 3 weeks later. She wasn't really sure how she would feel coming into Run Rabbit. I know she had some social media posts that alluded to some pretty severe fatigue and just not knowing where exactly her body was at. But I can tell you when we saw her at Olympian Hall later last night that she looked phenomenal. I mean, I don't think many people looked better than her rolling into there. Super efficient through the aid stations. So really, really great to see her standing in that first position right now and improving on where she finished last year, which was an amazing second place. I would say pretty much a breakout race for her at that point. So we'll see if she can hold off the rest of the late charging women's field out there.
Yeah, and it looks like you got some excitement coming into the finish line here soon, so go check that out.
We got some I think I hear some clapping, so that might be a sign of something to come here. We'll get some eyes.
Is he inside? Yeah. Okay.
You know, Tara's pretty motivated as well because she's got two ladies right behind her.
Oh, we got. There's
Jimmy.
Elam. Oh, he
What
looks tired.
day.
Sub 18.
Yeah, Jimmy and I had a conversation yesterday about what we thought, I guess 2 days ago now, but we talked about what we thought the finishing time would be, and Jimmy called it. He said between 7:30, 7:45, and he was hoping that would be for the win, but Dave got him by a decent amount there. Oh,
That looks like a well-earned hug right there. That's his partner, Anna Fisher. And Jimmy looks like he's wearing a couple more layers than he normally does. Normally he's bundled up, but he looks extra bundled up today.
yeah. His crew, Anna, his partner, a proper crusher in her own right. They are one couple that definitely feeds off each other at that house.
Oh my goodness! I should not hold that.
What an incredible time. 17:45. Just 5 minutes back from Rob Krar's 17:40.
Did it. Awesome job.
23 minutes behind Dave. He cut that gap. Up at Warner, he was 36 minutes behind Dave.
Jeez.
So Jimmy didn't jog it in.
No, it looks like he worked himself to that finish. And he's a true competitor, honestly. Jimmy is someone who wants to give everything he's got to the course, and he's not going to leave anything out there. And man, he did it. He earned that second place.
Yeah. Dude, I think
Such
there's
an
actually some
incredible
people really
time.
close.
Both athletes.
They were
We haven't
chasing me
seen
down on
anyone
the
break
descent.
18 in a number of years, have we, Jason?
7 years.
7
Alex
years.
Nichols was the last guy to do that.
And we've got two
Maybe.
sub
Who knows?
18 finishers.
Thanks, Mike.
I think it's awesome that Dave hung
I've
around
never been this tired.
congratulating Jimmy here.
That's
See, that was
that's
brutal.
true
We-
sportsmanship right
we were
there, and
hammer
that's
sprint.
something that we love to see
Dude,
in the sport.
that was a battle. Like, I mean, it was fun, laid back, but like, that was a real battle.
Good job.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Did you just say fun and laid back?
Did you just say that was fun and laid back?
Well, when Dave and I were running together, it was like, it just felt like a fun long run.
Yeah, I feel like every time we saw you guys, you would be separated, then come back together in the 8 stations, and then kind of leave together, but chase each other down. Tell us about how that last 20 miles played out.
Very slow. Lots of walking when I should not have been walking. I think it really is like a runner's course. I don't know, like I was forced to walk, and I was getting sick again. I don't know what the deal is, but I just been getting a lot of nausea in my races lately, and
I mean, you've been choosing high altitude races lately, so.
He did it to himself.
I couldn't stop throwing up like the whole second half. It was brutal. My stomach hurt so much. Yeah. But anyway, the last like 20, 30 miles, I can see. I don't know. I was talking to Anna before the race, and she's like, "I don't understand how it takes 6 hours. I think it took me 7." Like, I don't know. I probably finished somewhere around 18-ish, but
I think it was like 1740 something.
oh, really? Okay. That was legit harder than UTMB.
Oh my God.
Like-
I told Mike coming into this race, I was like, I guarantee you Jimmy finishes and says that was harder than UTMB.
I don't ever want to run that much again. I like hiking. I did use poles, and I think they saved my legs, actually.
The douche
A little bit. Dude, Dave is the master of the douche grade, obviously. Yeah, I was not rocking the douche grade at the end there.
Hey, you still rocked it, dude.
Yeah, I don't think he's
that was
allowed to
hard.
say
Anyway, what else?
a slow finish when he still finished in under 18 hours.
Would you come back?
No.
You want to come back?
No, probably not.
What was your favorite part out there?
Honestly, I think it's so rare to spend that much time with another runner in a 100-miler. And Dave and I like totally hit it off, and we were just like really working off each other. And honestly, it just felt like I was out for a long run with a friend, but it was probably a little too fast. Yeah, I think we were on like sub 17 pace through the first half.
I think you guys were, and then I think you've got a pretty hard charging Arlen behind you.
Really?
Yeah.
So I was, at the descent, honestly, I was thinking about Mike the whole time. Like, what would Mike think if I get rolled up by like 3 people at the finish? And my quads were like seizing the last mile, but I could see their headlamps and the switchbacks, and you can't really tell how close they are. They look really close, but obviously I had a few minutes to go.
Does Mike really put that much pressure on you?
No, I mean, Mike's always like last mile, fast mile. And I was trying to cruise. I felt like I was flying. I was probably going like 7:35 pace.
Hey, that's still cruising at 100 some miles.
Yeah, but I saw like 3 or 4 headlamps coming down from the peak, and it was scary.
Well, it's probably tough too because you don't know who's a tortoise and who's a hare at this point because the race is getting a little closer for both. So there was actually a tortoise that finished between you and Dave. So I'm sure there's probably a couple other that are right behind you there.
Yeah, but I mean that's the worst thing. I was like, I don't want to kick it in. Like my body is so wrecked right now. Like that's the last thing I want to do. But I don't know. I did. It was good.
Yeah, let him know he
late.
cut that lead from.
Look pretty what?
Yeah, sorry. Let him know he cut that lead down by a significant amount from Warner to the finish.
Yeah, you did cut the lead down quite a bit from Warner to the finish, so you charged a little harder than Dave there.
Oh, okay.
Down there. So yeah, you probably weren't feeling too bad.
Like 30 minutes ahead, or
he was like 25 or so. Yeah.
He was looking so strong on some of those climbs when he like made his move. And he was all about business.
We saw you looking back when you left Olympian Hall, and I think Jason Schlarb on the live stream made a comment that was like, "Jimmy, you never look back."
No, I felt really good right there. Yeah, but I was just, I don't know. We were actually kind of like waiting up for each other a little bit, or just like, hey.
It didn't look like you were waiting up for him. You bolted out of the aid station ahead of him.
I told him early on in the race, I was like, hey, I'm not gonna tell this to anyone else, but I'm gonna my goal is to just blast through aid stations. And I was like, yeah, I shouldn't have given my strategies, but I was like, we're just like, I don't know, having a fun. He kicked my ass, so it doesn't matter. We were just having a fun time out there. It was great.
Well, awesome race. Excited to see what's next, and I feel like you should go get your hands and your body a little warmer.
Yeah, it'll get warm.
Congrats.
Sorry. Any touch from the crew.
What a fantastic finish. 36 minutes behind Dave with 6 or 7 miles to go. Cut it down to 22 minutes and finished 3rd fastest time ever.
Your eyes okay?
Yeah, an incredible race. He had a specific game plan coming in, and he rolled with the punches when they came. Like he said, he's a true competitor to the end, so he's going to push that, and he did close that gap down a little bit, getting a hug from his dad there. And was that an Anthony Costalis little flyby there? I think he
sure is.
Gave him a little love.
And Anthony's a true team player. At Olympian Hall last night, he's been on Jimmy's crew all night, and he saw that Dave Stevens only had his wife and their 15-month-old crewing them late at night at 10 p.m. So Anthony lent a hand to Dave right after Jimmy rolled through the aid station. So true team player there. And Anthony himself was a 2nd-place finisher to Dave Stevens back in 2021. So I think there's some good camaraderie among these guys.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a beautiful thing to see in the sport. Everyone helping each other. As Jimmy said, how rare is it that you see 2 competitors run that much of a race together and then still encourage each other to, go on and crush it. Jimmy wanted to win, but he didn't want it to come at Dave's expense in the race. He wanted him to do the best too.
Yep.
Totally.
They went through Olympian Hall 51 miles. It's 7 hours and 48 minutes after running almost the entire time. At Mount Warner, they were 4 seconds from each other. And, to go out there and run sub 16 pace and then to finish it up in the night, up high, in the cold, wearing those rain jackets, that's bravery and a lot of grit.
Absolutely.
Do you guys have a Mount Warner split on our next runner at this point?
Yes, we've got Arlen, third
Nice.
male. He came through at 17:51. So just 4 minutes ago at Mount Warner.
Nice. Okay, so we should be, what these guys are doing this final descent in about 45 minutes or so, is that right?
Jimmy did it in 50 minutes. So that would put, if Arlen could pull that out, he would be in 18:40.
Nice.
So,
which is still a
And that's
fantastic time on the course.
Yeah, and that's an improvement on his time last year. I think he ran like 19:01 or something like that. So
And he hammered about 45 minutes.
yeah, he did hammer this descent last year. I remember him feeling and commenting about how good he felt for that final descent. And I think we heard something similar from him at Olympian Hall last night, that he was feeling good. And he actually ran the back to Olympian section faster than anybody in the race. So I feel like he had some good energy there. And he's probably ready to get down from 10,000 feet at this point.
Yeah, give that man a dirt road with a slight downhill, and he's going to hammer it.
Yeah. He still has Hard Rocks on his legs. 4th place at Hard Rock.
And he had some monster weeks out in Chamonix too. I think he had like a 40,000 foot training week, one of his weeks out in Chamonix. And he told me yesterday that Chamonix is a tough place to be tapering because there's just so much that you want to do.
Yeah, maybe those quads really grew in those couple weeks, and he's going to come down here and bring home that 3rd place podium finish.
I don't know if you've ever seen that, man. Those quads are already massive. So if those things grew, we're all in trouble.
Arlen didn't have the best first half. He really worked up through the through the course and through the field. Looking back, he was quite a ways back.
Yeah, I chatted with his crew, his dad specifically at Dry Lake last night, and asked him, how's Arlen been? How's he feeling? What's his vibe been like? And he was like, he's just running his own race. He's not even paying attention to anyone around him. He knows he's got a strong finish in his legs if he is patient, and it paid off.
It did.
Yeah, I think he knows what he's doing out here. Yeah, he had a good crew out there.
Arlen's darlings. You gotta love it.
So we are only a few minutes away from the 50-mile start.
What time is that one starting?
In 2 minutes.
Is it 6?
Oh yeah.
We can go look
sure
at it.
is.
We can go look at it.
Yeah, we can go give you guys some eyes over there as long
time
as
is
our...
just a construct this weekend.
It sure is.
I don't even know how I'm still awake.
It's an interesting phenomenon for the 100-milers, the Hares coming down Mount Warner. They get to see this snake of headlamps heading up towards them.
We might get too far.
Nothing makes you feel like you're hallucinating more than seeing a few hundred runners coming up a mountain at you.
Yeah, the courses change almost every year, but you can see the 50-mile starters right there. In years past, we actually shared the trail. So you're literally running into the snake of white lights as you finish 100 miles on your legs.
Completely delirious.
Yeah. It's also a good distraction.
Yeah, it gives you something to look forward to, something to take your mind off of the quad pounding descent. I remember when I did the race, and I don't know why, in true young dumb athlete fashion, I didn't look at the finish line. The course profile, and I thought we went straight back down. And nope, that dirt road was a shock.
There they go.
All right.
The 50-mile journey beginning as our top 2 male hares have finished.
And our top tortoise, Bo, out there putting a fantastic race together. And these 50-milers, they get a different course than the 100-mile. They get to actually go out to bears or rabbit ears, and see a whole different section of Steamboat and these amazing trails out here. So if you've run the 100 and you haven't run the 50, you've got to do the 50, and vice versa. If you've run the 50, setting yourself up for a really fun 100 miler out here and seeing a different section. So I think it's really cool how Run Rabbit has done that. They've split these 2 courses and really are completely different races.
Yeah. The 50-mile has been around for a lot longer than the 100-mile.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that being one of the premier 50-milers back in the day.
Yeah, I remember seeing Jeff Rose do some amazing times out there as well.
Oh man, that is a name.
Seeing some people running through the finish chute, but I don't think that was.
Those are late 50-milers. 6 a.m. is a little early. I would be late.
You can see that dawn light right on the ridge line. They get to go up and then head over as we're looking to the right.
Yeah, as we get that beautiful dawn, coming up, they get to start the race with headlamps, but it's not going to last very long. I think we've got another 20, 30 minutes of headlamp usage at most. There they going out there, starting their own respective journey. 50 miles is nothing to sneeze at. I know we've been talking about this 100-mile distance as the distance of truth, and we give it so much hype, but I love they get to really have a great experience out there. It's its journey in its own right. And I have so many friends and athletes out there at the 50 miles, so I'll be excited to see them as they make their way all the way out, make the turnaround, and come back. And Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, but that course is a strict out and back, correct?
I think you're right. So
And we will be here all day watching them go out, complete the 25-mile journey out, turn around, come back, and we will be here to witness their race as well. Really a story of so many races out here, the tortoise race, the hares race, the team race, the 50-mile race, males and females on both sides. It's just, what a weekend.
And you can see we've got lots of support crews out here today too. Lots in the 50 milers, lots in the 100. It's been a ton of energy. This is a really cool race. My first experience here, but definitely won't be my last. It's great vibes.
So Leah, this being your first experience out here, I don't know about you and having been out on the course all day, but I laid my head down on a pillow last night thinking I might be here next year with the bib on.
I know. It's this is a great race. This is being my first time here. We got to see a bunch of the course yesterday, just driving out to some of the aid stations, and it reminds me a lot of the hundreds that we have out in Utah. So Wasatch 100, Bear 100 felt very similar to a lot of the trails we have out in Logan Canyon in Utah, which I just absolutely adore. So I feel like if you're into a lot of that high altitude Jeep road running, some nice smooth single track, some technical running, I think later on in the race, this is a good race for you. And I think crew support is great. Olympian Hall was high energy last night and pretty nice from a crew standpoint as well. So definitely one I think we'll be returning to. And, I was signed up for this, I think 2 years ago, but I opted for the Bear instead. Maybe I'll have to switch it up and do the opposite one of these years.
Yeah, absolutely not a bad choice choosing the Bear 100. It's one of my favorite races, and I'm wearing my buckle right now.
Hey.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's very similar to that Wasatch vibe, starting off with an incredible climb. Lots of up high running, most of your climbing in the front half with a lot of sustained elevation in the back half, really runnable and absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, and I think for me, the Bear 100 was my first 100 back in 2018, and I think I was commenting yesterday, Run Rabbit makes a great first 100. It is challenging in that if you're running as a hare, you don't get a pacer, which some people do really like for their first 100 experience, and I do as well. So that's definitely poses a specific challenge. But we're seeing a couple of these women, especially, this is their first 100 out here today. So I think Christy Connect, she's running in second place right now. This is her first 100. She's celebrating her 40th birthday, wanted to do this as a celebration, which I think is just really awesome.
It's amazing.
Yeah. I think Jimmy said it well. The biggest difference between, those legendary races that you just mentioned and Run Rabbit Run is this race, it has so much running. It is really, you just have to be able to keep going, and you don't get the big breaks. In the Wasatch, you got a lot of steep climbing and descending, and when you get those steep climbs, you can rest, you can use your poles, you can chill out a little bit, refocus, and then get going fast when you get to the top of the climb. Here at Run Rabbit Run, it is relentlessly runnable. And it's exhausting. It's emotionally, mentally. You heard Jimmy. He's like, I'm not coming back. It's because it's unlike other mountain 100-milers.
Yeah, and this race I think this course has somewhere between 18 and 20,000 feet of climbing, and you knock out almost 4,000 feet right off the bat with the first climb to Mount Werner. So you're looking at, maybe 95 miles with 14,000 feet or so, 15,000 feet, which is relatively not that bad. So I think that's where a lot of that running comes in. And I think, that's tricky, especially because it's a lot of high altitude running. When we saw the runners yesterday between the Long Lake aid station and the Summit aid station, that is just undulating Jeep roads up at 10,000 feet. And if you're not high altitude trained or you don't live high, just existing above 8,000, 9,000 feet is tough in itself, let alone running at a decent clip 50K into a race. So definitely challenging, especially for some of our people who are coming from sea level, like Arlen Glick, Tara Dower. Not easy.
Yeah, Tara got a huge elevation stimulus on the Colorado Trail recently. But to your point, it's extremely runnable. And one of the many things that adds to the complexity that is Run Rabbit Run and what makes it so difficult is it's a Jeep road up high, but there's no rhythm in it. Jason, you and I were talking about it yesterday, how it's just consistently undulating and it's not a very smooth Jeep road. You just feel like you're just constantly struggling to maintain an effort.
Well, think about this. You mentioned where the vert lies in that first half. Jimmy and Dave, they ran 7 hours and 48 minutes through halfway. That puts, a split for Jimmy of 10 hours for the last 50 miles, even though it has way less vert.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. And Jimmy was also saying they were probably expecting that last maybe 50K or so to take about 6 hours, and then it took them 7. So I think those challenges of being up high late in the race, in the dark, you're tired, you're at the end of the race. I do think there's some technical trails up there. I think that puts its toll on the runners, so that there's sections that they probably think they could run a little bit faster, but when the going gets tough and you're 70 miles in, you're not quite as fast as you probably want to be.
Yeah, and it proves that a course profile is not indicative of how easy or tough a course is going to be. I think looking at Run Rabbit Run, and I think another great example is Leadville 100. On paper, it doesn't look incredibly difficult, but when you're up at 10,000 feet all day, it's incredibly difficult. And same with, Run Rabbit Run. It's being that sustained elevation is taking a little extra effort. It really is like it's zapping an extra 2%, 5% of your energy for hours.
Yep. Yeah, and just switching gears a little bit, guys. Any splits for any additional women into what is it? Was it
Tara?
It was
Tara is at Long Lake, 1809.
Oh, nice.
Like right now.
Yep.
Wow, that was good timing. Okay, and I think
like you
Christy
knew.
was about. I know I have vibes. I think Christy was about 8 minutes back from her at the aid station prior to that. But it looks like Tara had made a move and passed her and put those 8 minutes on her. So I'd imagine we should be seeing her next. But I know there's a hard charging Karen Holland in there as well.
Yeah, we've got a lot of motivation to finish for those ladies.
Yep,
So,
and
yeah.
I think I will say Karen Holland specifically, this has been one of her most stellar performances as of recently. I think she's had a 4th place finish here years ago, a 7th place finish here as well. So if she can hold on to this 3rd place, that'll be her highest finish, and I think probably one of her best races to date. So really excited to see her roll through the finish here in a few hours. Representing Canada out there, I believe. I met her at the Western States training camp last year when she was doing her first Western States, and she had a great day out there running just over 25 hours. So really excited to see where she lands at the end of the day.
Yeah, she put on an absolute clinic on how to run a patient race and execute really well to move herself up the field. And behind her is another hard charging Georgia Porter who is just picking apart the course and other athletes. And when I was at Dry Lake last night, she commented to her crew that everyone in front of them needs to look out for Rebecca Orig because she is ready to crush, and they're running, neck and neck with each other, just a few minutes apart. So she was not wrong about that prediction. And Celinda making a good push, a late push there. Megan Speaker doing great. Zoe Rom behind her. I mean, Brianna Grigsby. We have some really talented women out here putting together great races and running incredibly smart and patient and putting great times down.
Yeah, I think we had probably one of my favorite moments of the live stream was we had the camera on Celinda last night at Olympian Hall. I believe she came through there as the 8th female, and she had all 3 of her kids and her husband crewing her at that spot. And man, I don't think I've seen more wholesome ultra running content until that moment. It was incredible. And I think we were commenting that, that's what dreams are made of in ultra running, is just having your kids, having your full support crew right there. And they are whispering some nice motivations to her. And we heard her say that it was the best Run Rabbit she's had so far, and she was only, I think at that point, 50 miles in, and she's lined up for this race I think 6 or 7 times, so I think that's saying something.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not gonna call you out, Leah, but when you did point that out on the live stream, I believe both you and I, me secretly, you publicly, got a little emotional about that. It's so amazing to see, and it's something I love in the sport. When you're running a marathon or a 50K, something to that extent, your crew is there, and they're there to really just take care of you and get you to the finish line. And like, you like them there, but you don't need them there. But in 100, you have to have your crew there, at least for me, pushing you to the finish line, supporting you, and it means so much. And I'm personally one of those runners, when I cross the finish line, I want to celebrate with my entire crew that got me there, and I'm emotional every time. And I'm not gonna jinx myself, but I'm willing to bet some tears are gonna flow when I see her cross that finish line with her family, just because I love to see it.
Yeah, I think we even heard her son say, like, come on, Mom, you got to get out of here. Like, let's go. So I think he knows the exact ultra running motivation that you need to give someone. It was really cool to see. I think her daughter was feeding her a hash brown. And yeah, you're right. I was totally emotional in those moments. And I think I talk a lot about longevity in the sport. And part of longevity for me is being able to do this forever and have our future family like support us in all our endeavors. And hopefully someday they get inspired to carry on some of their own personal goals. But yeah, what a cool environment. And it was hard to not get inspiration from that moment.
Absolutely. And speaking of inspiration and motivation, we have a little update from the course. Gary Messina and Sean Van Horn have crossed Mount Warner in 18:13:27 and 18:13:59. So we have a race for fourth place. It is 30 seconds apart there at the aid station at the top with 5 some odd miles to go. A lot can happen between those two in that time, and I don't think either of them are going to let off.
I'm going to guess that Mount Warner, is posted at 95.8 miles, but it took nearly an hour, 56 minutes or 55 minutes for Dave to come down. Jimmy, it took 50 minutes.
50 minutes. Yeah.
50 minutes to get down. And I know those guys were not running 10 pace coming down there. I bet you they were running a little bit faster. So I think it's a few miles over 100. And speaking of those last splits, too, looking at, Tara got up to Long Lake at 18:09. It looks like it took almost 80 minutes for Dave to come down. So if Tara takes an hour and a half to get down, that's 19:30. Course record is 20 hours.
Dang. Oh, I love to see it.
We've been talking all day about this potential men's course record and them duking it out up there. And here comes Tara Dower just sneakily working her way into a position to potentially take down the course record.
Yeah, there's a lot of ladies that have been around that 20-hour mark. And, hats off to Michelle, coming back 10 years later, leading the race through halfway, but had to stop due to her lungs. But Tara and Christy doing some great work. Maybe they'll get close to that 20-hour barrier too.
Yeah, and I think I attribute the pace today. Like, I think Michelle led these women to pushing it a little hard early on, and I think it's showing itself in what potentially could be a course record or just faster times at the finish. So kudos to Michelle for hanging on as long as she did. What a crusher. And I think we saw her move into the lead pretty early on there and just hold it serious, tough, focused. And I think we know that she's capable of absolutely so much in the sport.
Yeah, and she ran in true Michelle fashion, which is gritty, tough, durable. She put herself out in position that, she's typically a blow it up or blow up kind of gal, where if she's going to go out there, she's going to give it everything she has. And she pulled those ladies into position to, and pass the torch off, so to speak, to put down a phenomenal race themselves. And I saw Tara at Fish Creek and at miles 17 and a half, and she was complaining about being tired then, and she needed some electrolytes, and she's just like, I don't know about today. And now look at her. If any gal can represent that Michelle Yates durability and toughness and grittiness, it is Tara.
Yeah, and I think what you commented on there is like a lot can turn around in 100 milers. Like we saw Georgia Porter early on around mile around the 50K mark, and she just wasn't feeling too hot at the high altitude, was dealing with a lot of nausea. And I mean, I think she let that settle a little bit, and now she's moving super well late in the race and moving up the field. And I think that's what a lot of these 100-milers are. It's just troubleshooting, recognizing that in the moment, it's really tough. You might be dealing with a certain issue, but knowing how to get yourself out of that moment and having a lot of tools in your toolkit to manage those situations is probably more important than even the fitness that you have on race day.
Yeah, I agree. As a coach, I've talked to athletes that, fitness is 50% of a 100-mile race. You obviously have to have it to get to the finish line, but you also have to have troubleshooting skills, and you got to be open to solving problems on the go and being patient with the course. And you have to take all of that, put it together, and that's a 100-mile finish, not just raw talent, to your point. And I think I'm going to say it now, I think that's why women genuinely finish a little bit more smoothly than men.
Got Mike McMonigal here with me. He's been behind the camera all day, but I'll have him share any of his thoughts on what we've seen so far in the men's race, what we're about to see in the women's race. Anything exciting for you, Mike?
I'm mostly just here to take a load off and sit down. But we've kind of set up our own little makeshift studio, if you will, here in this restaurant that's not open yet. So we won't have this permanently, but it's kind of nice for now. One of the things that Leah and I were talking about last night that's interesting and maybe specific to only a few races, Run Rabbit being one of them, is the noon start. I definitely think as spectators, we were talking about how, it's easy to think that when it gets dark, we're like the race is on and it's really late into the race, and like kind of the moves that are happening now are sort of the final moves. But with the noon start, really, like, when it's dark, we're only at mile 50 or 60. So there's still a lot that can happen. And I do wonder how that might affect some of the mindset of the people racing. If they kind of fall into the same trap where they think, oh shit, it's getting dark. Like I need to, it's make or break right now, but really there's still, 30, 40, 50 miles left. I'm kind of curious to maybe hear later from some runners about how that dynamic played out in their minds.
Yeah, I think as elite level athletes, these guys and gals are used to hitting the nighttime and being like, oh, finish is coming anytime soon. Let's just crank it home. And to your point, they hit the darkness here at Run Rabbit, and you're still just setting yourself up into position to finish the race. You're not even, you're barely halfway there. And so, yeah, it's another one of those things that just plays into the dynamic of what makes Run Rabbit Run so challenging.
We just got to see Gary
go blowing by.
Yeah, Gary running through 4th place up at Mount Warner. Or coming down, actually. He's already passed through Mount Warner.
Yeah, he's about 10 minutes out of Mount
coming
Warner.
Right behind him.
And he's got Sean Van Horn chasing him down. Right there, we can see him now.
There you go.
Awesome.
What a race.
Wow. Man,
race
this
for
is cool
4th place.
Yeah, I feel like Gary's a relative newcomer to the sport. Just getting into it probably the last couple
Is this
years.
his first 100? I think it is.
I think this might be his first
is.
100.
I believe it is.
And then you've got super veteran Sean Van Horn out there just cruising along, battling it out. And I feel like we've been seeing them all day long and almost with like pretty opposite energy at most times. We saw Gary roll into Olympian Hall, like high energy, jazzed beyond belief, just ready to go. And Sean was a little bit more muted, a little taxed at that point. But man, it looks like they're still duking it out. And yeah, their energies might be different, but it's pretty matched right now.
We got Dawn's early light right now too. These headlamps are about to click off and hopefully just open it up down to the finish. I'm sure it's still really dark in the trees, but if they're out on any dirt roads right now, they could click them off any second.
I can tell you right now, if I'm John Messina, Gary, I'm shutting my headlamp off, and I'm not giving Sean anything to chase at this point. I'm going to make him think I am gone.
Yeah. You know what makes today special in seeing 2 hours, 2 runners going under 18 hours is, last year we had an hour gap, between Rich and Arlen. But this year, we had Dave and Jimmy working together and, having that pressure of Dave knowing that Jimmy's so fast and right behind him, and then we see that with Sean and John. I'm sorry, Gary and Sean pushing each other, making some magic happen, and then we see it with the ladies too, with Tara and Christy.
Yeah, and I think if I were Gary, I think Sean would be. I'd be afraid of Sean behind me. He's got I think a top 5 time at JFK running sub 6, and then I think a top 10 at Broken Arrow either this summer or the past summer, maybe both summers. So he's solid on the climbs, and he also showed that he's got pretty significant leg speed. So I think he can do it all. So
yeah, either one of them. It's going to come down to whoever can suffer for about 1 minute harder than the other.
Yeah, and I think for Gary, this is definitely got to be his best performance to date. We saw something really, really similar with Sam Collins last year, who pulled out a 4th place finish. Sam Collins is also local to our Salt Lake City, Utah area, and Gary is also a Salt Lake City local as well. And I think he's got wins at like Twisted Fork, which is a race up in Park City, and then some other podium finishes at a lot of local races, but nothing really like a top 5 at a race like Grand Rapids. So I think this will be huge for him, and I think he'll be really happy whether he lands up in 4th place or 5th place here. It's a great race.
What's the prize money difference that we've got on the line right now? Between so Arlen's probably got 3rd on lock, right? But then this 4th and 5th race, what's the difference in prize money from 4th to 5th?
It was
like
20 seconds.
In time, what's the prize money though? I'm gonna look that up real quick.
I think it's like $1,000 difference.
I mean, I would have heard for cool, 1 minute for $1,000.
Let's do it, yeah.
I'll race you right now, Mike, for $1,000.
Even without money on the line, just to.
Did you see him sprinting with a laptop yesterday, Zach? That's a
laptop race or no laptop race?
I mean, I would have to go no laptop. Otherwise, you'd have it on lock. but we can have an equalizer. If it's carrying a camera, you win hands down. I think you win hands down either way, but
I think so speaking of Arlen, his crew's starting to stir a little bit here. Could be in the next, or do we think 10 minutes? Sooner than that, possibly?
I think maybe 15 to 20 minutes because he came through at Mount Warner. I think it's 17:51, and Jimmy and Dave took almost 50 minutes. So we should see Arlen coming through for the 3rd place podium finish if he keeps a pace similar to them in 10-15 minutes.
I do believe he clocked about 45 minutes on that descent last year and was one of the faster closing splits there for that last downhill.
Yeah, and it does look like we got John Herrick actually. He's through Mount Warner aid station about 6 minutes back from Sean and Gary up there as well. And it looks like Christy is through our Long Lake aid station, and looks like Tara put about a 13-minute gap on her. So that grew from 8 minutes to 13 between Summit Lake and Long Lake. So not growing extraordinarily, but there's definitely a gap growing between Tara and Christy at
Tara's
this point.
been kind of steadily chipping away at Christy, it seems like, for the last several hours.
Like Jimmy described, coming between Long Lake and Mount Warner, he said he was hiking, and that's a flat, rolly section. So, I mean, a lot can happen right there.
This finish line area, by the way, is I think it's kind of cool how the 50-mile start there at 6 a.m. actually brought a little bit of kind of spectator presence for those first 2 men that finished. And it's starting to slowly wake up here, I think, as the sun starts to get a little bit higher on the horizon. Starting to wake up a little bit, but later this afternoon, in a couple hours, even just later this morning, this whole place is going to be absolutely alive. We won't be able to sit right here where we are because this restaurant will be filled with every table. That's another cool thing about Run Rabbit, I think, when you guys are talking about the appeal of doing this race is this finish line area right here in the middle of the resort village. It comes alive, and people are going to be drinking beers, music will be playing.
Good food.
It'll be hard to walk around here because there'll be tons of people.
I can't wait for the cowbells. They're coming.
The cowbells are definitely coming out.
Yeah. Look at these switchbacks. It's
Oh,
the cat
That's a
track
sweet
for the
shot.
ski area. It's really runnable. It's smooth. You can see your prey. It makes for exciting finishes. We can see
Two
two people
bodies right
coming
there.
right here.
Yeah, and
One
speaking
with
of
a headlamp
exciting
on, one
finishes,
off.
it's a very long finish. I was saying earlier that my first time at Run Rabbit, I just assumed we went back down the same way we came, and it was only going to be a couple miles from Warner to the finish line, and I was extremely surprised by the extra gift of a few miles and a lot of runnable terrain, and it was I wasn't jazzed on it, but it's a very runnable finish. It's a fun finish. To your point, you can see anyone in front of you, and we've talked about Gary and Sean just duking it out right now. It makes for really fun, exciting finishes.
And I think it's more than 4 miles, because take 50 minutes, 45 minutes when these top guys are running down. They're not running 12 pace.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It is much longer than the 4 miles it took to get up there.
Yeah.
Because you're taking a much longer route, and that's what surprised me. Is I was expecting the same route down, and no, we got veered off and took a few extra miles of road there.
There has been some years where they didn't take the road, and you actually they had it closed, and you ran down the ski run.
That's
technical,
horrific.
Rough grass, last 3 miles. That makes for some fun.
We're out at the Ragged 50K on the East Coast for the USATF 50K Trail Champs a couple weeks ago, and that finished straight down the ski resort slopes. No trail, just straight down. And yeah, I could say I'd rather take the cat track.
Yeah, absolutely. I would probably fall down that mountain faster than I could run down it.
Something I was just thinking about is Tara Dower's time this year. I know we were chatting about, the course record could potentially be under threat, which is sub 20. She ran 23 hours here last year, just over. So if she runs even anywhere in that 20-hour range, this is a 3-hour improvement, which is huge at a race like this, and huge just at a 100-mile distance in general, and huge considering the summer that she just had, and the fact that if you look on her ultra sign up, she's got one more race scheduled this year, and that is Javelina 100. So,
oh my gosh,
Tara, you are incredible. I can't do what you do. And it's been really fun to watch play out today.
There's a reason why she's in first place right now. She's doing things that not a lot of us can do, and she's getting gritty with it and making it happen. So it's fun to watch. And she does have Chrissy Necht right behind her, pushing her, keeping her honest, letting her know that there is no opportunity to slow down at this point. There's no easy paces.
Totally. And what a huge 100-mile debut for Christy, too. She trains in Mammoth Lakes, California, 40 years old. She's a nurse. She's a mom. She represented Team USA in 2017 on one of our world mountain running teams. And she just puts in the miles, puts in the work, trains with Katie Asmith and Danny Moreno out in Mammoth, and is just really hard worker, gritty, resilient. And we saw her run a pretty gutsy race today, being that this is her first 100. Really excited to see where she lands at the end of the day. But man, I don't think you could nail 100 quite like she did today so far.
No, definitely not your first. She's running with a veteran tenacity, not a first-time 100-mile runner kind of naivety or she's not running abashedly at all. She is putting her nose in it and making her presence known.
The other thing that they have, all of the runners, inspiring fast times, is look at this weather. It's clear, it's cool, there's no wind, there was no rain like there was for hours and hours last year. And also, in years past, we've seen temperatures, going into the 70s. This was a really fast, great weather year.
This was a perfect day for a 100-miler. Beautiful sunshine during the day, not too hot. And, the temperatures right now, I'm freezing, but I think they're doing pretty okay out there.
Yeah, I'm just going to warm up a little bit. That helps, produce some fast times coming down those roads.
Yeah, and I think again we've talked about it. There's so many little things about Run Rabbit that make it a covertly extremely difficult course. Even Jimmy's saying that it was more difficult than UTMB. I'm not gonna agree with that, but that was his experience, and I think it is a combination of having already been awake for 6 hours and then starting your race with 6 hours of, even though you're not active, you're still fatigued for 6 hours, at least mentally. And you're running through the night when it's extremely cold up high, and slowing down just a little bit is going to get that blood to pull into your core, out of your muscles. You're going to freeze up a little bit. You've got that sustained high elevation, most of your climbing done in the first bit. It's just a combination of all these little things that add up to make Run Rabbit Run such a difficult course, which speaks to Tara and Christy and Dave and Jimmy and Arlen and all these athletes out here. The performances today and yesterday are really special. We're witnessing something pretty awesome this year at Run Rabbit Run.
At UTMB, you also have to get up, and you start at 6 o'clock. So, you got 6 hours of hanging out, being awake longer. I really think, I'm going to lean on what Jimmy said, and my experience is that the challenging part of Run Rabbit Run is truly having to run so much. You don't get the breaks on the power hike.
Yeah.
You just do not get that break. You don't get to slow down the cardio. You don't get to keep that cadence, at a 120, 140. You have to keep it at a 160, 180. And that just impact and that grinding on that, as Jimmy still likes to call it, douche grade, that wears you out. And when you run, sub 8 for the first 50 miles, and then you've got a lot of running up high, for the finish, that's what made it harder for you than UTMB for Jimmy, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think for some of these guys who are like hikers at heart and
Yes.
really like those long days in the mountains, having to force yourself to run stuff that you're like, gosh, I'd rather just be hiking this right now. I think that's not only a physical battle, but also a big mental battle, especially in the late hours of a race.
Yeah, absolutely. Leah, you hit it spot on. Again, one of the many pieces of the puzzle you got to put together to execute a great Run Rabbit. Mentally being strong enough to say, hey, this can be run. I need to run it right now. I don't get to make that decision of, I'm going to hike this for a minute. You're not afforded that opportunity.
No, and I don't know about you guys, but I know there's usually is a lot of positive self-talk that needs to happen between me and myself in those moments to really get myself moving on some of those douche grade climbs like Jimmy was talking about. So I think that's a strategy for some, and I'm sure some people have their own mantras that get them going. But man, yeah, when the going gets tough, you got to lean into something.
Absolutely. I'm gonna start a shirt that says douche grade Jimmy. I think that's going to be a new shirt we need to sell.
My advice to up-and-comers, especially for the men, I feel like the men at this race, go crazy in the first half. If you could come in 30, 40 minutes slower through Olympian Hall, go 8.5 hours, I really feel like that, being able to run, that stretch between Summit, Long Lake, and then over to Mount Warner, you could see some, times that could get closer to that 17-hour barrier.
I agree with that.
We finally figured everything
But
out.
you got
last night.
$15,000 pushing you in that first half, and it's sunny,
we had
it's
to get
warm.
creative throughout the afternoon.
It's just so hard to have some patience.
And then when we're back at Olympia,
Here we
Looks
go.
like we got some eyes on Arlen.
All right,
Yeah.
look at him moving.
Dang,
Who
yeah,
is running behind him?
Ooh, I think that
That's
might
the
be
camera
a
person.
follow cam. Yeah,
How
Yeah.
close?
he's pretty close. He's on the screen, so.
He's
Yeah.
not making it easy for him.
There's the gondola. He's really close to
Oh,
you.
he looks
and Mike.
so good. I think this is Arlen's bread and butter is this finish right here. Just the nice, smooth downhill. He's really
And I
striding
think
it out.
I think he's going to be able to beat his time from last year. 19 hours, or
And
no, was
he
that
looks
2 years
great.
ago?
That was
Yeah, last year.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. 18 hours for Rich and 19 hours for Arlen last year. Arlen's coming in after Western States and Hard Rock, and he's going to get under that 19-hour barrier.
Wow. Just another
Yeah, Arlen's had
incredible
a.
performance.
I love looking at all Arlen's race results.
Yeah, you can see Jamil getting ready for the shot. Arlen's probably like 3 minutes away. He's about to go around those trees, go under the gondola, and there's the finish.
He can see the village right there, and nothing's
This
going to
year
make you
alone
want to
running
turn it on.
Umstead, Western States, Hard Rock, and I mean, even in the last 12 months, he had Javelina in there as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a list of races, all very different. Nothing that's been consistent. He's not a consistent Javelina flat 100 hard course runner. He's not a consistent mountain runner. He's just an all around amazing athlete.
Yeah, Ohio, doing Burning River and some of the races that he's done out there, and starting his career. Now he's moved into things like Hard Rock, going up to 14,000 feet. What an incredible array of, skill set and talent that Arlen's shown over the last few years.
Well, with quads like that, you can do just about anything. Homeboy
Just like
is
Zach.
Quadzilla.
Another east of the Mississippi runner that has shown that they can run in the big Alps kind of mountain races and in Colorado.
Yeah, we're talking Zach Miller for clarity. Definitely not Zach Bitter or Zach Marion. That is a Zach Miller we're talking about.
Lots of great Zachs out there.
We've got tough Zach. We've got handsome Zach. I'll take that one. We've got fast Zach.
There's
and
Arlen's
Zach Bitter.
family at the finish.
Oh, Arlen's Darlings. Or Glick's Chicks. Whatever you wanna go with. I like Arlen's Darlings.
Nice and smooth still. He's not limping.
No, he's not running like he's got 90 or 100 and some odd miles on his legs at this point.
And Arlen usually finishes these races and says that he feels pretty good. He feels pretty fresh. Wasn't too bad. So I'll be curious to hear if we hear the same from him today. I bet we do.
He's going to be smiling. He's going to be happy.
Yeah.
I don't think he has any other mode.
No. Arlen is one of the just most positive, genuinely nice, always smiling. And it's not a game. He doesn't smile with a fake smile. He's just genuinely happy to be out there. And I think it shows in
here he comes.
his results.
Here we see. We've got
Awesome.
eyes on our follow cam, and I've almost
He
got
just-
eyes. Oh, here he comes. Yeah.
Made his way into the village there.
He doesn't have to cross the creek like we have in the past. That's
Oh.
nice.
One of my favorite parts of the race.
What a gift. Arlen Glick, third male finisher, 1843. What a great race.
Awesome race for Arlen.
And just a little peace sign there, a little. Oh, look at that smile!
Big smiles
There
all
it is.
around.
Well, he earned that
Oh,
that podium
that
spot
seat.
there. Did I just see an ouch?
Some grimacing for sure. Wow.
That is not a normal Arlen thing to do at the finish. Proof that it took some work to best his time from last year.
His third 100-mile finish. I bet he's done for now.
For now.
Now. Do you want it there?
Yeah.
Seriously, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Crowds haven't quite showed up. It's 6:45 in the morning in Steamboat Springs.
The only crowd that are showing up are your morning walkers who are wondering what the heck is going on out there in the field. What are all these people doing? What is this carnage? Yeah, speaking of that stream that we had to cross in years past, Jason, I remember the year I ran, I finished about 26 hours, so I finished noon, the next day, and it was getting extremely hot again, and it was the year that I ditched my water bottle at the top, thinking, oh, I only have 3 miles, I'll get this done pretty quickly, under 30 minutes. Ended up taking me over an hour to get to the finish line. I crossed the stream, gave Fred a hug, walked back to the stream, and just laid down and just splashed myself. These runners that are coming into their second day, they're going to get that heat again, and it's not hot outside. The ambient temperature isn't extremely hot, but once that sun comes out at 10,000 feet, 8,000 feet, it bakes you. It's a radiant temperature that really gets you warm. So that another added difficulty to that second day. You do get that circadian rhythm reset. You get that excitement for your the second day coming in. Your body's really waking up. And here we got another finisher coming in. Is this our?
I think this is our second.
That's a tortoise.
Tortoise, yeah.
Second tortoise.
Oh, there he goes, having himself a fantastic day, getting his standard hug at the finish line here at Run Rabbit Run.
Sub 23 hours.
Nice, well done, Jacob Warnke. A little Golden, Colorado native, young 25-year-old experiencing his 100 miles here, giving that crew a hug, and just he looks like he left it all out there. He gave it a day.
What a feeling.
There's nothing quite like it. I don't. He's fairly young, and that's a little Luke Webster there. Really great photographer in his own right. I'll be honest, it looked like he was wearing a skirt. I thought that was, maybe a wife or a mom.
Some awesome leopard print.
It's fantastic. Good old Luke Webster, awesome photographer.
Looks like Leah's getting ready maybe to talk to Garland.
Yeah, I'm going to see if I can cut into the crowd here. I'll give him one more minute with the family.
You got eyes on some athletes coming down, hitting that single track, making their way. It looks like, Jason, is that the section going up into Warner? That single track that you get until you hit the aid station there?
Yeah, I think it's close to that aid.
Yeah, whoever that is, they are moving well.
Moving well. You see Arlen there. He's got his gloves. He's got a hat. He's got a raincoat. It's been a cold night.
As typical here at Run Rabbit. Yeah, always cold up in that. I don't know what your experience has been. Whenever I've been there, it's been ridiculously cold.
Yeah, I've seen snow. I've seen ice. I've seen the water freeze up top on the Continental Divide there.
Arlen sharing a few words with our second place tortoise there. Man, what great motivation being a tortoise out there and just being like, man, how many hares can I fend off? That's another fun added bit to the tortoises there. And a hare, you're a competitive athlete, you want to pick off everyone you can. It looks like we have Leah is gonna give a few words with Arlen there.
Leah's giving chase. Let's see if it works.
Yeah, Leah was giving chase to Arlen. Let's see if we can get him real quick.
He probably doesn't want
I knew you were right behind me, and I was like, yeah, I was excited.
Putting a passive Leah on the mic is not the best for post-race interviews.
I mean, you couldn't have a nicer person in Arlen to try to chat with.
It's tough to break up the family around Arlen.
I know. I'm feeling that big time right now. Oh gosh, darn it, guys.
Okay, I think we're gonna give that one a go. We'll give him.
I'll get Arlen later.
He's gonna escape into some warm room, maybe.
There's
change.
the Warner aid station that we just saw one of those runners going through.
Yeah, they come off that single track at the top of the screen there, run into the aid station right through onto the dirt road, and from there to the finish, it is all dirt road.
Yeah, this year.
This year, they're not falling down the front base of Mount Warner.
Yeah.
Got some of our 50-mile finishers there. That I love being up on Warner and looking down into Steamboat and seeing how beautiful it is. And this year, not so much, but years past, just pockets of gold everywhere.
The only place we see fall colors on the course is, going by Long Lake, Summit Lake, Dry Lake. You get the willows turning yellow. That's the only fall colors we're really seeing this year.
Yeah. There's been a few little small single bushes and trees that are turning a little, but this is not your typical run rabbit run, views where it's a lot of green out there, which thankfully this year we've had a lot of moisture. We've had a lot of rain to keep things going. But then we definitely needed it here in Colorado and in the Rockies.
Steamboat saw record-breaking snowfall this winter.
Yeah.
Northern Colorado really saw a lot of snow, and that moisture keeps the aspens green as long as it rains a bit in the summer.
Yeah, Leah, tell us Salt Lake also had a record year for snow. An incredible record year for snow.
I mean, as much as I love the environment, I really don't want another winter like that, you guys. That was so tough.
We all complain about the fires that happen every year and the smoke that we have to deal with, and we want that snow, and then we get it for a year, and we're like, okay, that was enough.
I love Salt Lake City for the fact that we get all of the seasons, but I mean, our winter last year could have been slightly shorter. I would have been totally okay with that.
Alta received 900 inches of snow in the ski season, and it just stayed cold. It stayed wet. I know Whitney and I were just over winter, over the cold and the dreary weather.
Yeah, Leah, wasn't
Jimmy too. I remember him complaining, going out to Moab, going and running, and it's like, I'm done with this. I'm going to leave Salt Lake.
Totally. And I always feel like this, Mike and I like to call it the September of Hundreds. I feel like this September of Hundreds season, you got so many 100-milers going on. I mean, you had Wasatch 100 last weekend, Run Rabbit this weekend, I Am Tough, the Bears coming up, Grindstone 100 next weekend. I mean, I always feel like right after the season rolls up that, fall really hits in the Wasatch out here in the Mountain West, and then winter is soon to follow. And I know most years at the Bear 100, you either get a great weather year or that's our first blizzard of the year, and that's the end of September. So I think winter is going to be upon us pretty soon. So just savoring these beautiful fall days. And I would say this is one of the first days where I feel like it's truly felt like fall out here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday there was snow in Colorado. So it's
2 days ago, I was running over Moles Pass. There was snow above 12,000 feet.
You don't need
the other big race going on, 4,000 runners in Montana at the Rut. So you got all kinds of great running races, 100-mile, 50K, VKs, and then, of course, the Mammoth Trail Festival, too. That's coming up in September this year as well.
Whoever we have eyes on right now in the Skycam, they are moving down the road. That's a full stride.
Well, guys, it also looks like we've got our next women through Summit Lake. So looks like we've got Georgia Porter still hanging on to fourth there, and Rebecca Orig as well. So looks like Georgia Porter was 18:22 through there, and Rebecca Orig was also 18:22. And Celinda, holy crap, was 18:23. So those three ladies are running together for, I think, 4, 5, and 6 right now.
You just did 30 miles, right?
That's right. Amazing. Pushing under 19 hours at Summit Lake.
Are you talking on the live stream at all?
We'll have to tell Mike that we can definitely hear him talking.
Oh, I wonder if that's coming through the computer audio.
The microphone is good then.
Yeah, it sounds like it, yeah.
We love Mike, but we want to just hear you right now, Leah.
So you can hear me clearly right now?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Is it in my headphones? Sorry about that, everybody. How many
Nothing
people
quite
watching?
like some
Like
side
100?
commentary from Mr. Shit in the Woods himself, Mike McMonigal.
As AJW would say, shit.
Shit, just shit. Just call him shit.
Just abbreviate it.
I like how he just used it without context too.
I know.
Here
I'm
comes
like,
shit.
somebody's listening. Yeah. Oh man.
God, AJW, you're rough. That is mean.
Oh yeah,
The
guys,
other-
are we able to pin the results in the chat if possible? I think we've got some people in there wanting to see some of the results there.
We have 3 through the finish with Dave and Jimmy running 17:22, 17:45, historic finishes, second fastest time ever. And then, Dave being 5 minutes behind Rod Carr's time many years ago. Alex Nichols was the last person to run sub 18 7 years ago. And then Arlen, after an incredible 4th place at Hard Rock and a top 10 finish at Western State, comes in on the podium at Run Rabbit Run. So those are our 3 male hare finishers. And then, as we've been talking about, we've got the ladies coming in here, maybe challenging Michelle's 20-hour course record through Mount Warner. I'm sorry, not Mount Warner. Dry Lake, Summit Lake.
Yeah, and I think I'd imagine it should be about over 20 hours on the race clock by the time we get a Mount Warner split for our first lady too. So that'll probably still be a little bit.
Yeah, it's incredible to think what Michelle did 10 years ago. And looking back in history of the top times for the ladies, Addie Bracey 2 years ago ran 20 hours, 23 minutes. Let's see, that's a pretty similar course to we have this year. Maybe somebody will challenge that time. Then back in 2017, Courtney DeWalter, 20 hours and 38 minutes. And then our last sub-21 finish was that same year Michelle set the course record, 20 hours and 59 minutes for Nikki.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
can you remind me the course record again?
20
For the women?
hours, 16 minutes
You
by
know,
Michelle.
I think that will be safe now that I'm looking at this a little bit. So Tara ran 18:09 into Longs Lake, and it's taken the guys about over 2 hours to get to Mount Warner. So she shouldn't get there till after 20 hours, and then it'll be
Wow, that's a
another
pace
almost
down that
hour
hill
from there. So I'd imagine 21 hours is more of the finish time she'll be flirting with today.
Yeah, agreed. Honestly, Leah, there are few people I will challenge on times, and you are absolutely one of them. You seem to be able to predict just about every split and finishing time better than
You're
anyone.
awesome,
I
Leah.
guess you live. It's like you live with someone who loves spreadsheets.
I know, yeah.
That really does show, how fast Dave and Jimmy ran today. That's,
Oh yeah, just
17:22,
Totally.
17:45. I thought for a while that, nobody's going to get under that 18 hours again because the course has changed quite a few times.
Mm-hmm.
And it just seemed like, 17:20, 17:15 just was not a realistic time to hit unless we maybe saw Jim come out here or Zach. The other Zach.
Fast Zach, not handsome Zach. Yeah, I mean, Annie Hughes last year time of 21:26 was in its own right a phenomenal time. Tara second place 23:08. She's gonna best that. She's gonna, unless something goes drastically wrong for the next couple miles, she's gonna absolutely best that. times this year. Was it the cooler temperatures? Was it just the amount of competition out there pulling each other around? We'll see. But it was definitely. I would like to ask these gals. So Leah, when you get the chance to talk to them, I want to hear from them how it was having Michelle Yates out front. Were they pulling? Was she pulling them along? Were they pushing each other? Yeah. What brought out the kind of race that's happening today?
Yeah, I'm so excited to hear because I think it's just so cool when you have somebody with the veteran status that Michelle has, the experience on this course. What's it like whenever you're in a race against somebody like that who's been in the sport forever and, just has the experience out here? And we've got a lot of newcomers just running this race today on the women's side, especially some first 100-milers. And some people who have just entered the sport in the last couple of years, like Tara Dower, for example. I think she kind of got involved in the sport right around 2021. So, to have the race that she's having right now, given the fact that she's only been really ultra running here for about 2 years, that's not to say she doesn't have her phenomenal through hiking background. I think she came to ultra running through that. But, man, it's got to be just a cool experience being a female in the field today, especially.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And speaking of a fast field, we've got Gary Messina making his way into the finish line. He can see the village
3
right
minutes
now.
out, maybe.
So you should see him in a couple minutes. Is that
Salt Laker? He's actually up in Park City. This is his first 100-miler. He's coming in 4th place. Looks like he's cut his face.
Yeah,
he's battle worn. But yeah, he's got 4th place wrapped up. It looks like
that's his war paint. That's how he came in, and that's really how he's been racing all day. He's been racing with some aggression, treating this like it's a 50K, not a 100-miler. Every time I saw him at aid stations, he was pushing pace. He was moving in hard. He wasn't taking time. He was there to throw down, and he has an incredible fashion.
Yeah, and guys, his energy has been the same all day long. And to note here, he's about to just finish just over 19 hours. Is that correct? And
right now,
19 hours here last year was second place finisher Arlen Glick's time. So this time is very phenomenal. It's on par with, what we've seen our podium finishers here do the last couple years. And I think this 4th place finish for him is going to just be probably his breakout, standout performance to date.
For sure. In the interview
second place last year.
In his interview with Gary, this guy doesn't even run in the winter. He skis. He lives in Park City. He's coming out doing his first 100-mile, starting his running, somewhere in the spring.
Yeah, to Leah's point earlier with that, with Tara and her through hiking, it translates well. It's time on feet. It's being comfortable.
Look at that crew.
Slightly uncomfortable all day.
Oh, so happy. I can almost hear the cowbells. They're coming. They're coming.
Oh, you gotta love it. He's pushing hard. And he blew right past.
There's the turn. I think they should still run through that creek.
I agree. It's the standard. It was set. It needs to. It's the last hurdle of Run Rabbit Run is splashing through that creek.
How good does that feel? First 100-miler, 4th place, 1903.
He is cruising.
Yeah, he was moving really hard. That dude does not leave anything on the course.
Oh, he's got a bloody face.
Yeah. If you get a chance to chat with him, see what that's about.
Yeah.
For me.
There. Finally.
Looks like
he's been dreaming about that.
Nose.
Dreaming about the sit down. I guarantee it.
Yeah, I can tell you the best feeling of that is not the time.
Got a little bit of a bloody face. What happened out there?
Cold and dry. I was sniffling all night and started bleeding.
Everybody on the live stream saying it's your war paint. So.
Oh, really?
First 100 for you?
Yeah.
Awesome job.
Thanks. Yeah.
Any feelings about that performance you just had? That was amazing, just over 19 hours.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I just, like, you never know how it's going the first time, but I'm happy. I feel like I played it smart and didn't do anything crazy and learned a couple things along the way. And I just wanted to be in the top 5, so made it happen.
Made some cash, held off Sean Van Horn. I think you guys had a fun little battle there. Looks like you came after
on that.
Mount Warner together.
Yeah, that was brutal. Just like pounding and running scared from him the whole time, but we shared a lot of miles out there.
That's the way to do it. And you make your best version of yourself whenever you're racing against other people. And looks like you guys did that.
Yeah, no, he's. I raced him earlier this season in California, and he got the best of me, so it was nice to switch that a little bit. But
was that Broken Arrow? I think you guys finished a couple minutes apart.
Yeah, but he's a great guy, and
awesome.
We encourage each other the whole time.
Well, congratulations. Maybe see you back in Salt Lake.
Thank you.
That was Gary Messina, our 4th place finisher, and I do believe we have
Sean's coming
our
across
5th
the creek
place
right now.
guy. Here we go.
Wow, just a few minutes. After 19 hours, maybe 3 or 4 minutes between Sean and Gary.
Yeah, he looks like Gary's going to finish just a minute or 2 behind Arlen Glick's 2nd place finishing time last year.
Yeah, we've got 4 in now.
Yeah,
we're second.
And that's why we have that entire period there.
This is awesome. Like you heard Gary say, him and Sean Van Horn raced at Broken Arrow this year, and Sean got the best of him there, and looks like close battle today.
Yeah, Gary's only 30. Sean's veteran status didn't get the 100-mile.
Yeah, I don't know if Gary's getting a whole lot of hugs with that bloody face.
Gary might be ready to not see Sean anymore.
Oh man, what a race put together today.
What a first t-shirt finisher.
Any comments on place finish? Hard fought, it looked like, with Gary there.
Yeah, I had some lows in the middle, and I was a little worried about finishing the darn thing, and eventually caught back up to Gary, and then we went back and forth a couple times, but he crushed it. It's his first 100.
Amazing. Yeah, I was going to say, you got veteran status here, Gary in his first 100, and you look a lot better now than when I saw you at Olympian Hall last night.
Not good at Olympia. Yeah, I was not good. I was like losing it. I think low on caffeine.
Okay, well, you pulled it together really well. Yeah, solid for a 5th place finish. You're in the cash.
Oh, so I was 5th. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
Solid. Yeah, we had it was Dave Stevens, Jimmy Elam, Arlen Glick, and then you guys.
Cool. What did they run? What did the top
17:20 something for the win, and
22.
then 17:40 something. 17:22 for the win, and then Jimmy was like 17:47.
And Arlen was like 18 something.
Yep.
And he did. That's his third 100.
Third 100. Yeah.
He so the first time out of Olympia, I was feeling good, but he was feeling really good. It was just I blame my second time in Olympia Hall
on him.
On me trying to chase him. He was just hauling uphill.
He ran the fastest split from Olympia and back to Olympia.
Oh my God, he was just power hiking as fast as I could run. Yeah, it was insane. It was very impressive.
Oh man, well, incredible race for you. You're out of Colorado as well, right?
Carbondale, yeah.
Carbondale, nice. So I think you're on a team with Zoe Rom out here today, and I think she's hanging on tough in the top 10 right now.
Awesome.
So
yeah, team stay wet.
Yeah, I think we'll see how that team's finish goes.
Yeah. Yeah, hopefully she gets the finish here.
Yeah, awesome. Well, congratulations to you, Sean.
Thanks so much.
19:05, our 5th place finisher, last money podium's finish. I would imagine this got to be the fastest 5th place ever run. I don't think it's ever even been close to sub 20 for 5th place. That's incredible.
Yeah, I called it yesterday. I said there's going to be one of 2 record, if not both records being broken. It's either going to be the fastest finish, males finish or females finish all time. The course record's going to go down. Or we're going to see the fastest combined top 10 ever here at Run Rabbit. I think it's going to be another one of those incredible years, both males and females, where top 5, top 10 are going to be average the fastest ever. Just look at that carnage there of these two dudes who just worked each other all day long and battled on that downhill. I mean, Gary was not letting up on that downhill. He was running super scared, and Sean was doing everything he could to chase him.
Neither one of these guys will ever forget this. A special bond of love and hate.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I think this is one of the coolest things that has changed in our sport is the opportunity to see the race unfold. I remember back in my day, we were waiting for Twitter updates from Brian Powell and I Run Far. And we would just get number splits, sometimes a really fuzzy pixelated picture, and maybe 10 words about how they looked or how they felt or how they said they felt. Outside of that, it was left to your imagination what was happening, and then a couple hours later you'd get another update, and now we get to see them hit Mount Warner at the same time. We get to see the raw emotion, the drama, the effort pushing down those switchbacks, and this is something that I believe is going to elevate this sport and it's going to bring it to the masses, because you hear people all the time like, what are you guys doing out here? Like, holy crap, you guys
are sleeping all night?
Yeah, are you sleeping throughout the night?
Do you
take
a
this
nap
all at once?
Now we get to see the battle. We get to see the emotion. We get to see how this feels. We get to see people like we can see running down that road, making big moves, and not just look at the numbers. This is exciting, and you get to see some of the beauty of these incredible places we get to go run in these ultra marathon races. You get to see that sun hitting the ridge over there. You get to see just all of the magnificent feelings that these runners are getting to experience.
Yeah, absolutely. And, with Leah and I yesterday out on the field, that's like our goal, is to bring you the other person on the other end of the screen as close to the race as possible. And we want you to know what it's like to be in that aid station. And really, to me, what Jamil and the team are doing, with Mountain Outpost, Aravaipa, and what Billy's Yang is doing with Western States, I think it's giving meaning to the numbers at the other end of the name, and it's making that race mean so much more than just a number and a placement.
Yeah, we get to share the experience.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
all the runners at home, or sorry, all the viewers at home with runners on the course, they get to see what their son, their daughter, their mom, their uncle, their brother, their friends are doing here on the course and what it's like.
Yeah, and I think it brings all of our loved ones who can't be out here into the race experience. And
Exactly.
I think it brings a lot more newcomers to the sport. How cool is it to be able to see what we've been able to see on the Run Rabbit course today and yesterday before ever actually experiencing it with your eyes and your feet out here in Steamboat Springs. That's a cool experience. That's something we just absolutely did not have in the past. And I think we're so fortunate to be where we are in ultra running right now and have the coverage that we do.
The second best way to see that experience and see the emotions is going out and volunteering at one of these aid stations. That's a gateway to being able to fall in love with this sport. And now, we get to share that in the masses, both families, friends, even people that are kind of curious about what's going on here at Run Rabbit Run for the whole weekend. You can tune in and see what's taking place for these people.
That's a great point. And I think when people ask me, what are some of your tips about improving in the sport, about like learning more about the sport, I swear volunteering and being able to just like witness aid stations is one of the most beneficial things you could do for yourself as an ultra runner. Being able to just observe how people interact with their crews at aid stations, watch what they do, watch what they eat, watch what they drink. It's transformative, honestly. And being able to also crew and pace, I think you can learn so much about being an ultra runner and taking on one of these ultra marathons that it will it'll leave you a lot more prepared once you get on the starting line for your own race.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll never forget my first experience around ultra running. I got to, I volunteered last minute at a local race by my house, by my parents' house, just a few miles away on Antelope Island, the Buffalo Run 100 miler. And I got to watch Carl Meltzer go set a course record out there. And it was one of the years, it's in late March, and sometimes the Wasatch can be a little snowy that time of year. And, I got to watch Carl Meltzer just execute it was a high 14, low 15, 100-mile race out there, and just absolutely crush it and put on a clinic. And I was in awe of what was happening and what this guy was doing. I thought it was so amazing, and signed up for my first ultra marathon shortly thereafter. So to Leah's point, get out there and volunteer. You've got a lot of great organizations. There are races everywhere across the country now. You can get access to a race and come and volunteer and help, because it takes an army to put these races on. And I know every race director is going to be incredibly appreciative of anybody who is going to volunteer their time, a few hours, even if you can only get out there a few hours, and help out, set up, course marking, course sweeping. There's so many great things you can do to help the sport. And volunteering, I don't know a single race director is going to turn you away. So get out there, support your local races, and fall in love with the sport that much more. And to Leah's point, learn from those out front what they're doing well, and apply it to your game plan.
We should be seeing John Herrick here in the finish pretty soon. He is our 6th place runner, and I believe he was 6 minutes back from Sean up at Mount Werner. So I'd imagine we should have eyes on him pretty soon here. And I think he is out of Boulder, Colorado. Does a lot of these races like that I've been commenting on all night long, these Mountain West, High Lonesome, won there in 2022, won San Juan Solstice also in 2022, and has had a 6th place at Pikes Peak Marathon. And that'll be our next finisher, John Herrick.
Yeah, he has a very comfortable lead on Chris Hameson behind him. Almost an hour. He's got 50 minutes there.
And I want to comment.
Chris. We did get to see Chris. He was running really well going by that aid station. He's running fast. He looks like he's in a great mood.
Yeah, guys, he's been one of my favorite runners to watch the last day. He came into this just wanting to get his Hard Rock qualifier, and he was pretty much like 20th place yesterday, and just around the 50K mark, and just slowly has worked his way up. And when we saw him at Olympian Hall last night, I mean, he had just absolutely great energy. And he's no stranger to mountain hundreds. He has a podium finish at the Bear, most recently a 2nd place at, I believe, the Uray 100 this summer. And I think back in 2018, whenever Major Carnage happened at UTMB, Christopher Hammis was our top American finisher. So he's really, really solid, and really happy to see him have a great day out here today.
Yeah, out of Durango, Colorado. He's no stranger to the Colorado mountains, and I'm sure that played well into his UTMB success there. But he's having himself a day. And behind him, we have Heroldus Suburtus, or Harry, as I've learned out on the course. He went out like with, AJW loves to say like his hair was on fire. He boogied up that climb, and he put down a really, really strong 50K split in 4:57. And through Long Lake, he was pushing hard, and he's held on. It looks like he's held on, but he's got a Tara Dower chasing him down. Now, here's the fun part: are we going to see Tara Dower break into the men's top 10? She's right.
She
there.
is already there. Yeah, she is in 10th place last time.
She is 10th place. So how far down is she going to go? That's what we're going to see. I think she could pick off Harry there.
And I think when Addie Bracy ran her stellar time back in 2021, I believe she made it into the men's top 10 as well. I think maybe 7th overall or 5th overall.
Annie Hughes was 10th last year.
Nice.
And Addie Bracy was 7th the previous year.
Yeah, Addie ran 20 hours, 23 minutes for the second fastest time ever.
And
I think that, the biggest surprise in that, top 5 for the men's podium is Gary Messina. First 100-miler, 30 years old. You got Dave, Jimmy, and Arlen, who are obviously known quantities in our sport, and Sean Van Horn. But Gary's sneaking into that 4th place spot, just ahead of Sean. I think that's the most, the biggest surprise on that podium for me, at least.
Yeah,
I think so too. And he seems to be competing largely at local races. So, he's a name I've been slightly familiar with in the Salt Lake community, but I think for him, he's got to be super proud of this performance. Definitely a breakout performance from my perspective. And he seemed pretty satisfied with his day when I was chatting with him.
Yeah, no, you have to also realize he has a great mentor in Jimmy Picard, getting into the sport, because he truly is a skier. I wanted you to ask him if he's going to buy some new skis. I bet, unlike Leah, Zach, and I, he's excited for that winter to come back and have a really long, dark, wet, snowy winter.
Jason, that's funny. Right when you were commenting about what a great mentor he has in Jimmy, I was looking across the way, and at that moment, Jimmy was putting a puffy blanket around Gary's arms to warm him up. So, that's exactly what Jimmy is. Jimmy's a great support system, and for anybody in the Salt Lake Valley, if you're a mountain runner, Jimmy Picard. He keeps us all pretty healthy with his strength training down in Salt Lake. So, yeah, great people. And Gary's lucky to have him as a coach. And I do believe we've got our another Tortoise finish coming in right now. This is bib number 724.
Yeah, I think this will be our 3rd finisher. Maybe Kyle Thomas.
Yeah, 724 is Kyle Thomas.
Fantastic. What great
You
feelings
just said
right
that
there.
was amazing.
I don't know a lot of people who end up on the podium and finish with the first words of "that was amazing."
Coming from a high altitude place, Crested Butte.
Oh, he was a home up high. He was at Mount Warner, and he was feeling like there was tons of oxygen in the air. Yeah, I got to experience Crested Butte for the first time this year, having just moved to Colorado. I would still die on the hill that the Wasatch is the best mountain running town in the country. But having just moved to Colorado, I got out to Crested Butte, and that place is beautiful, and you just have endless amounts of amazing trail up there.
Lots of people don't know that it's really right on the other side of the ridge of Aspen.
Yeah.
And, you've got a great race called the Grand Traverse. It's a ski mountaineering race where they go point to point to Aspen. But they also have turned it into a great 40-ish mile trail race that they put on.
Yeah, that happened just recently. I had a few friends out there, and it's just a beautiful, beautiful course. If you haven't made it out to Crested Butte, highly recommend it. Some great races out there. If you're into the shorter stuff, you've got some great races coming up here, like extremely fast 5K and some other great races.
Yeah, I ran the Grand Traverse back in 2017, and I was reminiscing because yesterday I felt like some of the roads up high that we experienced on the Run Rabbit course felt very similar to what you experience on the Grand Traverse course between Crested Butte and Aspen. So if you like the Run Rabbit course, I'm sure you would like the Grand Traverse course that traverses from Crested Butte to Aspen in a nice point-to-point fashion, I think Labor Day weekend each year.
If you want a little bit more trail specific, Mad Moose puts on a 50-miler in October, which is a little risky that high. It could be really snowy, but that's a mostly all trail 50-mile race that they do up there. So next up will be Chris Hames from Durango, Colorado. Or actually, I'm sorry, John Herrick will be next, and then Chris Hames behind him a ways for our 6th and 7th Hares finishers.
Jumping into the chat here, we have aid station Fireball Liam out there was asking what happened overnight. And Jason, we shared a room last night, and I don't know about you, but when I woke up this morning, first thing I did was look at what was happening in the race and saw a lot of changes from when I went to sleep last night. So a lot happened overnight. That is what Run Rabbit is. Most of your moves are being made at night while we're all sleeping. And then there was a nice little shout out to Matt, number 25, from Denise Griffin, thanking us for showing the race. She's proud of her son-in-law, Matt, number 25 from Massachusetts. So this is one of the fun things about, as we were mentioning earlier, about this live feed is we get to bring the race to loved ones who aren't able to actually make it out here, and they can, get eyes on their family and their loved ones running. And this is just something that makes the sport that much more fun.
I think the biggest story overnight, and the biggest surprise, I woke up at 3:30 and checked that, our race leader, when we left, to go to take a nap, is that Michelle Yates dropped.
Yeah.
And she was complaining about her lungs. She had to have some oxygen, and she was the race leader. The other thing is, Nicole Bitter, up there in the front almost all day long. She's not in that podium position.
Yeah, lots of changes, lots of moves being made. If drops are going to happen, they're going to happen in the middle of the night here at Run Rabbit for the Hares. Yeah, I think that it was a fun little jolt of energy waking up this morning and seeing the gap between Jimmy and Dave. Just absolutely broke my heart a little bit for Jimmy, but it was exciting to watch such a fun race all day. Jimmy was my pick for it this race.
23 minutes. That was the gap between Jimmy and Dave. That's not that much after almost 18 hours.
I think when we all went to bed last night, the last update we had was that Jimmy and Dave were together at Dry Lake. And I think the first thing I asked when I woke up this morning, Mike brought me a cup of coffee and I said, "What's the update?" And mostly asking about the Jimmy and Dave gap. And I think we saw that grow by quite a few minutes overnight there.
Yeah,
and it looks
minutes.
like it held pretty solid then.
Yeah, 18-minute gap at Summit Lake, and then we had 21 at Long Lake, and then the biggest gap was actually at Mount Warner. It was 25 minutes, 26 minutes, and then Jimmy, like we talked about, cut that one back down to 22 for the finish, coming in at 17:45 for Jimmy, and 17:22, second fastest all time. It's been 6 or 7 years since somebody's broken 18. We have 2 Hares doing that this morning.
And arguably, they did it because they were running together and pushing each other to such a phenomenal
and
race.
The perfect weather.
Yeah, perfect weather. We can't discredit that. But competition brings out the best in both of you. And I'm going to throw this out there, Mike. I was only one room away. I'm a little upset I didn't get a cup of coffee this morning.
Hey, he has his favorites, okay?
I've heard lore and tales of Mike's coffee, his AeroPress and his pour overs. I think the guy appreciates coffee more than most people appreciate breathing.
I mean, I didn't marry him for his good looks.
I don't like coffee. I had a popsicle. I had a coconut pecan popsicle, and you know what? That woke me up. It was nice and sweet and cold. I don't like the taste of the coffee beans. I'm a freak. I know I'm alone on that, but I had to put it out there.
Only Jason Schlar would be having a popsicle at 5 o'clock in the morning. It's one of the things that makes you Jason Schlar.
Looks like we've got our third place female through Long Lake, and that's Karen Holland, which is exciting to see. Looks like she rolled through there 19:26 on the race clock, so probably about 3 minutes ago. And that puts her about an hour behind Christy Connect, who's out there in second place. Only, a little ways behind Tara Dower. I think we said about 13 minutes behind Tara.
10th and 11th overall.
And then looks
one
like
of the most
Karen,
competitive races
15th.
in North America.
Yeah, so we've got 3 women in the top 15 right now, which is just awesome to see. And looks like Karen's right behind one of our pals, Brian Peterson, who used to live out in the Wasatch and I believe now lives out on the East Coast.
Coming back for some mountain running. Beautiful Colorado.
So I do believe we should be seeing John Herrick any minute now. I'm wondering if he knows he's got a pretty comfortable gap behind him, so he might be taking his time on this final descent.
We've got 3 tortoises that are finished in 23 hours 21. For Kyle Thomas, Jacob Warnick was second at 22:45, and then the fastest tortoise time I've ever heard of, 21 hours 33 minutes. He came in between Jimmy and Dave at maybe thought. Maybe gave feelings to Jimmy that maybe that was Dave.
Yeah, Liam, A Station Fireball commenting that Georgia Porter's in Ludo Pomeray mode. If anyone's familiar with that story, and Jason, you can tell it far better than me, but Ludo was in, 50-something place halfway through UTMB, feeling like he was going to drop out, I don't know if I have it today, and then ends up winning the race. That was a number of years ago, but yeah, looks like what Georgia is doing. She's leading a charge, and to Leah's point earlier, sometimes in a 100-mile, that's all you need is just to give yourself time to be able to execute your game plan, and everybody's going to have a good portion of the race at a different time. What Georgia's doing here in the finish is far better than what some of these athletes were doing to the finish, but they had much better beginnings of the race than she was able to have. So it's playing your cards, and it's a lot like Texas Hold'em. You're kind of you got the 2 cards you come in with, and you got to play those intelligently, but you don't know what the river's going to give you, and that flop at the end is always exciting. So it's either going to make or break your day. And we're seeing that play out today with Georgia is really surviving on that river.
Yeah, and I think with Georgia too, so I think she was about 1 hour behind Karen at the last aid station spot. So if we saw Georgia charge onto the podium, I think that's going to be an absolutely huge charge late in the last quarter of this race, making up an hour gap there. But crazier things have happened.
Yeah, I mean, it only takes one low for one of the athletes in front of you, and they're running on that brink of break. And
having to walk.
Yeah.
On a fairly flat, high altitude section. So it's so much can happen there. Even though if you look at the course profile, you think, that's a pretty safe place. Not at all. We heard Jimmy talking that he was walking up there. Running a 17:45.
King of douche grade.
Yeah, King of douche grade was running on the flats. I mean, walking on the flats.
Yeah, I mean, it's the difference of, if you're hiking out an 18-minute mile or you're running a 10-minute mile, that's 8 minutes every mile. It only takes a couple miles to eat up a significant chunk of whatever gap you have. Lindsay McDonald popping into the chat here. Tara is on a tear, and I'm here for it, and we are also here for it. She has put on an absolute just clinic of grit and determination to get herself to that finish line. And she, when I saw her 17.7 at Fish Creek, she was like, I'm tired. I don't know if I have it in me today. And then turns around and puts herself in first place. So I will never listen to anyone at mile 17. It's a lie at that point.
You know, right up there with Courtney and Leah, ultra runner of the year kind of material. You know, just wow, what a great, incredible, historic year for women. We have two FKT breaking women on the Colorado Trail, both in this race, showing up and kicking some ass.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Georgia Porter with her incredible performance at High Lonesome. And, you know, obviously I don't think we need to mention Courtney DeWalter's name here and what she's done this year. I think she's got that pretty wrapped up for Ultra Runner of the Year. But, you know, so many amazing female athletes and runners this year. You know, Leah, you being one of them as well, incredibly impressed with your performance at UTMB. And, you know, we have another handful of great ladies here in the race. Lindsay McDonald herself in the chat. You know, we've just exciting to see the female sport. I've said it so many times over the course of the last 24 hours, and I will keep saying it, that the women's field is continuously being the more exciting, the more competitive, and you never know what name is going to do what. It's just a lot of up-and-comers.
Yeah, I feel like there's never been a more exciting time to be a female ultra runner. And looks like we've got another tortoise finisher here. That is our fourth tortoise.
Yeah, pop over there real quick. Yeah, that is going to be potentially John Lorenzen, unless there was a big move made by Josh Gal.
Bib 575.
That is John Lorenzen. He is our fourth place from Arvada, Colorado, making his way to the finish line. Oh, finished now.
Under 24 hours.
Nice.
Got it done in a day. Arvada, that is right down the street from me now. Great little place. Great little community right in Colorado. We got another runner right behind him. That is that going to be Josh Gal, who made up that 10-minute gap from Warner to the finish? Sneaking it in under 24 hours as well. Let's see who that is. I don't believe, is that any one of our hares?
I think this person has a pacer, so it's probably a tortoise here.
Yeah.
Unless
Getting
it's two runners, but
yeah, isn't it incredible?
two. Oh yeah, tortoise.
Oh, that's fun. There's those cowbells. Been waiting for that.
You spent too much time in Europe, Jason. Cowbells.
Maybe. You know, Abigail in the chat, you know, bringing up the amazing point that Tara, Virginia Beach, that's where she lives.
Right.
Leading Run Rabbit Run in the top 10 overall. Slaying the mountains in Steamboat.
Yeah, guys, and I don't know if either of you have ever visited Virginia Beach, but I know Tara does a good amount of her training in First Landing Park there, and she does her hill repeats on Mount Trashmore, which is a landfill that was then made into a park, which is actually where Mike and I had one of our first dates. So Mount Trashmore is the place to be, guys. But yeah, Tara does a lot of her hill repeats out there. So I just think it's phenomenal that she can throw down at these mountain races, throw down on the Colorado Trail, given where she lives and trains. Just truly phenomenal.
I mean, she's no stranger to the mountains, obviously, with what she does, but you know, it speaks to her and Arlen being on the podium. You know, those flatlanders and that speed, you need it here. at Run Rabbit in order to perform well. They're proving it, and not just perform well, but put yourself on the podium.
Totally. And I think something about Tara too. I was commenting yesterday, she's got just tons of 100-milers to her name at this point, but she had a 4th place finish at JFK last year running in the 640s, which is definitely stout at JFK because there is all running there. I mean, you hit the C&O towpath and you're cruising. So the fact that she can both slay on the Colorado Trail for 8 full days and then throw down a really solid JFK time proves that she really has a diverse toolkit and she can do it all.
It's Boulder, Flagstaff, Missoula, and Trashmore.
Mount Trashmore.
Those are the places.
Yeah, and we actually have a little bit of an update.
Zach.
We got Harry Sabertis just crested Mount Warner 1938, so he will be on his way down. Looks like he wasn't caught by Tara, but we should get an update about Tara's position, hopefully anytime soon here at Mount Warner. Like, this really, we don't know what happened between miles 89 and 96. That's a fairly significant. That's 7 miles at high elevation in the cold. A lot could have happened, and so yeah, we'll see what happened between Tara and Christy up there.
Yeah, and I mean, just talking about Tara and Harry being close to each other there, the section prior, going from Summit Lake to Long Lake, Tara had actually run that section about 25 minutes faster, I think, than Harry. So she was closing on him there. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see her continuing that trend and cruising right behind him here at Mount Warner. So hopefully we get a split for her there pretty soon.
Yeah, she had a 3-minute gap between her and Harry. So hopefully again we'll see it here in a couple minutes, and I would just love to see her just shred that downhill.
She's got that high of running in first place, $15,000. It's a lot of good feelings.
Yeah, at this point,
Are you guys still hearing me when I
her
talk?
game plan might be survive. Just put yourself in a position to win. I think it was with Adam Mary who said it on the Free Trail podcast recently. Like, don't show off, just win. Like just get to the finish line in first place. That's what matters. And that might be what's going through her head as she's duct taping that plane midair, just hoping to land it and getting there. She certainly put down some incredibly hard efforts to put a gap on Christy there to catch her and gap her. So, is the game plan just hold on? Whether you win by a couple minutes or you
reduce the risk. Don't want to bonk. Don't want to get sick. Don't want to trip and fall.
Leah, what would you do in this moment?
This is a good question. I was just thinking about what are the mantras I say to myself late in a race whenever it's a situation like this. And something I know, like just recently during UTMB, because that's fresh on my mind, there's the phrase in track and field whenever they're running these qualifying meets, like their world championships or USAs, they just say like survive in advance. So what I always tell myself in these long hundreds is just survive in advance, especially when it's a race where it's more of a war of attrition. Today didn't really seem too much like a war of attrition, but when it's a race that's more of a war of attrition, you just got to survive in advance, keep moving, stay positive, and if you just keep up the pace that you're moving on, it's going to be a good outcome. And I think for Tara right now, she's probably running a little scared, but she probably knows when she made her moves early on that she felt good when she made those passes. So I bet you she's thinking there's nobody out there that's moving quite as well as me right now. And I think that's pretty confidence inducing.
Yeah, absolutely. I always think about, when I'm in a position like this in a race where if I've made a gap like that, I just trust that anyone behind me is going to have to work harder than me at that point. And now it's up to them to make the moves. And that is confidence building. That gives you the confidence of, as long as you're just moving forward and feeling okay, that anyone behind you is going to have to hurt in order to make up that gap, and that's a great feeling to have, and I'm sure she's got that in her back pocket. But knowing Tara, she's not going to back off. She's that tough runner who's going to lean forward all night long, all morning long, getting herself to the finish. And speaking of morning, we have a beautiful sunrise coming up shortly. I would say in the next 20 minutes, you guys are going to get some sun down there. You might be able to shed that puppy.
I'm so excited.
Look at that fog down in the valley. That is a beautiful shot on the drone.
Oh, man. Kudos and thumbs up and high fives and big hugs to our drone crew, who has just been killing it, giving us these amazing views for the last 24 hours of this race. And it really showcases why Run Rabbit is such a great little race.
I'll never forget that, Fish Creek Reservoir and being up there and seeing those views and seeing the golden hour and then now the sunrise.
Yeah, I think it's something that, as Jason, you and I have run this race before, and you're so in the trees and you're so entrenched in what you're doing and focused on the race. And going up and down Fish Creek, you're focused on the rock in front of you and not much beyond that. So to be able to see these drone shots, it gives you such an appreciation for where you're at and what you're in and how beautiful this space is. And, also brings a huge level of excitement being able to see, these runners make their way through.
We got a Mount Warner Tara update, 1943, so 2 minutes ago, and she's about 5 minutes back from Harold.
Nothing is impossible at this point.
9th and 10th
throw it.
Overall.
Yeah, and I think for our men, we're seeing it take them about 50 minutes from Mount Werner down to the finish here. I don't know if this goes the exact route they went last year. I saw the men last year were doing this segment in about 44, 45 minutes, and I think Tara actually did sub 50 minutes from Mount Werner to the finish last year. So I think it might be slightly longer. So I'd imagine we'll probably see 50 to 55 minutes for Tara from Mount Werner down to the finish.
Courtney's best time here is 20 hours, 38 minutes. Addie Bracey, 2 years ago, 2023. And Michelle Yates with the course record of 2016.
We
So
got
Tara's
eyes
going to be
on Tara on the screen there, it looks.
Oh, that's that bright beanie. I recognize it.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that thing.
The hunter orange.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
She's moving well.
That's awesome. That was genius to wear a bright beanie like that for some drone footage.
Yeah.
Do it for the gram.
That's yeah. So it looks like I'd project probably close to a 20 hour, 30 something finish for Tara if she can keep this up, which is just phenomenal. And like I mentioned earlier, that's going to be about a 2.5 hour improvement from her race here last year, where she finished in second place just over 23 hours.
Leah, I've learned a long time ago, anytime you put a prediction down, I will bet my house on that. So I'm willing to bet that's gonna be extremely accurate.
Plus we're cheating. You can see her running down those switchbacks.
Yeah.
I think she's gonna get that third all time and beat Courtney's fastest time in 2017.
What?
Oh, that would be what is Courtney's time again?
20:38.
And remember, that was the year,
that's gonna be a close one.
That was the year Courtney had that like eyes gloss over, couldn't see, made her way down that thing, partially blind. That's why we see her now. All the iconic photos of her just throwing Visine in those eyeballs at every race.
Whatever it takes. Dang, Tara looks so good on this downhill, you guys. She is acting like she didn't just run 95 miles and do 8 days on the Colorado Trail.
There's also, I'm sure she's getting some energy from those 50 milers making their way up, cheering for, first female. They've seen
that's
now,
awesome feeling.
But seeing that first female, you're going to get a little extra love. You're going to get a little extra cheer.
What a view she's enjoying out there. I mean, look at that. That's motivational.
she's got everything playing in her favor. She's got the sunrise, so her circadian rhythms are waking her up and giving her a little extra energy. She's paced herself really well. She's rowing down on this nice, smooth, runnable downhill, which is her cup of tea right there. Getting the cheers from the crew. I mean, she's having herself a day. She's gonna enjoy as much as you can at mile 100 and something. She's gonna enjoy this finish.
Yeah, this is just incredible. And this is her 5th 100 miler in a 12-month period. And then in addition to that, I mean, I've mentioned several times, she's only been in the sport since 2021, and she has 100-mile podiums at Uwari, Blood Rock 100, Umstead, Cruel Jewel, Run Rabbit, Devil Dog, Hellbender, and great performances at JFK and Black Canyon, where are the only times that she's ever finished off a podium in an ultra. So Tara you just should not bet against Tara. She's solid, she's consistent, and I'd like to say she's a 100-mile specialist at this point, but I really don't think there's much that she can't do.
Absolutely agreed. And the variation of 100 milers has been impressive as well. And, Leah, nothing makes me smile more than listening to you just absolutely fangirl your fellow female athletes. It just speaks to the female contingency in the sport is just so incredibly supportive of each other, and we love to see it.
Yeah, it's part of what makes this sport great are the people in it, and Tara's one of them. And looks like we got Chris Hammis crossing the finish line. So is this our
Where'd you come from?
6th place hare?
Yeah,
I think he passed
John.
Holy, something must be happening to John on that descent, because Chris was 40 minutes behind John at the last
He
day.
needed a fun day.
And we got to
I think he
see
got
Chris
one.
just crushing that descent, from the Mount Warner aid station. He's just been on fire, representing Durango.
Go, Chris.
Yeah, that was a finish.
He said he needed a fun day, and I think he got that. Holy crap.
Yeah. I was talking to Chris earlier this year, and he didn't have his race at San Juan Solstice this year. Really he even told me he was thinking about just not racing anymore. And here he is finishing his summer with this kind of finish.
He was going for it with me for a minute.
Nice.
He's got his hard rock
Do you know that you
qualifier.
just made up a 40-minute gap on John behind you?
I did not.
Crushed it out there.
Yeah, that was. I feel like I did what I wanted to with that day.
Man, I don't think anybody ran smarter out there. That was incredible.
I wanted to. I've ran stupid here enough, so I really wanted to be able to run the last 20 to 30 miles.
Dang.
So, yeah, I did. I just needed to have fun too.
Oh man, you looked like you had so much fun. We saw you at Olympian, and we were like, Chris is about to have a great day.
Yeah, it was great.
Oh, well, huge congrats. That was incredible. That was so incredible. That's our Chris Hammis, guys, in 6th place for the Hares.
Sub 20 hours, 6 guys.
That's awesome.
I told you this is going to be the fastest top 10 in history here at Run Rabbit. Both male and female side, I believe.
Thank you.
What an incredible finish there. Mike McMonagle dishing out hugs at the finish line.
So happy for Chris. Like he said, he got to have the race that he really wanted. He's had a lot of bad races here. He didn't have a good San Juan Solstice in his backyard, but now he's got that Hard Rock qualifier. Another shot at the lottery coming up.
Yeah, and he had a podium finish at the Bear just last year, actually. Mike and I were out there crewing him. We met Chris first at Silverton Alpine a couple years ago, and he kicked Mike's butt in that race. So that's what happens. Yeah, your competitors become your friends. It's a pretty cool sport.
A couple years ago, he ran a a 50K with Matt Daniels, myself, and he kicked my ass, and he wasn't too far behind Matt Daniels, who was a 50K champion. So he's got all the talent.
Just amazing. Yeah, thanks, Liam, in the chat. He said Chris just split that last descent in like 40 minutes. And man, that is bonkers. He had to have been hauling.
Yeah, I think Dave's split was 57 or something like that. And then Jimmy had,
It was like 45-ish.
50. 5-0.
Okay.
So Chris really showing some incredible speed coming down that road.
He wanted to run the last 30, and he ran the last 30.
He knows this course. He knows that trail up there is so runnable. You don't want to be walking, and he did a great job executing that.
Looks like we've got a couple more. I'm just going to comment on the women into Summit Lake. So these will be our women that are filling out our top 10 at this point. So so far in the race, we've got Tara Dower leading. We've got Christy Connect, not too far behind her. Karen Holland then in third. Then Rebecca Orig fourth. Celinda Heinel of the Air Vapor Racing team there in fifth. Zoe Rom has been staying steady all day, and she's in sixth place with Megan Spiker in seventh. And then I believe we have Bree Grigsby in eighth place. So I think that's all of, and then Addie Rastall looks like she just checked in to that aid station as well for ninth place. And Addie was our first place Tortoise finisher for females last year.
Would that be Addie Rastall in 10th place?
Oh, did I miss that?
Yeah, Brianna Grigsby 9th, Megan Speaker 8th, Zoe Rom 7th.
Oh, I might have missed
Heinel
someone.
Is 6th. Rebecca Orig.
I forgot about Georgia in there. There's Georgia's fourth.
Yeah, it looks like Zoe and Megan running together for a long time.
Looks like we've got another, this might be a Tortoise finisher here.
Cowbells are going.
Happy to be done. Oh man, he sprinted that last bit. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's feeling it. The drama of the finish line, you absolutely love to see it. He's just leaving it all out there. Nothing makes me happier than to see that.
So good.
Get that man a tinfoil blanket.
Looks like Georgia Porter through Long Lake 1 minute ago at 19 hours, 55 minutes.
Nice.
Third place.
She's in third place? Or that would be a change up.
Because it's
I think she's in
Karen,
fourth
and then
place.
Georgia. Oh, I'm sorry.
Tara, Christy, Karen, Georgia.
Let's see here. So it's 1955 for Georgia, and looks like Karen was 1926. So she is closing that gap a little bit. So about 30 minutes to Karen.
Yeah, 30 minutes,
saw it with
11
Chris.
miles to go.
There's a lot of runnable.
Totally.
There's a lot of runnable where you can really make some moves.
And now that you're ditching the headlamps, and you've got daylight, it's going to be a little bit more runnable, and you're going to pick up the pace just a touch more, just because you can see a little bit better.
As I think almost any 100-mile veteran would know and has experienced, the sunrise brings a magical energy, almost like a second birth. You just feel good. The sun's there. That dark 12 hours in the dark.
You finally get to shed that weight of the darkness. And really, I mean, again, I'm gonna go back to my science background. It's just circadian rhythms. Your hormones are changing and shifting. That sunlight really is the catalyst to getting some hormone changes, and you're gonna see and feel a natural energy boost as your body's saying, "Hey, this is when we normally wake up." Even if you've been moving all night and awake, it's re-waking up, if you will, just because it's that time to do it. So having run this race a couple times and seen the sunrise twice, and having run other races like URAY 100 where you're forced to see the sunrise for a second day, I can attest to that fact that seeing that sunrise again is a beautiful thing. And it's only a couple hours until you get the heat again, though. So it's a double-edged sword. You want to really find that finish line just a few hours after the sun comes up.
I think the sun will feel pretty nice today.
Yeah, as you're shivering down there in your puffy jacket.
It's kind of humorous to think, Dave and Jimmy they didn't want to see that sun.
Yeah.
If you want that sub 18, screw the sun. I'm keeping this headlamp on.
Yeah. Yeah, and how motivating that can be. Guys, there is, something I like to tell myself in ultras is anything can happen in 10 miles, okay? So I'm looking at our long lake to the finish, which is about 10 miles, probably 11 to 12 miles. And looks like Chris Hammis did that section in 2 hours and 7 minutes, okay? And then John Herrick, who he passed, did that section in 3 hours, 42 minutes. So Chris was able to close about an hour and a half gap in 10 to 12 miles. So for any of you guys listening out there who feel like you lose hope late in a race and feel like your competitor up ahead of you is too far gone, just remember that absolutely anything can happen in 100 milers, and it's not over until you cross that finish line.
So many revivals, so many ups, so many downs, and just knowing when you're in those dark places and those bad places that it's only a matter of time that you can be running faster than you have in 20, 30 miles.
If you're smart enough to take the time to focus on what you need to do to get out of the low, it's ride the high until you hit a low, and then it's figure out how to get back to the high again. And then you ride that high as long as you can until the other low comes. And the 100-mile distance, it's got more resurrections than the Bible. It's a super fun distance to watch because you just see so many deaths and revivals.
I think there was just one, but
it's pretty easy to beat that. Oh man! But thank you, Steve, in the chat. While we're talking about hard chargers in the last little bit of a race, you made the note that Georgia made up 33 minutes on Karen on that last section, so she may get her. So that's actually really exciting because that is the charge for the podium there. So right now our podium for the female is looking like Tara Dower, Christy Connect, and then Karen Holland right now. But it looks like we've got a hard charging Georgia Porter, which will make this a really exciting last 10 miles of this race.
Love it. Looking through some of the runners here, I see 18th place, Kevin Carson. He just got to Long Lake at 19 hours and 50 minutes. This guy is an athlete that I coach, and about a week before this race, he was signed up to run the Tortoise race. And, I said, shoot your shot. And look at him. He's in the top 20. He's got 12 miles to go. I'm so proud of this guy.
Will that charge you?
That's awesome to see.
Right there with Georgia.
Getting a great view from our drone pilots there, watching that descent, finishing that descent from Mount Warner all the way into the finish line here. You get to you get to see it for quite a while. That gives you a little energy, knowing that what you're running into. You can literally see and smell the barn. You can hear the cowbells. You can hear the cheers. Pretty soon you're going to be able to smell
Mount
the
Warner
burger
too.
surprise.
It looks like Christy is still 13 minutes back from Tara. So it looks like that gap has remained exactly the same from Long Lake to Mount Warner. So Christy's just 13 minutes back from Tara.
Yeah, it looks like those places are pretty solidified at that point, especially given how good Tara was looking on that downhill.
Yes.
How well she was moving. It looks like that's going to be a maintained gap at this point.
I think unless something catastrophic happens, we'll see that.
Tara's got her power beanie on. She is moving home. She's coming home.
I think if anything did happen to Tara, she would just muscle through it. We've seen grit from that girl all day.
Got some sunshine.
So we've got 7 finishers at Run Rabbit Run Hares race. John Herrick and Chris Hames. Sean Van Horn at 5th. Gary Messina was 4th. First time 100 miler. And then the top 3, Dave Stevens running a 17:22. Incredible time. 17:45 for Jimmy, just 22 minutes back, running the first half completely together.
Yeah, it was so fun to watch all day long. Those two just. It seemed like any time one of them wanted to make a move through an aid station, and you'd think, oh, this is going to be it. He's going to make his move. You'd see him at the next aid station together, and you're just like, what is happening out there? We were able to obviously watch it most of the day through the drone footage and through the aid station cams, but holy cow, that was such a fun race to watch. And Tara's ascent through the women's field, up until when she took the lead, was just really, honestly, it was a clinic in how to run a 100-mile race.
Totally. And looks like we've got our 5th place woman, Rebecca Orig, checked into Long Lake. So she's 5 minutes back from Georgia Porter. They are running together at that last aid station. So looks like Georgia cut into that gap just a little bit there. So it looks like we've got our top 5 females through Long Lake.
Yeah, and with 15 miles, still so much can happen.
Totally. And I think we're seeing the men do roughly on average 2.5 hours from Long Lake to the finish. So I'd probably expect 2.5 to 3 hours for the women here, which we're looking at probably sub 23 hours perhaps for our top 5 women, which would be actually really incredible considering Tara Dower was our 2nd place finisher last year in just over 23 hours. We very well could see 5 women squeeze under 23 hours this year, which would be, just a testament to how deep and competitive these races and the sport is getting.
Yeah, it just keeps getting faster. More and more women are inspired to get out there, shoot their shot, and just kick some ass. It's so awesome to see this. I was just thinking about Dave and Jimmy. Jimmy's strategy, he said it at the end of the race there, that his intentions were to really just crush and blow through those aid stations. But then on the flip side, we saw Dave really taking his time, and losing a minute, 2 minutes at an aid station. But in the end, maybe that was an advantage for Dave.
I do wonder that. Sometimes I think, it doesn't feel that way in the moment. And oftentimes there is something tactical to clinging on to somebody as they're leaving an aid station. But I do think, especially in hundreds, especially as you're going into the night, taking the time for yourself, taking that minute to reset and really just take care of you. I don't think there's anything more valuable, especially once you're deep in 100 dividends in minutes later on.
I think one of the biggest advantages of taking your time at the aid station is that you have the fuel, you have hot soup, you've got energy drinks, you've got all those things. You don't have to put it in your pack. You can, if you take 3 minutes, you get not carry, an extra pound of fueling, for the next 5, 6, 7, 10 miles. And that could be really advantageous. I remember at UTMB just watching a lot of the top athletes, men and women, getting into the aid station and just fueling like crazy.
Yeah, and I think oftentimes in races, there's nothing like a few hundred calories can't solve. I think that was something I learned at UTMB this year. It's like sometimes you think, oh, I just need to take a gel, but sometimes you need to pound 400, 500 calories just to get that body to reset a little bit and start feeling a little bit more fueled. So I think especially late at night when it's cold, whenever you're like 85 miles into an ultra, sometimes that's really what your body needs. It doesn't really need these quick calories anymore. It needs just like a heaping of calories.
There's a big change, since Rob Carr, Michelle Yates, myself, running this race. I took 1,700 calories for the entire race. And now we're pushing 100 grams of carb, 400, 450 calories per hour. And, utilizing these aid stations to just absolutely feel good. And, maybe that's part of the reason that, Tara or Arlen are able to come and do so many of these big races and do the Colorado Trail is because we're fueling. Like
Totally.
David Meggett call it, also, food doping. That's something that is totally different than, 2010, 2012, when we were following the example of Anton and Joe of, hey, eat as little as you possibly can and take a little, 12-ounce hand water bottle.
I mean, I feel like the times have changed so much, and I think there's just been such a benefit to the research, to the social media spread of nutrition information when it comes to how to fuel ultra marathons, but also how to recover from them as well. I think there's just been so much science on the recovery from these events, and I think you're exactly right, Jason. That's why we're seeing people like Arlen and Tara be able to do what they've been doing, not just this year, but for multiple years in a row, and to be able to be at the top of the sport doing that as well. I think there's just totally something to be said there.
Yeah. There's the target of 100 grams of protein a day, and finding that protein, doing a double protein shake recovery, those kind of things that help rebuild that muscle and keep that energy and that availability to be able to recover at a rate that we just weren't taking advantage of 10 years ago.
Sports changed so incredibly, just drastic over the last 10 years. And to your point, the old survive as dehydrated as possible so you can carry as little as possible is now replaced with the what the hell are you doing, idiot? Drink as much as you need to. And I remember my very first 100-mile race was Leadville 100 back in 2013, and we were still weighing athletes at the 50-mile point. And if you had lost so much weight, you were required to drink water until you regained that weight. And, I sat at mile 50, and I don't know how much water I drank before I was allowed to leave Winfield. And, I had to gain a few pounds back. And, that's totally unhealthy now and unheard of. So sports absolutely changed. And athletes, I believe, are taking care of themselves so much more. And we're hearing a lot more stories being shared about having a better relationship with nutrition, and light being shed on some of the struggles I think a lot of us have had in the past. Hopefully that's changing things, and it's at least starting a conversation and making others more aware of the mental health aspect and how that feeds into the physical health aspect.
Totally. And something I was actually noticing when I was looking at Tara's training, and I think she's a good representative of this, is like, yes, she does, like what she does on the surface is a lot. She does a lot of hundreds. Her through hiking efforts, like that is very taxing on the body. But something that I thought was pretty inspiring between her Colorado Trail effort and this race was she really didn't do a lot. She was doing 20 to 30 mile weeks. And I think what she was really prioritizing in those weeks was her recovery. She was making sure that she was mentally reset, she was physically reset, and I think she knew that there was really no value to be gained by overdoing it in that period. She knew she was fit, she knew she could go the distance, she knew she had the endurance that was needed. All she needed to do was just really recover physically and mentally, and that would get her where she wanted to be for Run Rabbit, which I don't think a lot of people can say. Sometimes people, if they've got hundreds lined up next to each other, sometimes they feel the need to really jump into extreme training between them to really be their best version of themselves. But sometimes the best version of themselves is a rested self. And I think Tara is a great example of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think sometimes it's not easy to trust the process and to trust that the work you've done 5-6 weeks ago is still showing up physiologically in the body. And I have to explain that to my athletes so much that, hey, what you did 4 weeks ago is still showing up, and it's not going to fully show itself, until a month later. So, as you do see some quick adaptations, the big, deep adaptations from something that she did in the through hike is going to take 4 to 6 weeks to fully show up. The mitochondria being built in the cells, all of that on a cellular level. It takes time. And if you trust that, then you don't need to go put down these hard efforts. And one of my favorite sayings that I heard years ago was, in order to finish first you must finish. And that plays into it. You've got to make sure that you're going to get to that finish line if you want to finish first. And part of that is taking care of yourself nutritionally, recovering, not doing too much, trusting in the process, all those, little quotes we love to say. But yeah, that's one of my favorite things, is watching athletes really take care of themselves now. And longevity in the sport, to your point, Leah, earlier, that's what it takes.
Totally. Yeah. And I think I was reading one of Tara's pre-race posts on Instagram, and she said her motto coming into this race and just this entire year as a whole was run often and run well. And I think she's really exemplifying that today. And like, honestly, in her last 2 years of ultra running results, I think she's been trying to piece together both the physical and mental side of things. And I think today she completely nailed it. And I think we're about to see a 2.5 hour improvement on her race from last year, which I'm just so excited to see where the Tara Dower trajectory goes from here. Luckily for all of us, she's going to line up at Javelina 100 in October. So we might get to see that sooner than we think.
You get to see it
So
one
amazing.
more time.
And she's really on track to, possibly the third fastest time all time at Run Rabbit Run.
Christie's through Warner.
Little update from Mike there. It sounds like we have Christy through
Warner at 19:56. So she is just 13 minutes behind Tara.
A steady maintained gap there.
Yeah, but it's not exactly a huge gap. 13 minutes.
No,
I
we've seen
mean,
that get swallowed up.
Jimmy and Dave saw a 22-minute gap when they finished. So this is a little bit closer right now.
Yep, and I expect it should be Tara or Harold should be the next people we see cross the finish line here. And I'd imagine that should be sometime, probably in about 15 minutes or so, is what I'd imagine for at least one of them.
if they were each maintaining pace that they had been, it's going to be close.
You know, Harold doesn't have the motivation and the excitement that Tara and Christy have. They might be able to catch some Harold on that descent.
Yeah, and how exciting too. We've got a fun, we haven't talked about the teams race in a while, but I think the team of Jimmy Elam and Tara Dower probably have it in the bag at this point.
Yeah,
I think
$5,000.
their major competing team is Dave Stevens and Georgia Porter, which I guess if Georgia made a late charge, if these teams are based on time, so could be close still. But I think we've got a really strong performing Tara Dower and Jimmy Elam team out in the front right now at the very least.
I think Jimmy and Tara taking home that 5K. And when we interviewed Jimmy, I can't remember if it was yesterday or 2 days ago, but Jimmy's looking to get a procedure, a surgery that he needs to get done on his leg, and that's what he wanted to use the winnings for. So he's got an extra 5K quite possibly coming. And they also, Jimmy and his partner, I think, have bought a house. So
yeah,
that's
they
a nice,
just bought a house. I think they close on it or in a couple weeks here. And his partner, Anna Fisher, will be lining up at the Grindstone 100K next weekend. So Jimmy's going to have to take off his racing cap for a second and stick on the crew cap and put together a good day of crewing for Anna out there.
Awesome. Well, he owes her.
He sure does.
I saw her last night sitting there freezing at Dry Lake when I left at 10 o'clock at night, and she had been all around the course all day long taking care of him. So yeah, he gets to pay it back next week.
Another power couple. Man, we've seen so many power couples.
So I'm going to throw it out here. What would we rather see in the sport? Power couples in these teams, or would we rather see like brand teams like the Ultra team, the North Face team, the Norda team?
I think this is pretty fun because I like how things are right here, because these are people who otherwise, honestly, most of the time don't really even know each other. And they look at the start list and they probably likely message each other back and forth. They're like, hey, you want to be on a team? So like these are people who more often than not haven't really had much of a relationship in the past and kind of team up for something special. And I think that's pretty cool. Whereas I think brand, sometimes you already have that relationship with people, but I think this is pretty unique what we have here. And honestly, I would love to see a little bit more of this at other races.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think that kind of makes it fun. I mean, Georgia openly stated during our interview that she literally went down the starters list on Ultra sign up and emailed Dave first, and that's how they ended up on a team. So she tried going for a ringer, but it looks like Jimmy and Tara put themselves together. Also, both running for Ultra, and they literally, I watched them meet each other at the pre-race meeting. So that's kind of a little fun dynamic. And it looks like they're gonna end up getting that team win. But I think it is something that adds a little more excitement to the race itself. And I mentioned that running for something greater than yourself might be what you need in the middle of the night when you're hitting a low, like, oh man, I don't want to let Jimmy down. I got to push a little bit harder.
Yeah. I think it's definitely that added incentive when the going gets tough. And small correction, but I'm mostly just correcting you because it's a really interesting fact about Jimmy is he works for Ultra, but like is not sponsored by them and is actually sponsorless. And I think due to the conflicting nature of working for a brand, it's actually made it quite difficult for him to acquire a sponsor. So I think this is just a really interesting fact about, sponsorship in this day and age of ultra running. And also like whenever you work in this industry, it's some things that you don't often think about.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that correction. I think it does need to be put out there. I think that it's unfortunate. I mean, we hear it with our Canadian contingency all the time. It's hard to get sponsorship in Canada in trail and ultra running. When you have Dave Stevens, who absolutely crushed it twice, 2 wins, and still, it's hard to find sponsorships and support in getting to this. And that's kind of what you need in this day and age to continue competing at a high level. We're seeing a lot of unsponsored athletes continue to show up and show out. But that sponsorship really does help. And, no one's more deserving than Dave, Jimmy, and, they 1 and 2 here, and we'd love to see it happen for both of them.
Yeah. It's pretty incredible, though. Jimmy does it for the love of the sport. He loves to do this. He loves to compete. He loves to run in the mountains. That is fantastic. And it's great that we have races like Run Rabbit Run where he can take home, upwards of $17,000 with a team bonus.
Right. 17.5. 2,500 each.
Yeah.
Getting a great shot of the drone there. Out its land. We should be expecting Tara Dower down to that finish. It's been 40 minutes.
The last 30.
So with how she was moving, we got less than 10 minutes before we see on F1 here at the 2023 Run Rabbit Run 100. I can't be more impressed by what Tara's done today.
So
we just got an update from our team that our drones missed F2 coming because she's too fast.
Wow.
Fair enough.
Christy's really moving.
She was moving really well all night long. It was really fun to see her rip through the aid stations. With a smile, she never looked frantic. She just looked like she was really out there having a good, fun run.
Yeah, I thought so too. And she looked very focused, but still smiling, still had good energy. And, she's been in this sport for a little bit, but this is her first 100. And I think we're seeing her dominate today. One of her biggest races today, she ran Never Summer 1 year and was a 3rd place behind Addie Bracey and Claire Gallagher. She's had tons of great training this summer, lots of 100 to 120 mile weeks with lots of vert training in Mammoth, California. I know she has, she's a mom and she is also a nurse and trains a lot. So I think she lives a well-balanced lifestyle. And luckily for me, I got some insight from my buds, Katie Asmuth and Danny Moreno, and they just raved about how awesome she is and how she was able to represent 17 on one of our mountain running teams. So I think she knows how to train. I think she's extremely, extremely strong and tough. And I think we're seeing that play out today in what is her debut 100 miler that she's doing to celebrate her 40th birthday. So I was corrected on her pronunciation of her last name. It's Christy Connect. So awesome job, Christy. You are crushing it out there today, and really excited to see what her final finish time will be, because I do think this will probably be a top 10 finish time as well, because she's not too far back from our first place female right now, Tara Dower.
Yeah, it looks like she's moving in really hard. And, this Run Rabbit Run tends to be a place where athletes and runners can come and really have their breakout performances. Kyle Piatare's win, Dave Stevens wins, getting up on Gary Messina today, 4th place. It was really, that is a stepping up into the sport, and athletes are coming here and showing up and showing out, and these are the breakout performances. And Christy has put herself right up in there with a projected 2nd place finish here at the Run Rabbit Run 100 in a fantastic time. And honestly, Leah, it even means that much more given what you shared about her profession, working full time, being a mom, this being her 40th birthday, and she's celebrating here. That's just adds to it. Really.
We have a drone shot of a female runner getting close with two pacers. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a tortoise. It's definitely not Tara.
Unless she shed that extremely bright paint.
And put on pants. I don't think
That's true. That's true.
Could that be Harold? Is that a guy coming in maybe though?
Maybe you're right.
Because I know he has been wearing some blue. Hard to tell from the drone footage.
Yeah. Maybe you're right. Maybe that is Harold.
I do hear some cheers from the finish line here, so
a male
I do
runner.
think we have somebody fast, which means if that is Harold, that means we've probably got Tara not too far behind.
I think he's coming in with a tortoise.
Let's see what we got here.
Oh, he's stepping down gingerly.
Or this could just, let's see. Ooh. I guess I need to sit up from my chair. I'll go find out.
I know, Leah, it's a rough life.
I was like wrapped in my blanket. Okay, so we got a tortoise finisher. This is bib number 527 and with a pacer and some family. So that is tortoise
Awesome.
finisher, bib 527.
527. Him hopping. Hopped his way on into that finish line from
Run,
Steamboat
rapid run.
Springs, Colorado. I'm sorry. I had to say it. That was a terrible pun.
Oh, thank you, Nikki, in the chat. She's adding some extra intel to our Christy Connect fangirling. So Christy's also a badass ski mountaineering racer and went to the World Championships in 2017 and placed top 12 in the vertical, a massive accomplishment for the U.S. That is incredible. I think we're seeing a lot of these crossover skimo and trail running athletes today, which, there is our hair finisher, 66. I think that is Harold.
Harold, all right.
Yeah, that's 66. That is Harry. That is Harold.
All right, so we are
we're gonna do a
currently
quick battery
20,
swap.
30 elapsed.
Quick battery swap.
Okay, and we're going to do a quick battery.
Okay. So
They better hurry up because that is Tara Dower running into the finish line here.
Oh,
within the
just
next
a minute or
minute
two behind. Tara, the overall women's leader, looks like she's right at 20 hours and 30 minutes.
Oh, she looks fatigued. She looks tired. But at this point, she's still moving super well.
Incredible.
So tired as she might be, fatigued as she might be, she is not letting up until she crosses that finish line. She is only, about 100 yards or less away from making that turn over the bridge and making her way to the finish line there. So hopefully
She's got 8 minutes to beat Courtney's third all-time and become the third fastest woman ever to run Rabbit Run, behind Addie Bracey and Michelle Yates, run in 2016 and 2023. She's got 7 minutes to get in to beat that.
I
third
think she can
all-time.
walk
She's
that at
going
this
to do
point.
that.
Yes, she is.
Oh,
so
she's got
cool.
that head back. She is.
Oh, she's probably
tired.
so ready to be done.
Oh, Leah, I am so excited for you to chat with her and to hear about how her day played out.
How's it going for you guys?
All right.
Oh, it's still alive.
Oh, look at
Female
that
winner.
Look at that turnover.
Yeah. Even if her head's back, she's kicking ass. Wow. Here
All
she
right,
comes.
guys, this
Winner
is
of Run, Rabbit, Run.
amazing. Oh, Tara Dower. Guys, this is a 2.5 hour improvement from last year. I mean, coming off an 8-day effort on the Colorado Trail less than 2 months ago, this gal has had a heck of a year. Tons of 100-mile finishes. She is stellar. Oh, and she is sprinting.
She's kicking it in.
Look
Oh,
at
I
that.
Into
love
the grass.
to
Here
see
she
it.
comes.
Let's
Third
go,
fastest time ever at the Run Rabbit Run.
2032.
100.
Go,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Tara.
that is our
That is
2023 Run Rabbit
huge.
100 female winner, Tara Dower out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. Just put on a clinic on how to run this race successfully.
Wow. How happy is she?
She looks thrilled.
Oh, she can't cry. She can't cry. If those are tears, I'm gonna lose it.
Through hiker champion, now 100-mile Run Rabbit Run, third fastest all time, 20 hours and 33 minutes. Historic moment here in Steamboat.
Yeah.
Happy
emotions.
tears.
Oh, I love it. All right, that's it. Zach's losing.
You're definitely top 2.
You can't keep it together.
Oh.
I remember. Yeah, because this next person. Like, it doesn't matter.
20:32:21, her official finishing time.
How do you finish every race with a bloody hand, Tara? You're so incredible.
She even
Oh my
wore
God.
gloves, and she still got the bloody hands.
Yeah.
Oh.
Congratulations. You got third fastest time here ever. $15,000. And I think you guys won the team competition. Freaking incredible. You ran an amazing day. How's it feeling?
Good. I don't even know. Like, I had first 10 miles, I didn't know if I could finish because I had like this, I didn't have any energy. And I just kept going and just, I think of Courtney Walter and how she just is consistent. So I just tried to stay consistent throughout the day, and I felt that was the key to it.
Totally. Oh my gosh. 2.5 hour improvement from last year. Less than 2 months after you did 8 days on the Colorado Trail.
Yeah.
I feel like nobody describes grit and resilience quite like you.
Thanks.
I feel like you probably had to dig deep in a couple moments out there.
That last 6 miles was really tough. I don't know if I can stand up.
You don't need to, luckily.
I can't believe it.
You ran so consistent and amazing all day long, just crawling your way up there.
Thanks.
And dang, amazing.
When I saw y'all, I was not doing okay.
Hey, we said Tara's going to move her way up. She knows what she's doing. I think that's exactly what we said. We said she knows what she's doing. And look at you.
I'm here.
Freaking incredible.
Oh, jeez.
I keep talking about how you're signed up for Javelina in a month.
Maybe not the
I don't
time to
know.
talk about that.
I'll do it. I'll just do it and have fun.
Of course
We've been
you
giving
will.
Mount Trashmore lots of shout outs on the chat today. So
Mount Trashmore works.
It does.
It works.
She is getting
It
so
works.
much love on the feed.
You're getting so much love on the feed right now. Everybody loves you, all your through hiking buds. Everybody is a huge Tara fan. So I think that says a lot about who you are and what you just freaking accomplished.
I have a lot of great friends. A lot of them made through hiking. Everyone should through hike if they get the opportunity. It really helps with ultras too.
Ski, through hike, and win Run Rabbit Run.
Yeah, it makes you keep fighting, huh? Even when you think the going's tough.
Oh yeah, when you're all bloody and peed on yourself, and you're like, well, I just gotta keep going. Can't do it.
I have no other option but to keep going. Well, congratulations.
Thank you, Leah.
Amazing performance. You're
Thank
incredible.
you. I appreciate it.
All right, Tara, give me a big smile.
Tara Dower, everybody. Third
Getting the chocolate
fastest
milk
female
sponsorship
ever
right
here.
Run Rabbit Run champion. 15,000, 5,000 for the team win with Jimmy. Wow. Absolutely incredible day.
So
2.5 hours
incredible.
faster than last year. Set
I'm
the
so inspired
FKT
right now.
on the Colorado Trail.
I literally thought I was going to make it through this race without tears and just seeing the joy and excitement from her and her own just overcoming those demons throughout the day. Like you said, or she mentioned that she didn't know in the first 10, 15 miles if she was going to be able to even finish the race today and just do what she
You're
did.
like the Energizer Bunny. I don't know how
that
you're
is
doing it. Have you gone to
an
the
experience right there.
Taking that
2 hours
motivation
more than I got.
from Courtney, a hero to us all. Now Tara is one of those heroes as well.
Now, is
so cool.
Is this the beginning of the Tara Dower era?
Yeah.
I mean,
Tara
I
Dower
think
year.
we've been part of the Tara Dower era for a little bit now.
Oh,
How incredible.
we had a great nickname
The Tara era.
for her.
It's the
in
Tara era.
The Tara era. We got the Terror Dower.
Thanks, dude. Dude,
Wow. Bringing
I
it
forgot
home.
to record her
Staying
as she was
tough.
running in.
Having
I started
doubts at
recording
mile
the
10.
interview. I started recording the interview,
But like
not
she
the
said,
actual
just kept moving, kept going, taking inspiration.
It gets better. It definitely gets better. I know sometimes you find yourself in some dark places in these races, but man, just taking inspiration from what Tara just said, it's, she didn't think she could go on, and look at that. Just 2.5 hour improvement from last year, third fastest female. I think beating all of her expectations for herself in the process. And how cool is that?
Such an incredible, inspiring performance today, and really a clinic on how to execute a race, learn, come back, correct, and then just absolutely execute.
What an incredible all-around athlete. I mean, I remember at the interview just talking about her Colorado Trail FKT, living in Virginia, being a ski mountaineer, and that just absolutely incredible.
If it's just her.
And it goes to show that spreading yourself out a little bit might be the key to success. If you look at, the great Courtney Dauwalter as well. She also spreads herself out in the winter and does a lot of skiing, a lot of other things. Her big days in the mountains aren't always just hard, crazy workouts. They're just big exploratory days, and she believes in that. I think Tara also does something similar when she does her FKT or her through hiking, just big days in the mountains, not necessarily always super hard and fast, but then she's also doing, hill repeats up Mount Trashmore. So it's a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I think you combine all those together, that seems to be the recipe for success, and it's showing here with Tara Dower.
Christy Connect is the badass ski mountaineer racer, but Tara, just having that background, she calls herself a through hiker.
Yeah.
And here she is setting the third fastest time on a very runnable Run Rabbit Run course, running under 21 hours, winning $17,500, not knowing if she can continue at mile 10. Wow.
Very, very Ludovic Pomeray-esque kind of finish there. And proof, Leah, like you said, sometimes all you got to do is keep going, and eventually it gets better, whether that's because you find the finish line or you find a second life.
Totally. And I think what's really inspiring here too, I remember reflecting back on some of Tara's social media posts from after the Colorado Trail, and she was very wrecked from that. And she said she just didn't even know, mentally, what the next month was going to look like for her, or even if Run Rabbit would happen, and how all those conflicting feelings are leading up to a big race after you've had a really, really big effort on your legs. And I just think she really did dedicate herself to making sure she was mentally and physically reset for this effort. And I think that just paid dividends today with that just stellar performance we saw from her.
And that kind of approach to finding success needs to be more outspoken here in the sport. It is about taking care of your body, taking care of the little things. It's not always about trying to cram a little bit more fitness in. If you trust the process and allow your body the time to recover and truly listen to the whispers before they become screams, that's going to give you longevity in the sport, and apparently it's also going to give you a phenomenal time here at Run Rabbit Run.
How about that mental iron fortitude to say, yeah, I'll be at Javelina in a month too.
Right. You know, Leah, you were just saying that
it gives
her
me goosebumps. I mean,
right,
that is
just
crazy. That is
she got off
absolutely wild.
the Colorado Trail and was like, "Man, I don't know if I'm going to go to Run Rabbit." She finishes Run Rabbit and she's like, "Yeah, I'll go have fun."
What a crusher.
People doing unbelievable, incredible things right here at Run Rabbit Run.
And I do think we'll probably be seeing Christy connect sometime soon. She was only 13 minutes back up at the Mount Werner summit. And I think we've had quite a few minutes pass now, probably about 10 minutes since Tara's finish. So I'd imagine sometime in the next 10 minutes, we'll be seeing Christy finishing in her debut 100 miler.
Wow. 2 debut 100 milers. Gary, the first one, placing 4th. And then we got Christy Connect placing 2nd at one of the biggest stages for 100-mile running in North America. At a legendary 11th year Run Rabbit Run race.
You know, Kyle Pietari popping off in the chat here. No stranger to this race, obviously a previous winner, multiple time top 10 podium finisher here at Run Rabbit. You know, he's letting us all know his experience of the final miles here at Run Rabbit Run are the most just demanding because it is so runnable that if you're leaning forward and pushing, like, that's a lot of physical damage that your quads are going to take on those final miles. Jason, what was your experience coming down that?
You know, my outlook on those last 10K, hour and a half is I hit 150 to almost 300 milligrams of caffeine. It doesn't matter what my legs are telling me. It's just finish. It's, you know, it's beast mode. You whatever label you use, you just let everything go. That's the way I like to finish that, and I think that's the way that Tara did as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kyle is no stranger to pushing himself to a finish line to the point of puking at almost every. I think he's got like an 80% success rate with puking at the finish line. So that's if anyone knows how to finish this race, it's him for sure. And Tara also just cemented herself with such a phenomenal finish. I would love to go and look at what her split from the Warner to the finish, how that compares to previous years. Is this Chrissy Connect coming in? It is a single runner, so I'd assume it's going to be a hare.
Yeah, if it
She
is.
should be in any minute, and I believe we're going to have the finish line crew with Mike and Leah capture this.
Yeah. It might be a male tortoise. We're not. Yeah, I think it might be male.
Yeah.
But she'll be soon.
Yeah, we were expecting her any minute. So, yeah, it's always so hard to tell with those drone shots.
So Tara finished 9th overall, cracked into the top 10, one of the most competitive 100-mile races in North America, running the 3rd fastest time ever by a female, beating Courtney DeWalters, her hero's time, by approximately 4 minutes.
How awesome is that? Beating your idol's time on this course. Yeah, let's see.
With a $17,500 bonus to it too.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
lots
that's
of good
just the
feelings
cherry
here.
on top. Yeah, I don't believe that's Chrissy Connect coming in right now as they're making their way over the bridge. That might be a tortoise or possibly another hare. We'll get eyes on.
Oh, we've got the music now. We've got the cowbells. It's getting warm. It's party time. What a party it's already been for the last 3 hours.
Yeah, I mean, we're really having a dang good time up here.
I'm on edge. I too
We're just getting started.
had tears in my eyes watching Tara finish.
Oh, I already wept. It already happened. Who is this we got, Leah?
I think Leah might be
Let me see if I can
changing
get a bid
batteries or
number
something.
check
I hear
on
the
him.
sniffles. I know she's there.
Can you hear me?
Just barely. Maybe she's on the mic. Mic.
Yeah. Mike's.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine, Mike.
What? So they're hearing us through the headphone.
Okay.
Okay.
We're getting a little note from the booth here that we can't get the audio too loud at the finish line because this is being streamed on YouTube and we might get a little copyright hit that would shut down the live stream. So we're gonna get to the audio when we can, but we might have to keep it fairly quiet. We can't let Bruce Springsteen's "Born in the USA" kick us off the live stream.
We can hear you, Leah. All right. Christy Connect, any moment, in the Masters division, in 10th place.
Overall.
Yeah.
Bid number 59. Perfect, thank you. And we've got bid number 598 is the most recent Tortoise finish here.
That is Mr. William Milner, finishing 11th place from Breckenridge, Colorado. Made his way up Mount Warner on a nice little journey through Steamboat Springs and all the way back down to the resort, enjoying his chocolate milk now.
It seems like everybody has that chocolate milk.
I don't know if I could do it.
It's hard to take anything. I'm kind of like Kyle. I'm more likely to puke than take something and drink some milk.
As long as it's not Coke, I'm okay. I'll take a Pepsi. Hand me a Pepsi at the finish line.
Pepsi Nitro. That's what you need.
It's so good. Getting a little choppy there at the finish line, but we've got some great drone.
Oh, there's the milk. Ready for those finishes.
The tub of iced milk.
Yeah, shares. Yeah, I'm good, thank you.
The shadows are starting to disappear. The descent's becoming a sunny place.
Those awesome finish mugs. Go fill that up with your beverage of choice, preferably Pepsi.
We've gone through Long Lake. You guys seeing some of our Long Lake splits for some of our top 10 females. Looks like we've got Celinda in 6th through there, Zoe in 7th, Megan in 8th. And maybe Megan's not through there yet, but at least
Yeah.
through.
I see Karen came through.
Don't see a Zoe
1926.
Ron yet. But I do see Celinda had come through.
Yeah, I think I messed up on the Zoe one, but
we're not going to hold you to it. That looks like Chrissy Connect right there, coming in.
Right.
She's just hit the village, so she is less than 5 minutes away to that finish. She can hear the music. She can smell the French fries being dropped into the fryer. She is ready to finish this one, and she's still looking pretty good coming down.
Yeah, smooth. She's getting this done. I bet you she's going to have that family like she did at Olympia Hall. Maybe we're going to have some more crying.
Yes.
Second place.
It's already happening. Why'd you have to?
Incredible run. Masters runner. 40 years old.
Celebrating her 40th birthday here at Run Rabbit Run.
Look, I think it's her daughter.
Oh.
Wow.
Stop it.
I love it.
She's got the whole fam jam going on right there to the finish line. Everyone's excited for her. She's probably excited to be done.
Yeah, these are moments you never forget.
No, absolutely not. I don't have kids, but I look forward to the day that I do get to cross the finish line with them there in whatever capacity, whether I'm carrying them across, whether they're running next to me. It's got to be such a special moment.
Yeah. What a beautiful experience. You don't
guys,
you don't
this
get
is
this
gonna
at
be a-
UTMB. You got your family
You
at the
don't.
aid station. You got your family running in with you. This is magical.
And I bet you we see Christy sneak under 21 hours as well, which is just phenomenal. I mean, that'll probably be a top 10 time for the females here. We don't see women go under 21 here very often, so this is exciting.
Yeah, no, she had an incredible debut at the 100-mile distance, and she again is running with her family. It looks like she's got a 7-minute cushion to break 21 hours, and she's going to do that as she crosses the bridge right now with her family.
Fourth fastest time was Nikki Kimball at 20 hours and 59 minutes. Alyssa St. Laurent, which we saw at Olympian Hall, she ran 21:01.
All right, Steve Brown, here comes our second hare, I think, coming in.
Yeah, she's going to do it.
2023,
Top 5
number
all-time
2 hare, 90%
finishing time here at Run Rabbit Run.
50%.
Second
Yeah.
female finisher. Celebrating her birthday, has her family here.
That ginger step down.
Oh, good thing she doesn't have to go across the creek.
Oh, man.
Huge congratulations.
She looks like she's ready to be done, but she is smiling big.
As she has earned that smile with our 2023
So cool.
second place Run Rabbit Run 100-mile female finisher in a sub 21-hour time. It looks like a 20:53 will be her official stamp, and that sets her up for one of the
fifth
fastest
time
times here on the course.
Fifth all time.
Very good.
Look at that big smile.
Oh
That
my
is
gosh.
incredible. Debut 100. I like her kids' crew shirts. They say, "My mom can run 100 miles. Can yours?"
Mine can't.
Neither can mine. Sorry, Mom.
Oh, what a
Big
what a
hugs here at the
pioneer, what a
finish.
leader in both ski mountaineering for the United States and now fifth fastest time ever at Run Rabbit Run on her birthday with her family, being able to be here for this special moment.
Christy, do you mind if we
None
get a
of them
couple
will
words
forget.
with you? I'll let you take a minute.
I got some
Yeah,
water.
go for it.
Water, yeah, for now. Oh, I might have some in my pack. Here's your belt buckle.
She's on the hunt for some water right now.
She doesn't want the milk.
Yeah.
Wow, this is great.
So we only have milk at the finish.
We've got eyes on the Mount Warner aid station there as athletes come off the. Oh, we got a runner taking off right there. Like, let's go. This is before you make that descent from Mount Warner to the finish, which is. Did we ever figure out how long that descent is this year?
I've heard 6 miles.
It's about 6 miles, yeah.
Yeah, 6 miles to make the total, somewhere around 102. Like a lot of 100-milers, you go that distance, the course could be 98 or it could be 106. It's just so much trail.
It's a rough estimate, all right? We
Yeah.
do our best to get you there, but really if you wouldn't want to go do a little out and back on the road just to make it around 100, and you wouldn't get to see the cool stuff if you didn't make it 102. So
Getting that triple digit, that 100-mile, that's pretty special. But I know on my 3 times running this, I'm definitely upset about those extra couple miles. Thinking about it, it's distracting and painful. But yeah, now we have 2 ladies, top 10, have finished at Run Rabbit Run and Steamboat. Historic year, saw the second fast time ever, along with a 4th fastest time by Jimmy, and a top 5 time by our second finisher, Katie
Yeah.
Connect. Incredible.
Wow, we have the third and fifth fastest times for the women.
Yeah.
Top 5 times for men. Just an incredible year. Yeah, I really hope Lee is able to get a little interview with Christy because I want to hear about her experience. You know, that first 100-mile run. What's going through your mind after
Yeah.
mile 60 or mile 50? Like, you've never been here before, and
Yeah.
really, to me, I love the 100-mile distance because of what happens after mile 60, miles 65. There's a new depth that you get
Yes.
to. There's a room in the pain cave that you haven't ever visited before. The panic room in the pain cave that you get to get into, and that's the only way I've ever been able to find it is beyond miles 65, 70 of a 100-mile race, and it's a new experience for Christy, and it didn't seem to phase her at all.
The magic, of that 100-mile distance is that you just melt away everything. You become raw. You really have to find your why. You spend a lot of time, thinking about how far you have to go and can your body do it, and questioning yourself. And it's, yeah, no
Truly the
distractions.
distance of truth. It really lets you figure out who you truly are. It's an internal dive as much as a physical external dive into yourself. And we hear it all the time. It sounds so cliche. Find your why, but really, you've got to know why you're doing it out there, because there's times where that's all you have is to reflect on that and to hold on to that, and that's what will carry you through that patch until you're feeling good again and you're moving again, and you got to be able to hold on to that.
So our third female finisher, Karen,
Used to be an
or
NSL, right?
potential finisher here, Karen Holland. She went through Long Lake at 19:26, so we should see her at Mount Warner really soon here.
We should see her shortly. We've got an awesome little shot there of air balloon
Power got
over
kicked through
Steamboat.
a shittier Starlink, so it'll be back up in a second.
Probably kicked over to Tortoise. He's like
Yeah, it looked like
right there. He's like,
Can you guys get me here at the finish?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can
I'll
hear
get
you.
on.
We can
I'll
see
get on
your
this one
little
as soon as it's
shot.
back up.
We can hear Mike really well again.
Okay.
Oh, and they're out again.
Yeah, it looks like it's about an hour and a half from Long Lake to Mount Warner. Oh, there we go. Brian Peterson, another Masters runner, just got to Mount Warner. And then after that, we have Rob Stickland, and then we should see Karen Holland.
Yeah, we'll round out our podium here at the Run Rabbit Run 100-mile female podium. And behind her, you've got a hard-charging Georgia Porter. I'm going to be real interested to see what happens there. I don't know by how much, but I'm willing to put some money on the fact that Georgia is going to have closed that gap fairly significantly. And behind her, we've got a chasing Rebecca Orig, who Georgia Porter herself mentioned to me at mile 45 at Dry Lake that everyone needs to watch out for Rebecca, that she's going to have a good day. Georgia ended up pulling out in front of her, but she is having a good day. She did move herself up from, I believe she was like 10th, 12th at Dry Lake the first time, and is now sitting in 5th, making her way over to out of Long Lake over to Mount Warner.
Yeah. We've only seen one athlete, Chris Hames, that made a pass from Mount Warner to the finish. Will we see another one?
It's hard to say because that 6 miles of downhill, even if you're moving downhill slow, it's not that big of a time difference per mile on someone who's moving really fast. You can only move a couple minutes at that point. So we're going to go ahead and cut out to a commercial break. I think both Jason and I need to grab a glass of water so we can keep talking at you. So we'll see you guys here in a couple minutes.
Welcome to our world, where forward-thinking running apparel brings us closer together. We build for the long run, producing durable gear responsibly, and collaborating with emerging artists around the globe, giving back to clean water initiatives. We are Janji, and we run differently.
How do you sweat? Are you an armpit hider, a forehead wiper, or even a head-to-toe drencher? Smartwool's new lightweight and breathable activewear is made for anyone who sweats. With naturally performing merino wool made to beat the heat, the sweat, and the stink. No matter how you push, persist, or play, get out there with activewear made thoughtfully so you can live unapologetically. Smartwool activewear, made for however you move, designed for however you sweat.
We live in an altered state, cultivating calm in the chaos, pushing the edge of performance. We're redefining the future of fit. We make the best gear better. Fast, effortless, precision fit. This is Dialed In. We are BOA.
Welcome back here to the Run Rabbit Run 100 live stream here with Mountain Outpost. I am Zach Marion. I am here with Jason Schlarb, and we have Leah Yingling out on the field enjoying a nice little snack right now. We didn't realize
She sure is.
Oh, it's one of those fig bars. We got those here too. Yeah, we got the top 10 already in. I'm sorry. Yes, top 10.
What do you have coming up? Are you taking a break?
Take a little break.
Tara Dower. We didn't run Rabbit Run in 20 hours and 32 minutes. Christy
You guys hear me
Knacht
from the
coming in at
finish?
20 hours and 53 minutes.
Yep, we
Two
got
ladies
you,
under
Leah,
21
at the
hours.
finish right there.
Sorry about that, guys. We had power tripped here at the finish, so we lost our Wi-Fi and had to scramble. But we did get an interview with Christy. I believe these will all be posted, I'm assuming, on the Mountain Outpost channel for you guys to check out. We did the same with, I think, most of the top, at least the top podium. I couldn't quite get Arlen earlier, but we got Dave and Jimmy, and then we got Christy and Tara. So you'll be able to check those out on some social media channels if you want to catch the post-race real short interviews.
Awesome. Thank you for that update, Leah. And speaking of updates, we have Robert Strickland just popped over Mount Warner. So he's going to make that final 6-mile descent down to the finish line. So we should see him in just under an hour. Roughly about an hour is what it's taking at this point. And he is our 13th runner up over Mount Warner. We've got 3 of them out there. Devin Bernard, Brian Peterson, and Robert Strickland are making their way from Mount Warner to the finish. So we should see them. And right behind them should be Karen Holland, our projected third place female. Should be hitting Mount Warner relatively soon, and behind her, 4th place female is Georgia Porter making a hard finishing charge. It'll be really exciting to see what happens in those final 5 miles, 6 miles here.
And Rebecca's only 5 minutes back at Long Lake from Georgia, so we've got some excitement there too.
Yeah, and Georgia did say, everyone needs to watch out for Rebecca. And wouldn't that be the irony of the day if she's out there saying, oh, everyone needs to watch out for her, and then gets passed in the final miles by her?
Yeah, or maybe they'll work together and come in. We haven't had any team finishes yet.
That is true. I want to see a hand-holding finish, and then push the other
then split
athlete over.
money, yeah.
Not when there's money. No one's holding hands for money.
So I guess, yeah, our next two guys that will roll in should be our 9th place male and 10th place male finishers. So I think we had our women filled 2 of the top 10 overall spots, which is awesome to see. I think both Tara and Christy were 9 and 10.
Wow. Yeah, and Devin Bernard has a fairly comfortable lead at Warner. He's got a 30-minute lead.
Nice.
So he should have 9th barely wrapped up. But it is only a 7-minute gap between Robert Strickland and Brian Peterson. So depending on how they're moving down that hill, a few things can happen.
So there's the puffy coming off soon, Leah.
I might need, I probably could go without it, but it's like my security blanket at this point.
Yeah.
I know, my feet are still cold. I need boots. That was my oversight this weekend. But everything else, I think it's warming up.
Lululemon doesn't make boots yet, so.
Yeah, not yet. Got some snazzy shoes, though.
That's fantastic.
You guys are lucky that I saved you from. I just got this new jacket that's like this. It's like 3 times as puffy as this one, and I was about to wear it this weekend. So probably would have served a great purpose. But
the Stay Puffed Marshmallow Man out there on the course.
Yeah,
I would have been easy to spot.
I don't know. I think athletes need to start wearing like certain colored beanies out there so we can see.
I love
from
that.
The drone.
That's genius.
Yeah. Great for the drone shots.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, this year we've seen, I think, the best weather I've ever seen at Run Rabbit Run. We've had cool temps, partly cloudy, and then no wind, no rain, no snow. I think that helped bring, those top 5, both men and women finishes, top 5 all time.
We just had our drone pilots chime into our team chat and say, yes, bright hats. So I think even the drone pilots appreciate the bright hats.
It helps, especially in the dark, when you see a little something move. You don't know if it's is that a deer, a bear, a runner? We don't know. But that neon orange hat, it popped.
Fish Creek Falls, I saw 2 set of hunters on the trail, on course. So maybe that beanie is necessary, especially for the front of the pack.
Yeah, just a reminder that these trails aren't closed. This isn't a closed course. And even yesterday at Dry Lake, we had dozens of campers and hunters driving through, giving us the standard questions of what the heck is going on here.
Yeah.
Do these people sleep overnight, or do they do it all in one push? What do you eat when you run? Yeah, we were getting all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah, this is it's an open course. Anyone can be out there.
Yeah, and it's we were driving out the road that goes past Dry Lake and then out to Longs Lake yesterday, and man, some nice camping spots along there. I think Mike and I looked out at least 10 times. We're like, that's a great camping spot. So definitely scenic. Would make for a great weekend for anybody planning to run this and who enjoys camping and spending some time in nature. It's beautiful out here, and I think we are blessed with just perfect weather this weekend to enjoy the scenery and everything that is Steamboat Springs.
Yeah, speaking of camping, Michelle Yates came out here and said she 3 weeks ago spent a long weekend out on the course and absolutely loves it out here. So yeah, coming out and getting some time out here, you don't got to twist my arm to get up to Steamboat Springs for a weekend over the summer.
No way. I think we saw Zoe Rom. I think she spent a good 7 to 10 days out here as well, which is timely because I think she might have just checked into one of the aid stations up there if you guys wanted to take a peek. But I believe Zoe should be our 7th place female right now, checking in to maybe the Longs Lake aid station or maybe the one before that.
She popped into Long Lake about 15 minutes ago, 14 minutes ago.
Just under 21 hours.
So coming out here and spending a few days on course is paying off for her. She's in the top 10.
I think so.
Doing well.
Yeah. 7th is a great finish here at Run Rabbit Run.
I think so too, and I think she'll be really happy with that. I know she had some San Juan Solstice and Never Summer not quite pan out the way she was hoping this summer, so I think she'll be really satisfied with a solid finish in the top 10 here at Run Rabbit.
Yeah, what a great way to end the summer, and to kick off, you know, the publishing of her book, Sustainable Runner.
Yeah, so I think Zoe's been pretty busy. I think she's gotten engaged, published a book, just turned 30, has been doing improv and comedy all over Colorado right now. So definitely check out her stuff, because I think she's doing some pretty big things right now. And I'm amazed that she even has the time to balance 80 to 90 miles of training a week to train for something like Run Rabbit, but somehow she does.
What an amazing leader in our sport.
Totally. She's also
doing some great stuff. There's that Mount Warner aid station, I believe. People dressed up, having fun. I see balloons. It's finally getting warm.
Oh, that's funny. Thanks for that input in the chat, Anthony Orig. So I'm assuming you're with Becca out there, but there actually was talk of a hand-holding finish between Georgia and Becca. So that'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, 4th and 5th.
One of them's bluffing.
Yeah. Mike just said one of them's bluffing. That's a race tactic right there. Say you'll hold hands and then out sprint the other at the finish.
It makes me think of Wasatch, where Jeff secured that 2nd place, no kidding, at the finish line.
Oh, that's a terrible way to end a 100-miler as a sprint finish.
That's not fun. That's a lot of stress, a lot of pain.
I know. I remember watching, I think it was Ethan Newberry's documentary on Caitlin Gerben from Western States a few years back, where it ended up with a sprint finish on the track for 5th and 6th place between her and Cammie Mayfield. And I'm like, oh, that is my worst nightmare right there.
Yeah. I just want to finish by myself, get it done.
Nobody around me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're definitely starting to pick up some energy here at the finish line. Definitely more people than were here at 5 a.m. So good vibes.
Yeah. For the crews and the people supporting everybody out here, it was a long day yesterday, and then you've got an all-nighter, and then to wake up early and get going again.
I'm okay, thank you though.
Oh, I think we've got Karen Holland on the drone shot.
I'll hit you up then.
She's on the road. It's awesome. She's moving well. She's using those poles.
Yeah, they're pulling.
Our 3rd place female.
You want me to mute us?
Yeah.
Oh, she's at the finish.
Probably.
Yeah.
Lots
of excitement, energy at the finish line. It's getting warm.
Soon. Not soon. Soon. Can I steal yours? I'll charge that one.
Again, Karen Holland on the drone shot. You can see those switchbacks leading to the finish. She can smell that podium finish. Moving well. She doesn't have the bright beanie, but we've got eyes on her.
All right, give it up for Megan Miller, Central Colorado, 30 years old, finishing
You know, it's really fun having the finish at a ski area because you've got the infrastructure. It's right at the base of the mountains. You've got lots of roads and trails to be able to run down, you know, just like Run the Rut or Speed Goat. you've got that that great facility to be able to have a finish and a start.
Looks like we just had Devin Venard finish here. I think that's our ninth place male. 11th place
Awesome.
overall.
Devin Vinard, 30-39 age group, finishing strong. And then we should have Brian Peterson finishing out the top 10 for men, Masters runner. Maybe 20, 30 minutes behind him.
Oh, and we did get word that I do believe Tara and Jimmy have officially won the team competition.
Wow. Congratulations to them. That's $17,500 for Jimmy.
Wow. Well, actually, no, for Tara. 17.5 for Tara. And then what does second place get here?
I think it's either 13 or 12.
Okay, so maybe Jimmy will go home with almost 15.
Yeah.
I think their name was Team Hazel and Fiverr.
Yeah, prize money and awards here at Run Rabbit Run, biggest in trail running. First place male and female, $15,000, $8,500 for second, $5,000 for third, $3,500 for fourth. Oh, I didn't realize this. Fifth is $1,500, sixth is $1,000, seventh is $500. So it goes seven
Nice, so
deep.
7 deep. Okay, so let's see. We had who's our seventh male? I think our seventh male was John
Herrick.
John Herrick.
Was it John Herrick? So it's like John was our last guy in the money, and then on our ladies right now, it looks like Zoe would, if her position holds, she's our seventh lady right now. Oh, and it also looks like we got Megan Spiker through our Long Lake aid station. So she was there 2 minutes ago, and looks like she's about 20 minutes back from Zoe.
Awesome.
Yeah, so at least your gas money's getting paid.
Totally. Yeah, and then so that's eighth. Megan is eighth, and then we should be expecting our next two ladies are Brianna Grigsby in ninth, and then Addie Rastall is our 10th lady. And then behind them, our 11 and 12 is Dalton McCurdy and Sarah O. And Natalie Bond are kind of our 11 through 13, so they might be hunting for a top 10 position as well.
Yeah, they're definitely still in the hunt. I mean, there is time left to move up a little bit. I mean, you've got at minimum 16 miles, 15 miles.
Yeah, 14 men and women taking home money. It's absolutely incredible.
Which we honestly should be seeing here more in the sport. I think it's something that makes this race special, that you can come and get such a prize purse. This is also a not-for-profit race, so this is not money that's going to the race directors. It is money that is going to, a charitable contribution. Plus, it is being put back into not only the community but into the athletes. With a payout here. So, hopefully we see this, more of a trend here in the sport.
Yeah. At the beginning of Race Brief in years past, they brought up a whole bunch of the recipients of that charity, high school students getting scholarships. Kind of like the Joe Zucker Fund that's associated with Hard Rock. Seeing those young lives impacted with an opportunity to go to college, that's incredible.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's a beautiful thing to see here in the sport. I know a lot of race directors are, make this their career, their full-time job. So obviously, there's nothing wrong with putting on a race and making some money to do it, because if you want to do it really well and you want to make it your career, absolutely. Totally understand that, but it is special to see some of these funds and some of these not-for-profits go up, and I think that's what makes Run Rabbit Run's so special, and Fred, I've had conversations with him and how much this means to him to be able to give back to the community, and it's pretty awesome. It is really special.
It is incredible. We were talking about, you just said that, hopefully we see some other races that, big races that have that ability to give back to the, professional running community through prize money. I don't know if you saw it run single track, Finn talking to Jim Walmsley.
Yep. I almost didn't bring it up.
Yeah,
because it is a little bit controversial.
Yeah, I don't want Jim to get in trouble from Hoka or UTMB, but he makes a good point. If this sport is exploding and the UTMB World Series is huge, if athletes, make a statement, maybe that would inspire some of these big races to support elite athletes at the top of the field.
Yeah, I mean, it's just go out there and say it. Let's just put it out in the world right now. They're profiting off of having the elite of the elite show up to the race, so to pay it back to them at the minimum is deserved in the sport.
Well, that was, when Run Rabbit Run came out with his prize purse, there was a lot of people in the community that felt like this money to the athletes is going to change the sport. It's going to make the motivation to come out and race to be about money instead about the love and the passion for the trails of ultra running. And a lot of good points were made that, we don't want things to change. This is a beautiful community. We don't want it to be ruined. We don't want it to, turn into other sports that maybe don't have that, the same values and culture. So it's not all just because it's a greedy organization. There's some points there, but I think there are organizations that are in a position to give back to that, those athletes that are trying to make a living.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. And it's not about raw greed. And I think there's a happy medium to be had, if, and also I think every athlete has an opportunity to put their entry fees to whatever race they want to support and stand behind. And if it's a small local race that has a little charity to it, they can. If they want to go compete for money, there are races out there that offer that. Very few, but some. And if you want to go run a UTMB race and put your money towards that, it's your money, it's your entry. You do what you want with it. But it would be awesome to see the sport, to help it grow and to help it do things like this that we're able to do today. We're only able to do this because of the money that is in the sport. So it is a double-edged sword. We need it to be able to do some of these awesome things. But we do love to have that traditional mountain ultra running 100-mile kind of low-key grassroots feel as well. So luckily, the sport's big enough to have a little bit of both.
All right, we've got a finisher coming in. Do you know who this is, Leah?
Let me take a peek.
Brian Peterson?
Doesn't look like Brian Peterson.
Maybe it's a
Let me
tortoise.
see.
Getting the big hug. Hear the cowbells. The milk is flowing.
I think this might be a tortoise finisher. Let me try to get some eyes on a bid. Oh, yes.
Awesome.
446 tortoise.
That is going to be Mr. Connor Cole out of Carmel, California, or Carmel, California.
Yeah, I think that's by San Diego.
Yes. He's getting his 100-mile finish here in a 21:25 time.
Hard Rock qualifier right there. Incredible running. It's always a benchmark to be able to say that you got a Hard Rock qualifier. That race list is short, and it has there's no easy races on that list.
Guys, I do think we're going to have probably about 45 minutes until our next female finisher. I'm probably going to take a little break here at the finish, but I will. I'll let you guys know when I'm tuning back in here so we can get some updates from our last few aid stations for the women's top 10.
Awesome. Fantastic. Thank you, Leah, for the coverage on the ground and the interviews. We look forward to seeing you here in not too long.
All right. Yeah, we'll leave the feed on, but we'll check back with you guys soon.
All right. Cheers, Leah. Got another runner. Think that's a tortoise as well.
Yeah, we'll keep refreshing so that we can give everybody their time here that they've deserved here at the finish line. So
Look
Mr.
at that.
Connor Cole came in
Grabbing
at
the-
25-25.
There's
Oh,
the
look at that.
family.
Absolutely. I mean, if you've gone all this way, take the time, run across with that family.
Yeah.
Get that photo. From Mr. Paul Nelson, Trail Junkie Photos is just dishing out some of the best photos in the sport here. If you head over to Run Rabbit Run 100 and Mountain Outpost on Instagram, you will see these photos pop up. He's done some great work out there. It looks like that would be Matt Brinsky. Let's see that updated time there. Sharing a beautiful moment with his kids there, letting them know that Dad can do tough things. And that is Matt Brinsky, 47, out of Manitou Springs, Colorado.
11th tortoise. You know, those moments, you know, running across the finish line with your kids, that's pretty special. I also think that, you know, his son or daughter, that can be impactful, you know, that experience of being proud of your dad doing something absolutely incredible.
We have a correction on that. That was actually Andrew Poland was the runner who just crossed with his family for 13th place out of Lakewood, Colorado. So we apologize, Andrew. That is your time. That was you crossing the finish line there, which means there was a little change in place. Looks like Matt Brinsky has not made it to the finish line yet. We're doing our best. We can only see so well from the sky here. So we will be waiting for updates from the actual punching in the times there.
Sunny day, green grass, fun atmosphere for the finish.
Yeah, better than the rain we had last year, right? It was we had some downpours. I remember being at the finish line chatting with Rich Lockwood as he was kind of waddling around after his phenomenal race. And we had to dive under one of the Honey Stinger tents because it was
All right, here we are. You know, looking at the team finishes, we've got Hazel and Fiver. Do you know what that reference is? Watership Down.
Yeah,
Those
no,
are
I have.
the two of the rabbits in that book. But Tara Dower, Jimmy Ellum winning the team challenge. Their combined time is 38 hours, 17 minutes. That's only 2 hours over the cutoff for the 100-mile total finish, 36 hours. That's an incredible combined time.
Yeah, that is a fantastic combined time, and I think that it it speaks to the level of competitiveness both of them have, and they threw down amazing races. And right behind them looks like it's going to be Dave Stevens and Georgia Porter.
Mhm.
Team Outrun Ya. outrun almost all of you,
Yeah.
but not all of you. Oh yeah, lots of fun team names. I love it. I hope this team dynamic becomes a little bit more prevalent here in the next couple of years. I think there's a lot of ways to do it. You can, sign up as an athlete connected team like both Ultra or Ultra Spire or La Sportiva team, something like that. Or you can sign up as two competitive athletes who just want to go earn an extra $2,500 each.
Yeah. That's a big motivation. That's bigger than almost any other race winnings at any races I know in the U.S.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Even just winning the side bet of the team is more than most, and sharing it and splitting it in half is still more than any race I can think of in the U.S. So, again, I know we've chatted a lot about the prize money that's here at the race, and it's well deserved, and I think that they do a great job with it. And hey, athletes, you want to make some money?
Yeah.
Get out here.
My 5th time here at Run Rabbit Run, and I can say that the money didn't ruin the race. It didn't change the feel. We saw at the aid stations, at Olympian Hall, families together having fun. The tortoises cheering on the hares, the hares cheering on the tortoises. It's fantastic. And the course is what it is. It doesn't feel massively commercialized. It's I think it's only gotten better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that, I personally know a lot of friends out there who want to come to this race because you do get to trade some paces with some of your idols and some of the other elites out there, especially if you're signed up as a tortoise. At some point, you're going to see, more than likely, going to see these other amazing elite athletes. And it's another reason to want to come out here. So I don't think the money changes the sport.
No.
I can understand the commercialization of it might feel a little disingenuous to the grassroots of it, but every sport goes through this boom. And I think it makes it a lot more exciting. So thank you for your insights on that and for letting us know that, from your first to your last, you don't feel like it's really changed a lot for you.
Yeah.
And again, I don't think it's the money that changes the sport. The prize money doesn't change the sport. It's all how the races run.
Yeah.
And they do it right here at Run Rabbit.
Yeah. I mean, just looking at this tortoise finisher, just out there with the dog, with the family, having fun. It doesn't feel like you are just another number, at a race. You get that hug from Paul or Fred. That feels good. That's still here.
I will never forget crossing the finish line and being almost completely incoherent and getting that hug from Fred as I crossed the finish line, and then immediately finding a trash can to puke in. But it was something that made this race a little special.
Yeah.
It's very similar to Leadville 100 when you get to finish and you get Ken and the other race director there. Her name is escaping me right now, but you do get a hug from one of them at the finish line, and that is something special at 4 a.m. It's awesome.
One thing that's different about North American trail racing, ultra running, that is different in Europe is that the numbers of athletes that we have, 10,000 runners at UTMB. Here with permitting in the national forests, BLM land, wilderness areas, we don't see huge races. And therefore, we've got the opportunity to still have that intimacy and still feel like you're out there in the wilderness running, not with, 100 people around you, but instead, having an experience, being able to see nature and, not having it be so overwhelming. I think that that's a special thing about North American trail running that I appreciate, having run both in Europe a lot and here in North America. I like that. It's
Yeah.
intimate.
Yeah, no, I likewise. I've run, Tarawera out in New Zealand. It
Mhm.
was one of my favorite races, and it's, there's a lot of athletes out there
Mhm.
who run that race between the different races, and it brings its own excitement. You hit some of the aid stations, and you get to, have that excitement and something to pull you in, and
Mhm.
but you also get to spend time out there alone. I've run a
Mhm.
lot of that race alone as well.
Mhm.
But in the U.S., you're alone a lot of the time.
Yeah.
which is great. I don't mind that at all. And I think that's something that a lot of European athletes and athletes from around the world do appreciate about U.S. races. Is it is a little more rugged. It's a little
Mhm.
more out there, and we are permitted for
Mhm.
obvious reasons that I think are very important to uphold. And it respects the land that we're running in. It keeps it pristine.
Mhm.
And it's also part of what makes these races so special
Mhm.
is because you do get to go to some really awesome places. One of my favorite races in Utah is the Bryce 100, and it's
Mhm.
in a very, very remote part of Utah in the middle of nowhere, just outside of Bryce National Park. And you get to see some amazing things, trails that I wouldn't have known existed had I not run the race, and views that I would have never had in my life had I not run that race. So that makes it extra special here
Yeah.
in the US.
Little update. Georgia Porter is now through. Oh, sorry. Just a minute ago, the aid station's got 6 miles to go.
F1 Tortoise, who just finished. Okay, where are we at? Let's keep an eye on that.
Okay. In the meantime, Georgia Porter, who is the 4th female, has made it to Mount Warminer, has 6 miles to go.
Okay, we have a pretty big update here that I think is worth mentioning. Stephanie Rose, our first place female in the Tortoise division of the Run Rabbit 100-mile race with a finishing time of 25:37 and 20 seconds.
Wow.
Made her way in. That is a pretty phenomenal time. There she is. Yep. Oh, that is awesome. I absolutely love that. Showing off her reason for running was pinned to the back of her pack, which you see every now and again in the sport. And I think it's so awesome to
Mhm.
see athletes who like to showcase to everyone else on the course what they're running for, and they keep a little
Mhm.
memento with them. Her showing it off there. Again, that is Stephanie Rose from Lakewood, Colorado, making her way to the finish line there in a pretty awesome time. So let's give her kudos. She's our female Tortoise 100-mile winner.
Yeah. 15th overall in the Tortoise race. That's a fantastic run.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, these women pushing themselves towards the top of the finishers list.
Yeah. How awesome is it to see that she shares her why?
Yeah, it shares it wide open, literally pinned to the back of her
Mhm.
her pack, and showing it off at the finish line there. I think that that's something that's so awesome. I mean, my why has changed over the years. You know, I run for a lot of different reasons.
Mhm.
Not just competitive reasons, because that'll disappear on the course. Your desire to be competitive will dissipate when things get really rough, and having that why, for me at least, has always been something greater than me to run for, and it's changed over the years. And I'll never forget some of the moments I've had in races thinking of my why, those who I run for. When my grandma was diagnosed with ALS, running with her, in my mind through races. And most recently, having lost my brother to addiction, and running for him. I'm going to get a little emotional here. Has been something that's carried me to finish lines
Yeah.
in ways that I didn't think were possible to get me to these finish lines, and just running for something greater than me for him. This has been very special to me. So to see Stephanie out there literally wearing her Y is really special. That's awesome. I almost made it. I almost made it without crying through the day. Gosh dang it.
I'm glad you shared that, and you know that's something that's really unique and fantastic about you know, a lot of runners in our sport, that we have that.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think you make it through 100 miles alone. It doesn't happen. So yeah, to have that Y is important. Yeah, Megan Getke, that step in the finish line, that final step, it's not going to be comfortable for anyone. We've seen a lot of Ginger step downs off of that, and I would hate to do it.
Yeah, you can see the creek in the drone shot there. Zach and I have been talking a few times about how the race course right there where that grass is used to the course made you go across those rocks right there, right in the middle of the screen, and that was the finish.
Yeah,
Well, the finish is in the same spot, but you had to go across there instead of running around that bridge.
Just one
Brutal.
last final. Here's how you finish a race.
Yeah. And you know, we've only seen the top 15 in the Tortoises, you know, 12 or so runners in the Hares. Think about those hundreds of runners that are coming through that have to try to cross that creek after, you know, 30 hours, 32 hours, 28 hours, whatever it happens to be. Just it was kind of mean. So
Yeah,
I think
it's-
Fred and Paul maybe got a little bit of conscious about what they were doing to those folks.
Something tells me that Fred enjoyed it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got that long shot of the road coming down into the finish line here as you make your way back into the little back-end resort portion of Mount Warner. You know, we're so lucky here at Run Rabbit Run that we get to come into this amazing finish line setup. You've got food all around you. You can enjoy a good drink, have a seat on the lawn, bring your puppy with you. I'm excited, you know, in a couple hours to head over there myself. You know, expecting my partner and dog to be there and get to hang out with them and watch these finishers. It's just such a great time.
It is a nice gift that Run Rabbit Run has this finish, because, you know, everybody's done, you know, from that last station on almost at every ultra. But here at Run Rabbit Run, look at this descent. You just cruise down those switchbacks as much as you can cruise at 90 some miles.
Right.
But it's not a treacherous, rocky, you know, like how the race course started, you know, going up to Mount Warner. You had to like bushwhack up the ski slope.
Right.
But like I said, maybe earlier in the broadcast, that this road had construction in the past, and you had to go down the ski slope. And that, I think it was the second time I ran it, I was just pissed off. I was like, there's a lot of cat tracks out here. Why didn't you find one, Fred, Paul, so that we could just get home nice and easy?
Because that's not the Fred Abramowitz way.
Yeah.
He wants you to both love the course and hate the course at the same time. And I just could imagine myself, I would just probably yeet myself off the top of the mountain and just hope I tumbled all the way to the bottom, because I would not want to have to run that.
No. Oh, somebody's moving fast down.
Yeah, if we could get everybody who is currently watching the live stream, if you could do us a huge favor and pop that thumbs up, that really helps us out in future broadcasts. If you're here, it's free. It doesn't cost you anything. Super easy. Just go ahead and hit that thumbs up. We'd super appreciate that. Thank you for seeing those numbers come up a little bit. It helps us a ton, and it gives us an opportunity to continue providing this service for you guys. And we don't want to do it in a way where we have to charge for it. So this really helps out. Thank you guys. Anybody who's watching, smash that thumbs up, I think, as they say. It's greatly appreciated. But let's get back to the race. Business.
I think we
aside,
might have
let's go to
Brian or
this.
Robert coming in here.
Yeah, looks like we've got a nice little stride going on.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the thumbs up. Yeah, I think we're seeing Brian or Robert finishing 10th or 11th place. Saw a lot of looking back.
Yeah, this is not the place where you want to run scared.
No.
I hate running the final miles of a race with that fear that you're the carrot kind of mentality.
Well, that's why they're looking back. So
yeah, exactly.
See if they can relax.
Yeah, as I shared earlier in the broadcast, my experience running Uray 100 in 2014 with Courtney DeWalter and running scared with her behind me. This gal just crushing it in silver basketball shorts. Had no idea who she was. She was just coming onto the scene, and her and we literally had a battle for the final 25 miles of Uray 100, which is not a race you want to fight somebody for 25 miles. There's a reason why both of us haven't been back since. It's an amazing race, but I think we had our feel here. So yeah, back to this. Let's see who this is coming into the finish line. They are running very well to finish out this race. Is this our women's?
Okay. Yeah, I think we might have
our third place female finisher.
Is this Karen then?
Let's see, get an update.
Wow, if this is Karen, she passed. Let's see, how many? 1, 2, 3. 3 guys on that last 6 miles.
Yeah, let's see where we're at here.
Yeah. Okay, we got
someone behind them making their way over the bridge right now, also in full stride.
Mm-hmm.
Was that a hare with a pacer? Might not have been Karen.
Okay, might have been a tortoise. Yeah, she would have had to pass 3 guys to be finishing right now.
Yeah, I have not seen a finishing time update for Brian Peterson yet, which would be our 10th place male.
Mm-hmm. Or Rob Strickland, who is only 7 minutes behind Brian at 6 to go.
Yeah, so much can happen in those final miles, especially when it's so runnable. If you've blown your quads and you can't run that downhill, that'll get eaten up real fast. Would you believe that was Karen?
Oh my gosh. Fantastic finish. Congratulations. We have Karen Holland, our third finisher. An incredible time. In the money.
Yeah, she's going to make herself a little bit of money today.
$5,000.
Yeah, just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little something. Yeah, we're not our timing is not updating currently, but we do have word on the ground that was Karen Holland. Never mind.
Oh.
We lied. I'm sorry. I do apologize. That was not.
We're excited for Karen to finish. So stand by. Okay, we just had Brian Peterson finish 10th male. Brian Peterson is a master runner in the 40 to 49 age category. 21 hours and 50 minutes.
From Wamego, Kansas.
That's incredible.
Wow. coming out here and showing the youngsters how it's done.
Yeah, from Kansas. Doing a lot of squats and lunges maybe, and hill repeats on those hills in Kansas.
Yeah, the local overpass.
Yeah.
About the only
They
hill
have
he's
some
got
hills
here.
in Kansas. Awesome work. Great job, Brian.
Yeah, we're starting to really see the athletes pile in here, the runners pile in. We're getting a mixture of tortoises and hares. So we're going to try our best to keep an eye
studio, can you
on
hear me?
all of the finishers to see what's happening. Yeah, we can hear you.
Sweet. Okay. Yeah. Karen Holland has not finished yet. I think we're expecting her. We're going to be ready in the next like 8 minutes or so, and I think it'll be another several minutes after that, at least after 10 a.m. And then Brian Peterson, who just finished. He's lived in Kansas for a little while now, but he's spent some time in Southern California, some time in Utah throughout his career, and he actually has one of the faster times at Bear 100 from several years ago. So he's got a lot of mountain chops and a lot of trail running and ultra experience, and I feel like this is maybe sub 19 hours at Bear 100. Which was maybe a bit of a standout result for him, but he was always really solid. And this seems like it's maybe one of his better races in a while. That's a really solid result.
Yeah, absolutely. We completely agree, Mike. Rounding out, the top 10, top 15 athletes here. So he's put together a great time.
Sub 22 hours with 20,000 feet of climbing at elevation. Yeah, that's something to be proud of. Yeah, so we'll stand by. We're going to see Matt Andreski or Karen Holland finishing next, we think.
Yeah, that was Mike McMonagle. He is with Leah down on the ground there. They are a nice little team, keeping an eye on that finish line to keep an eye out for Karen. Linda, the awards ceremony is tomorrow, and that will also be live streamed. So that's a great question in the chat here. If you guys have any questions or want to shout out any athletes or any runners, please do so. Hop in this chat, ask away. You've got a 3-time winner and 2-time average finisher here in the booth, and we've got Leah and Mike
2-time
out there.
average. I like it.
Well, there was no winning time. But I have experienced this course twice. Probably I was a little more focused on enjoying the day than maybe Jason was. Jason was going for some money. Once I realized that was out of reach, I quickly enjoyed the course. So, ask away.
Yeah, thank you, Carrie. Saying thanks to all of you for the exhaustive coverage. Fabulous. This is an ultra marathon in and of itself.
Absolutely.
And it's fun. I enjoy seeing this. I get to watch and feel all the feels, see the families, see the success of these athletes running across. I get to see my my coaching client, Kevin Carson, who's I think in 18th place. It's awesome. And then I can see my partner Whitney giving us some thumbs and celebration emojis on the chat. I know that
Thanks,
she's there
Whitney.
for me too, this ultra marathon that I'm doing. So
Yeah,
thank you.
honestly, it takes a small army to do this.
Yeah.
We've got a whole production studio. We've got drone runners. We've got camera runners. We've got us commentators having been out on the course, here in the studio. We are rotating through. It's a team. This is a huge team effort. So thank you, everybody. Jamil, Corey, and the crew putting this together. Personally, I am so grateful for the opportunity to do this and offer my 2 cents and my, if you shed tears and emotions, my personal opinion, if you can't beat them anymore, then join them. Get out there on the course and commentate. So this is a great experience for me. But it is an endurance event in and of itself. We were up at 4:30 yesterday, getting on the mountain, getting in position to film and commentate there. Didn't go to bed till 11 o'clock last night, and up again at 4:30 this morning. Right next to you, Jason.
Yeah, we got to sleep in the same room together. It was special.
It was very special on the world's tiniest beds.
Cynthia in the chat room said that she had the race on her big TV and loved the all-around team effort. Thank you very much. And then Rob asks, will there be any coverage of the 50-miler? I wish we could. Just a little bit too exhausted. We don't have enough people to keep going on that one.
We don't have a second team out there to do it. And for those who don't know, the 50-mile race and the 100-mile race are two separate courses.
Mhm.
The 50-mile race gets to go all the way out to Rabbit Ears, check that out, turn around and come back.
Mhm.
As to where the 100-mile course splits off in a different direction, loops around Steamboat a little bit. So they are separate courses. It would have been a little easier just to have stationary people out there and, if they shared the same course. But to get out to that course is a lot more difficult as well because it's way more remote.
Yeah, it's on that Continental Divide Trail. It's, another big thanks to all those aid station people working out there, keeping them fed and taken care of and safe.
Yeah, absolutely. We couldn't do what we do without the aid station crews feeding us, motivating us, warming us up, putting Band-Aids on our owies. Yeah, we all owe the aid stations a huge, huge debt of gratitude for being able to keep us going out there. Yeah, Anthony, I don't know how we have voices either. Woke up this morning feeling like I didn't know if I was going to be able to do it. I just sounded so hoarse, but here you are. Unfortunately, y'all have to listen to me a little bit longer.
Yeah, and big props to Chris and Andy Joan Wilkinson. Those two guys, they're a couple years older than us, and they were the ones that did the midnight to 5 a.m. shift. Those guys are incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. They held down the fort through the excitement of the night. We get a cushy job. We got to go back and go to sleep and enjoy a little shower and
I
make
did
it
not
back
shower.
here.
No shower here.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to point that out. But yeah, so while we won't get to bring you live coverage of the 50 milers out on the course, they are still finishing at the same finish line. So we are going to see them coming throughout the day. We hope to be able to point them out as they cross the finish line. I know I'll be going offline here in a couple hours, but I will be coming back and I will get to see those 50-mile finishers make their way back towards us. So yeah, we're going to keep a camera on the finish line and be able to see everybody coming through. So if you have loved ones out there on the course pushing themselves towards that finish line, keep an eye here on the live stream. You will be able to watch them finish.
Rebecca Orig is through Mount Warner, 21 hours, 53 minutes. 7 minutes ago, she's got 20 minutes behind Georgia, who is fourth female in the Hares race.
Yeah, she crested Mount Warner almost 25 minutes ago. So hopefully we'll see Georgia making her way down in the next 25, 30 minutes.
And of course, Karen Holland.
Looking at the time, it's been 40 minutes.
Yeah, so maybe another 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, another 15, 20 minutes. She had a 17-minute lead on Georgia. So highly doubtful, barring anything crazy happening, any blowups. It seems like she's got that, cemented as long as she's leaning forward and falling down the hill. But Georgia, man, what an incredible race. Pushing through, from as far back as 15th all the way up into the night, making her way through. Playing the slow game. Mentioning up on Dry Lake how she was just like, I've only got one speed. I'm gonna do it until things feel better, and looks like it worked out for her.
Yeah. George is out there grinding and continuing to move up.
Yeah, I'm excited to get Leah back on here to chat about Karen Holland. She's from Kimberley, Ontario, Canada. So another amazing athlete from the Great White North, really representing here. Dave crushing it, Karen making it onto the podium as well. I would say that the Canadian contingency,
oh yeah,
is really showing up in the races.
Oh man, yeah, especially at CCC. Cian Arden Young, 10th at CCC, Prissy Forgy, 12th. Jenny Quilty, ended up having to drop at UTMB, but she had an 11th place finish at Western State.
Right.
Prissy, who was 8th at Western States. That's incredible. Those are three amazing women Canadians that are stirring it up. And,
absolutely. And huge shout out to Arden Young, who was 4th place here at Run Rabbit Run 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Put on a great show along with Dave and his finish.
Yeah.
Winning finish.
Indeed. And those three ladies are all part of the Norda 665 team, which I had the privilege of being able to be the athlete manager for those ladies. And the other 5 or 6 athletes.
All shredders in their own right. I think the Canadian contingency is really showing up and showing out in races right now, and we need to get more eyes on the sport up there. Given how short their summer is, they typically don't have a lot of races out there, a lot of ultra races. So we see them come down to the States.
Yeah.
I personally know Arden, I think, spends half of her winter here in the U.S. Running races, and always a true competitor. So it's always fun. She's also a personal friend, so love seeing her compete and perform, and watching her steadily just rise the ranks here has been awesome. I'm super proud of her 10th place finish at CCC this year.
Yeah. Ultra Trail Hurricane, that's a big one on the not on in British Columbia, where you see a lot of the races, with what's it called? I'm forgetting the name of
Golden Ultra Trail.
No, Gary Robinson's games.
Yes.
Races.
Squamish,
50K, 50 mile. That one's always been a fantastic race with lots of runners, big names.
Yeah. Now they've got Sinister 7 as well, 50 mile and 100 mile out there. Some great races. Ultra Trail Harricana is one that I've wanted to get out to. I've heard it's really technical, a lot of runnable terrain, which would be a lot of fun to get out to.
Canadian Death Race. You've got the Fat Dog 120.
Is that another Gary
Silkers? There's a good bit of races, but nothing compared to Colorado or Utah and some of those areas. But lots of great races. But you haven't seen the international elite caliber runners coming out of Canada.
Yeah,
and these last 2 or 3 years, we've seen those kind of.
We've seen it happen. Yeah, there's a lot of great athletes. Coming out of Canada. And I think we're just going to keep seeing it as the excitement in the sport builds up out there. It's just going to happen a little bit more. I do want one more shout out to Brandon Miller, part of the Merrill trail running team. Absolutely a crusher. He is someone who keep on your radar, because he is one incredibly talented athlete who I know is just biting just chomping at the bit to get out here and really make his name known. So you'll see him in the next couple of years.
All right. With that, I think we're going to take a little break and get right back to you and hopefully see some of these other top ladies and men finishing.
Welcome to our world, where forward-thinking running apparel brings us closer together. We build for the long run, producing durable gear responsibly, and collaborating with emerging artists around the globe, giving back to clean water initiatives. We are Janji, and we run differently.
How do you sweat? Are you an armpit hider, a forehead wiper, or even a head-to-toe drencher? Smartwool's new lightweight and breathable activewear is made for anyone who sweats. With naturally performing merino wool made to beat the heat, the sweat, and the stink. No matter how you push, persist, or play, get out there with activewear made thoughtfully so you can live unapologetically. Smartwool activewear, made for however you move, designed for however you sweat.
Beautiful day, huh? Dinner time!
Time for another?
Oh, yeah.
All right, we're back, and we've got some finishers coming in, and some bikers.
Yeah, for those who are just joining us, welcome back, or welcome for the first time, to the 2023 Run Rabbit Run here in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. We've got Leah Yingling and Mike McMonagle out there on the ground. You've got myself, Zach Marion, and I am joined by Jason Schlarb here in the studio. We get the cushy job of sitting back, enjoying the TV screens in front of us. Although with the sun out now, I'm a little jealous we're not out there.
Yeah, we've got a camera on a runner, not a drone shot.
Yeah, running back there, that services gets a little choppy, but we can expect that is likely Karen Holland.
Oh, that is Karen Holland. Hi, guys.
All right.
What is up, Leah Yingling?
How's it going?
Oh, that's fantastic.
We see you shed the puffy.
Yeah, sunglasses
guys,
are on.
It's getting nice and warm. I'm happy. I'm way warmer and I'm way happier.
It's the same
It just
temperature
needs to be
here
past noon
at
so
Olympia Hall.
so I can drink a beer soon.
Leah, I'll come join you in a couple hours. We'll share a beer together.
It is. We've got 11 pair of
It's
finishers
a deal.
coming down in about 22:11. Gonna collect that cold buckle.
All right.
Looks like we've got a hare finisher coming in here.
Oh, look at Slam.
Robert Strickland.
41, that's Madeline Presky from Loveland, Colorado. Congratulations. You are the 11th.
Matt Andreski, I heard.
And bib number 6, Matt Andreski.
Matt Andreski,
Matt Andreski.
under 30 years old.
So it looks like he moved up a spot.
All right, I sold like 2 bottles.
Yeah,
It does.
past Rob Strickland at some point. That's a great run. Finishing strong. Well done, Matt. I think this is our second. No, maybe this is our first under 30 finisher for the men.
Yeah, what a day. Mr. Matt Andreski out of Loveland, Colorado.
Yeah, coming in at 11th place. First under 30.
That is awesome. Yeah, congrats to Dave for, being in that, 40 plus category and taking it to Jimmy Elam, a decade younger, and Arlen, Gary, Sean. I mean, he literally is our only finisher in the 40s, and he won the race.
Oh, actually, Chrissy Connect is, top 10, and she's 40 today or yesterday.
Yes. She's second place. She is our first 40 plus female finisher, celebrating her 40th birthday out here. Yeah. 2 incredible performances in the 40 plus category.
Okay, here's Karen.
And as soon as we get her across the finish line, ready to go, we'll cut over to Leah. Looks like she's moving really well.
Happy, bright colors on. Hopefully she has a nice big smile.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not? Coming in third place, rounding off that last spot on the podium. I want to clap and cheer.
Yeah, I know. $5,000 right here. Third place, Run Rabbit Run, female finisher.
Out of
Congratulations,
Kimberly,
Karen.
Ontario, Canada, representing.
Awesome. Let's go, Karen. This is amazing. What a time, too, you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a fantastic time.
22:14, guys.
Wow.
Another Canadian, that's 2 so far.
What a race.
She's got
for
the
her.
earbuds in. Maybe listen to some music, bringing her home.
Maybe she's listening to us on the live stream, guys.
Probably.
Of course, why not? Why would you not?
Oh, congratulations, Karen. Representing another non-mountainous place in Ontario.
Can you guys hear my audio okay here?
Yeah, we can hear you okay.
Cool. I'm going to go try to get some words from Karen over here.
Awesome. Looks like she ran in with that gentleman. Maybe that's Rob Strickland.
Congratulations. Oh my god. I've been following all your stuff. Oh my god, you've been crushing out here all day.
Oh, perfect. Thank you so much.
Why are you in such good spirits right now? My gosh.
Well, the third time's the charm, and I had redemption from Western States.
Oh, amazing. I've been talking on the live stream all day. You had.
Yeah. This seems like an. I'm not in the hospital yet. That'd be awesome.
Hopefully. It was so great seeing you. So this is. Is that audio good?
Yeah, we
hear you now.
You're quiet but dying.
Okay.
I'm quiet. But
Oh, you wanted this.
Okay.
So I don't look like I'm drinking beer or something.
Oh no, you've earned it. Go for it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So third top 10 here, is that right?
Yeah.
Amazing.
A fourth, a seventh, and a third now.
Oh, hey, look at that. Moving your way on up. Was this your best one yet, would you say? Oh my God. And I'd say you did that pretty well. I think it is too. Man, you hung with them. You moved up so well. I think you had a lot of fans in the live stream too, in the chat.
Need to get that microphone a little closer for us.
Yesterday, and then they had a 40-mile today. I was like, right before you guys.
Well, you did that, and you crushed it in the process, and you had a lot of women chasing you behind you. Probably see a couple finish soon, but I mean, that was a stellar time on this course, and yeah, your top finish so far. Congratulations. It got toasty.
Great finish. Great day.
Awesome. Congrats, Karen.
Yeah, I mean, for those who aren't familiar with Karen, you know, she has a first place finish at Back 40 Trail Races, Loop de Loop, Ultra, War Eagle Trail Running Festival, Arkansas's Backyard Ultra Championship. She was a fourth place, you know, a 10th place at Miwok, Ultra Trail Harricana, podium finisher, North Face Endurance Challenge, New York, second place. Moab's Red Hot 55K, she was fourth. A seventh place here at Run Rabbit Run. So she is no stranger to the podium. And as she mentioned, she was 23rd place at Western States last year and wanted some redemption. So she got it in fantastic fashion. So congrats, Karen Holland. Rounding off that women's podium here at the 23 Run Rabbit Run 100 mile Hares division. Absolutely crushed it and took home $5,000.
Yeah. Held off Georgia and Rebecca. You know, great runners there too. Zoe Rom behind as well.
I can tell you right now, if I could choose any athletes to be behind me, Georgia Porter would be the absolute last person I'd put on that list. She has some leg speed, and no doubt that was in Karen's head the whole time. But she moved up herself. She did a great job moving up through the women's field. Again, another very intelligent, patient, well put together race that we watched her move her way up the field in a very strategic and intentional fashion.
Fantastic 22 hours of racing.
Yeah, I mean,
mental stamina, you know, to keep it together, keep yourself fueled, not quit, just keep going, running all the way through the night. These athletes are doing something special.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's an honor to get here, to be here and to be able to get to share it with everybody at home. To have been on the course myself and to be able to literally witness it feet away from these incredible runners and what they're doing out there. It really brings a depth to what they're doing. I mean, you know, you talked about Jimmy and Dave, and now we have Tara's incredible day. You know, Christy Connect having a fantastic day as well. It really has been fun watching all of these athletes really push through, confront adversity, and overcome it. It's not a matter in 100 miles if you're going to face adversity. It's how do you react when it happens, because it will happen. And we saw it play out there. Unfortunately, it ended a couple runners' days a little early, but you know, it's you play your cards right, you survive. And I think Leah said it right. It's survive and advance. You know, survive to the next aid station and advance and just keep doing it.
Her teammate, Patrick Parcell, has gone through Dry Lake 71 miles. But I don't think he's made it to Summit Lake. So we only have one team finished so far. We've got 15 athletes that have finished. 14 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 athletes that have finished. 14
Yes.
3 women, 12 men.
Yeah, we're currently looking at Celinda Heinel and Johnny Herrick, uh, Georgia Porter, Dave Stevens. We want to see how they finish. Yeah, those are kind of the front of the teams.
Yep.
Yeah, Gina Myers, Sam Collins. It's been fun. It's been fun to watch them.
We've got 20 tortoises that have finished. Christopher Sobey finished not too long ago at 26 hours and 18 minutes. So, out of all of the runners in both races, we only have 35 runners that have finished. So we're just at the beginning of the finishing celebration here.
Yeah, and it looks like a little party is getting underway there on the lawn, just on the other side of the stream. Welcoming these athletes in. And as a little bit of an update, speaking of Celinda, we have her cresting Mount Warner on her way down 4 minutes ago. So she's on her way to the finish. Currently 6th place female. Rebecca Orrig and Georgia Porter are on their way charging down the mountain. So let's see how that shakes out.
Yeah. Celinda is in the money as well. 6th place, $1,000.
Yeah, and looks like Zoe Rom, if she continues, she'll make a cool easy 500.
Yeah.
$5 a mile. That's pretty good.
If you break that down for how much you get paid now, or what, that's maybe not great though.
Well, take out $250 per gel, 2 gels an hour. That's it right there.
But she didn't go out to eat dinner or lunch, so you'd have to eat anyways.
That's true. The race is providing dinner and lunch. All the quesadillas you can handle.
Yeah, man, I definitely was smelling that bacon all night last night.
Yeah, let's give another shout out to the aid station crews, the volunteers, the race in general for putting together some really great aid stations out there. I was at a dry lake, which is kind of up in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And there were plenty of hot food options at night. We were getting mashed potatoes, the typical ramen. We had there was bacon. I saw avocado halves, pre-packaged avocado halves. That's a find. I didn't figure out where those came from. But yeah, absolutely phenomenal aid stations, super well stocked. I don't think there was anything missing from any aid station. You want for nothing other than a Pepsi going through those aid stations.
Yeah, I mentioned it last night. Long Lake, Summit Lake, Dry Lake, they've been out there since, the tortoises came through with their 8 o'clock start yesterday. And then, they are at miles 70, 80, and 90, when you come through again. And they're going to be there all day today.
Yeah.
And even into the evening, especially at Long Lake. So, those people are, we're doing these shifts here, sitting nice and comfortable, watching the TVs. I have to talk the whole time, but they're out in a little tent.
You were in the studio this whole time. Some of us were out just suffering.
Yeah. Must have been
with
that
the
Pepsi.
athletes.
It must have been that Pepsi keeping you going.
Yeah, Pepsi kept me going, man. Every time.
Amazing.
Every
Did you get the nitro yet, or?
I by the time I got done here and got here in the morning, the grocery stores were closed. So no, I did not get a Pepsi. Unfortunately. But I've had plenty of coffee, if you can't tell from my pre-trail hoodie that got a little coffee stain on it.
I'm still wearing the same t-shirt I was yesterday morning, and the Schlarb shirt doesn't have any stains, so I'm doing better in that department.
Yeah, I've had 3 outfit changes, so mostly because it kept getting really hot and I had to shed layers and shirts. So I thought I'd go a little comfy today, throw my hoodie on, and of course You choose a white one, you're going to spill within 10 minutes. That's a rule. But enough about me. Let's go to the chat and see what's going on, people. Yeah, we got Lori Porter giving a little shout out to Georgia.
Oh, Adam Priest. Did someone win the bet?
We never actually did place our bet on who was going to win, did we? We decided to settle this with a nice little hug and cuddle last night in our room, and we agreed to disagree, and it's okay. It's absolutely okay. Some of us are Pepsi people, some of us are Coke people.
I think I've seen a lot more Coke fans on the chat than I've seen Pepsi.
Hey, you know what? That's okay. That's okay. I don't want to follow the crowd. I will live my truth, and it's okay.
Yeah, 1980s Pepsi.
At least it's not Tab. At least I'm not a Dr. Pepper person.
Oh, I would much rather Dr. Pepper. That's like a good spicy drink. I honestly just I don't drink pop at all. But at an aid station in those like not so great moments, I always reach for Coke.
So I was on the Wasatch 100 course, 31 miles with Billy Yang last weekend, and you should have seen his face light up when we hit. It was like mile 84 aid station, and he saw a bottle of Dr. Pepper. I was forced to empty my bottles and fill it up with Dr. Pepper for him. So it can do wonders. Lori Porter, I love you. Pepsi, that's right.
Oh man,
I got one
looks
fan
like
out there.
we're having another hair finisher, guys.
All right, who do we have?
Joel Anderson, and I do believe Georgia Porter will be very hot on his heels to follow. So we got Joel finishing here.
All right, representing the Masters.
Yeah, it looked like
I just heard this is his fourth run rabbit for Joel.
That is fantastic. Mr. Joel Anderson out of Leadville,
out there training
Colorado.
with Courtney in Leadville.
Yeah,
he definitely didn't mind the altitude. His home is higher, quite possibly, than the highest point in the course.
Yeah,
10-3
right at home.
Leadville. 13th male. Congratulations, Joel.
And it looked like Georgia crested Mount Warner about 10 minutes, 10 and a half minutes behind him. So within the next 5-10 minutes, we should see Georgia Porter.
Georgia Porter would be our fourth female finisher.
Yep, and so far we had Tara Dower in first with our third fastest female time ever here at Run Rabbit, and then we had second place. Sorry guys, Christy Connect. Yeah, and she had sub 21 hours for I think the fifth fastest time here at Run Rabbit, and then third place we had Karen Holland from Canada, and this was her third Run Rabbit and her best finish yet with a third place finish and a huge PR. She said she was aiming for sub 24 hours, and she ended up being around 22:15, I believe.
Yeah, she absolutely got that sub 24, that's for sure.
And she said this iteration of the course is the hardest one yet. So I think those are words to go by when we judge some of these performances. We had wonderful weather the last day and a half, so I think the runners are probably pretty happy to have lucked out with no precipitation overnight, sunshine during the day, and a little chilly overnight, but I think they handled it well.
Was that Karen talking to Nicole Bitter at the finish line?
Yeah, and it sounds like Nicole was having some stomach issues and ended up pulling out. But man, she's had some stellar run rabbits herself, and talk about a true veteran of the sport who is just consistent and not getting any slower. I was just telling her one of my favorite splits from her that I found was two Banderas 7 years apart, where she ran almost the exact same time. So unfortunately, Nicole Bitter had to pull out of the race about halfway through, but I think she'll be back.
Yeah, and Nicole was really responsible for how how this race played out. You know, she was pushing, you know, in second place sometimes, and you know, part of the mix, doing great, coming from Austin, and you know, shooting a shot.
Yeah, she definitely pulled these girls out in the front and you know, made them work to get there.
Yeah.
But hopefully we see Georgia Porter coming in in not too long. It looks like we have another 100-mile finisher coming in right now.
I think one of the Tortoises.
Yeah, I believe that is one of the Tortoises. Looks like they have a pacer with them.
And it looks like we just had, about 10 minutes ago, had Celinda Heinel go over our high point at Mount Werner before descending here to the finish. So she was up there around 22:18, and she's currently in 6th place and in the money for the women. So excited to see her at the finish because I know she's had a few great finishes here, and this one will just add to her collection.
Right behind Celinda is Jose Cervantes in the 50 to 59 age group category. I think he would be the first over 50 finisher this year for the Run Rabbit Run.
Wood carvings of the course that you can purchase, and all kinds of other stuff if you want to come over and check it out. And I got another 100-miler.
Actually had Josh Golden in the Tortoises. He finished, and he's in the 50 to 59 age group, running a 24-hour, 5-minute finish.
Got a little shout out in the chat from Terry Nallette, a mom from upstate New York, watching her daughter Nicole Hopkins, loving the YouTube coverage. Yeah, we're loving it too. This is such a fun job. To be honest, this is the only place I'd rather be than on the course. And to be honest, today I wouldn't even want to be on the course. Not with these kind of times. That would make me work way too hard. Watching athletes just crushing it coming in here. This potentially a hare coming in right now.
I think so. It's not Georgia. It's always a little bit of a test. Stepping down into that grass, do they have to almost stop, or can they keep their stride?
I would be afraid of running over the edge and taking a little leap and then just absolutely cramping.
I've seen somebody fall in the creek.
Here.
Oh, yeah.
Creek crossing. I've seen it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. That would definitely happen.
Oh, look at
Who do we got there,
big
Liam?
hog.
That is a 100-mile tortoise, Meredith from Flagstaff.
All right.
Meredith Merkley from Flagstaff, Arizona.
Second female. Wow. Congratulations to you, Meredith.
So
That is fantastic. We'll wait to
26 and a half hours for the tortoise race there. Is that correct?
Yeah, we'll wait to see the update for an official time, 26:30 something. Right behind
26.
Mr. Donald Butte.
26:34. Congratulations.
That is fantastic. Who do we got here? That looks like another Georgia Porter right there.
That's Georgia Porter.
All right.
She is such a strong runner out of Flagstaff. Just incredible performances in terms of what she's done in shorter distances in the marathon. The gal's got some legs that can turn over.
Yeah, Georgia's pretty impeccable. She came to the trails about a year or two ago, and I mean, she's just taken off since then. She won the Run Rabbit 50-miler outright last year. She has a course record at the Tusher 70K. She just won the High Lonesome this past summer in, I think, one of the top 3 times there. she just is really, really consistent. And I think she showed today how you can battle back from having some mega lows early in the race to have, I mean, just an incredible performance here that, I mean, these times that these ladies are running right now, last year our second place finisher ran just over 23 hours for the women. And we're like not even close to 22 or 23 hours just yet. So we're 22:36 right now. So,
Awesome.
I mean, we're probably about to have 5 women under 23 hours today, which is pretty incredible.
Absolutely. Again, a historic year here at Run Rabbit Run.
Yeah. Meredith, fellow Flagstaff person, is ready to see Georgia come in. I have a feeling they might know each other. They're standing right there, maybe waiting, taking a picture.
Yeah, and that Flagstaff community is so tight knit. Everybody knows everybody up there. All incredibly competitive athletes. On any given day, there's a different, stronger runner out there. Nobody is absolutely the top dog. Everybody's making each other work out there. It's super fun to see. Yeah, we've got. Is that a? I wonder who she's running with, to be honest. Lindsay McDonald, yeah. Absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
Another fellow Flagstaff runner.
Georgia's got a little bit of a lean. See that happening in those long mountain ultras.
Yeah, it's a long time to ask your hips and your core to stay engaged. And we typically overuse one side compared to the other, and that's going to be the side that gives out. So that little lean, the ultra lean that you see and that we will see here in the golden hour, I guarantee you there's going to be some athletes coming in with that strong left lean.
Yeah, with a hunch. Both are terrible.
Yeah, absolutely. Want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors who have made it possible for us to broadcast this. We've got La Sportiva, footwear and apparel. We've got BOA that you're seeing on a lot of up-and-coming shoes, that dial fit system. Honey Stinger.
Jimmy Elam's wearing the BOA.
Yeah, Jimmy Elam was wearing the BOA system on his Ultra Mont Blancs. Honey Stinger providing a lot of yummy nutrition out there on the course for the athletes. Smart Wool and Ultraspire. Thank you guys for making this happen.
Right. Here comes Georgia as we watch the John G Sky Cam. Thank you, John G.
Let's watch the step. Ooh, not so bad. She did it right in stride.
I mean, guys, like Georgia just did her first 100K just this year.
Wow.
So this year she did her first 100K, did her first 100-miler, and now she's doing her second 100-miler here. And not just doing it, but doing it exceptionally well.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago that she was at High Lonesome.
$3,500, fourth place at Run Rabbit Run.
Less than 2 months ago.
Incredible. Great finish, Georgia.
Congratulations, Georgia Porter, pulling out that fourth place finish from Flagstaff, Arizona.
Two Flagstaff runners right there.
Yeah, two Flagstaffers, and I have a feeling you're going to see Lindsay McDonald make her way around to congratulate both those gals.
Flagstaff, Boulder, and the Trash Hill.
And Trash Hill. Mount Trashmore
Beach.
Yeah.
Mount Trashmore and Virginia Beach. Tara Dower putting it on the map.
I know, just saying.
Yeah, and she's finishing with a smile on her face.
Finishing with a smile on her face.
Yeah, and there she is. There's Lindsay. Yeah, getting a little love from her crew there. I have to say, her crew was a lot of fun. It seemed like they were dressed up in some outfits. That's her partner there with her. Obviously, so proud of her. It's so awesome to see that.
Might try to sneak in for a couple words with Georgia, you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Get in there. Let us hear about how that turnaround she had.
Georgia, congratulations. Mike and I have been commenting all day about how consistent you were out there and how it seemed like you really had to dig yourself out of an early low in the race. So how'd the rest of the race go for you, and how did that manage? Because that seemed like you were in a tough spot early on when we saw you.
Yeah, so I raced High Lonesome like 6 weeks ago, and I felt like I could run very slow for a long time, but I just could not press on the gas out there. So I had one speed, and that's what I ran the whole time.
That's all you need for 100 milers.
Yeah.
You crushed it. This was, a historically fast women's year. Your position this year would have been second place last year by ways. So, that just speaks to like how fast the women are getting, and you're a part of that, which is amazing.
Thanks.
Congratulations on an amazing race.
Yeah. What's your name again?
Leah. Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Congrats.
Thank you.
That's Georgia Porter, everyone. Fourth place female for the Hares out of Flagstaff, Arizona.
What a year. What great running. Congratulations to Georgia. Enjoy that $3,500.
Turning that chair into the shade. She's like, get me out of the sun.
That's a good move.
Take my shoes off.
Yeah, I was going to say, I saw her unstrap the vest, and there is no better feeling than sitting down and like popping that strap off and just dropping that vest to the floor.
Yeah.
Oh, man, what a race. What a fantastic race by Georgia Porter. Again, she kind of came out and said that, yeah, it's that one speed, and average paces win races or finish races. And that's what she did. She put down a very consistent average pace all day.
Yeah, she knew that she was coming off that 100K 6 weeks earlier. She's
100 miler.
100 miler.
Yeah, High Lonesome.
High Lonesome. Okay. Yeah.
Which is no easy feat. That race is a pretty aggressive race. It's a good amount of vert, and you're up high all day long. I don't think there's anything below 10,000 feet there. You sit up at 13,000, 12,000. You're up there all day.
Yeah.
And she didn't, if I remember correctly, I was at the race, and she didn't make her pass for the first place until mile like 80 something. So again, another strategic build up into it and then have a strong, hard finish.
Wow. Her and Jimmy really had a great double.
Yeah.
High Lonesome, Jimmy winning and setting the course record, and then Georgia coming in here and getting fourth after kicking butt at High Lonesome.
Yeah, there seems to be a common thread of High Lonesome in almost everyone we interviewed 2 days ago.
Yeah.
So a lot of these competitive athletes here that we anticipated were going to be in the trading places for the top 10. Almost all of them have run High Lonesome at one point and have been first, second, or third there. So that was a really fun thing to see. For those of you who aren't familiar with that race, look it up. It's a really good one.
How many runners are in High Lonesome?
It's not a huge amount of runners.
Yeah.
175 runners.
Yeah.
Is
you
what
can
it
see
was.
why it quickly became a lottery.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a lottery. I was actually at the lottery this year at 10 Cup Whiskey Distillery is where they do it. It's pretty fun. It's an awesome time. Courtney DeWalter was out there hoping, her and Kevin were hoping they'd get in. It's a good one.
Yeah, and they're making strides in gender equality and how many racers are female versus male, and just setting the bar, having 50% of the field be female. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's definitely something we love to see happen. Hopefully they are Law's Whiskey. Sorry, Lauren Fox corrected me. It's not 10 Cup. It's Law's Whiskey is where they do it. I'm just gonna stop talking now. It's been way too long. I'm a little delirious. Um, but yeah, you love to see it. You love to see what they're doing there, and really trying to protect the sport. All right, so the ladies are coming in. They're starting to trickle in the top 10 here. I think we're going to see Rebecca Orig, who was actually an athlete that Georgia was talking about at Dry Lake. I overheard her telling her crew, like, holy shit, everybody needs to watch out for Rebecca. She's going to crush it up the field. And she did. Both of them were hovering around 10th, just above 10th place at Dry Lake. And then obviously are in position for 4th and 5th. So
Awesome.
ran very smart, patient, strong races. With Celinda Heinel right behind them, Zoe Rom making her way up through the field as well. She was a ball of energy. Every aid station, she was so happy, so excited.
She's a ball of energy all the time.
Right, absolutely right, and that
Just like
plays into how
Nicole.
she races.
Yeah, just like Nicole Bitter.
Yeah, just what I love about Nicole is anytime you're like out there and you're trying to ask her how her race is going, she instantly stops talking about herself and her race and wants to know how you're doing. And it's like, no, we're here for you.
Yeah.
What a sweetheart.
Look at all these
Absolutely
high
love Nicole.
fives coming in for the finish. Guessing maybe a tortoise. Taking his time.
Yeah, no
Saving
rush
the
at this
moment.
point.
There you go. Finished Run Rabbit Run.
And in just a moment here, we'll give you an update on who that was. If he held position, that would be Ben Lefebvre. I'm not even going to try.
It's pretty rough.
Yeah.
Not saying I could do better. Lefebvre.
You've spent way more time over in Sham than I have, so you should have that down.
I should, but I don't. For the Hares, I see right in front of Rebecca is Kevin Carson. Got to give a shout out to him. 14th male. Had to convince him to sign up for the Hares instead of the Tortoise. Gonna have that finish. What a great finish to an awesome season. Good job, Kevin.
Let's see. I'm going to see. So for those of you who are curious, out there is another group of athletes running around.
Yeah.
Another group of runners running around. They're doing the 50 miler. That started this morning at 6 a.m. And boy, do we have a race happening out there at 27.7. On their way back, they've already hit the turnaround. They're coming back. We have Mr. John Hanlon in first place, 4 hours and 39 minutes. And then 6 minutes behind him, we have Rick Davey, Rex Shields, and Tristan Chart all running 4:45. So there is less than a minute that separate second through fourth. So let's keep an eye on that and see how that shakes out. That's going to be really fun. They're making their way back here to the finish line. So unfortunately, while we don't have eyes on them out there, we will get to see them cross the finish line. So if you've got a runner in the 50 miler, don't worry. We're going to see them at the finish line.
Got Becca leading the women's race in 7th overall. Not quite to the Dumont aid station.
Yeah, she's making her way in. Behind her, we have Brooke Eberly, and then we have Emily Vale. They have hit the Dumont aid station the first time. Looks like.
Look at this! Look at this finish. took an alternative route, scrambled down the rocks.
Why not?
Yeah. That person. Oh wow, she took the rocks better than anybody, picking up both her kids.
This is Becca
oh,
Orrick.
lost her hat.
Oh man.
Oh, that's just gonna go for the finish.
Leave him. Leave him.
I'm going. Oh, that's amazing.
I believe, is this Becca Orrick?
Oh wow, what a finish. Oh, that's fantastic. Maybe we can hear from Leah. That might be. I can see Leah walking.
Yep, that is Leah Yingling coming in, confirming that was Becca Orrick.
That was the most exciting finish yet. Yeah. She scrambled down the rocks.
She was so fun.
Picked up the kids, left the kids, and finished.
Yeah, Leah, let's go to you on the floor. I want to hear what you have to say.
I feel like that just described Becca's energy all day yesterday. We saw her at the Olympian Hall aid station last night, and I mean, she was just giving off good vibes, taking her time, enjoying her crew, eating some ramen, and just taking it all in. So super impressed by her and excited to see that she just had a heck of a day out there, and I'd say probably her best performance to date. 5th place here at Run Rabbit in a sub 23 hour finish time, which like I'll keep reiterating, that would have been 2nd place last year. So that was probably 22.50 something there. Just incredible.
Bringing home $1,500 and had the most fun at the finish that we've seen thus far today.
I need you to ask
words
her
from you
about
I want to
that
hear
rock
about your little
scramble.
scramble at the end there. It sounded like you took a path of least resistance.
Yes, that's the way
the
he
most
said to go.
resistance.
Yes.
We kept saying yesterday you had like the most energy of anybody we saw out there.
Thank you.
And I mean, what an incredible performance. This is probably one of the fastest women's field out here, and you just broke 23 hours.
Yes, so fast.
Yeah, how do you feel about your day?
I'm really proud of this one. We should be. Yeah, it was a good day. I mean, challenging, but good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems like you and Georgia got to work together a good portion of the day.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we worked together a lot going up Fish Creek, which I think kind of helped us both. Yeah.
Well, okay. Celebrate this. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Looks like you had a great crew out there.
Yes, I did. Yes. So thank you.
Well, yeah, congratulations.
Thank
Take
you.
it all in.
Thank you.
That's Becca Orrick, our 5th place female out there in a historically fast women's field here. And wow, look at this finisher. Woo! Bib 45.
Wow, what a finish.
Wow, I want to finish every race looking that way.
Yeah, another high energy finish. So much excitement. The crowds are starting to build. It's getting warm. So good. I think that's Wes Martin. Wes Martin had a really strong finish. If that's bib number 45, he passed 2 people to get in.
Waving to Becca's family.
Lots of fun, lots of family. Great finish.
So for those of you that are interested, a little race is going on this morning. The Pikes Peak Marathon, Pikes Peak Ascent. Little news from that. It looks like Remy Bonnet has broken the impossible Matt Carpenter's record of 2:01:06. He finished in 2:24.
Wow. A lot of people thought that never be broken. And it's also been snowy on top of Pikes Peak.
Yes, he ran through the snow to get it.
Wow. He's had an incredible year, ski mountaineering, World Cup wins, and then now he's set the course record at Pikes Peak Marathon.
The Pikes Peak Ascent.
Ascent, sorry.
What an incredible performance. Now, it does have to be said, Matt Carpenter ran the full marathon and set the ascent record. But still,
Yep.
what an incredible day.
Hats off to Remy.
Congrats, Remy. Us over here at Run Rabbit Run are incredibly impressed.
What a big day in Colorado.
Right. Oh man. And we got a World's team race going on today as well. Can't wait to see updates from that. I think we all just kind of died a little bit here. It got really quiet.
It's not quiet at the finish.
Absolutely not. But in order to not get the YouTube feed shut down, we can't bring audio from the live feed there at the finish line. We don't want to get that finish line music carry over and have it shut down the copyright issues here with YouTube. So we'll cut in and out with Leah as we can. But yeah, you can just trust that energy there at the finish line is top notch compared to most ultra marathon races, especially 100-mile races. I mean, Jason, you're no stranger to this. When you finish, especially towards the front of a race, it is a very lonely experience.
Yeah, you're not doing it for the finish celebration.
That's for sure. We've got Mount Warner on the screen there. Athletes coming in off that single track, getting that last little bits of aid, a little pat on the back, fill up a water bottle, and send you down the mountain.
Lots of fun costumes. Love it.
Yeah, it's a fun aid station.
Yeah.
As really all of them have been. So hats off to the aid station volunteers for making it a day.
Yeah, I can't imagine flying a drone for 2 days, almost nonstop, and not crashing, keeping that focus.
Yeah. Got a couple runners there making that final descent.
Little ginger on the
too much.
We might even get a puke.
Too much ginger ale.
Too much Pepsi, I bet.
It was Coke. Coke's always the culprit.
Coke settles. Pepsi upsets.
As we've established, there's no Pepsi at the aid stations, so that cannot be it. Oh, that's always the worst. Leaving the aid station with a little bit of a full tummy after having been out there for so long, drinking all sorts of things, eating all sorts of things, hoping that it all stays down, and you get that first, 100 steps out of an aid station. It's a gamble. How's it going to sit? How are things going to settle?
Yeah. And then the legs just seize up. You just stop for a little bit, anything after 60, 70 miles. And let's see how this good step down. But yeah, it's tough to get going.
We might have to contact Fred to put a ramp out there down that step.
No, I think you should divert and do the creek crossing.
You would love that creek crossing.
For at least our entertainment.
Oh, man. Yeah, it really puts those former steeplechase athletes, gives them a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah. All right, so we have maybe 19 or 18 finishers for the Hares race. 5 women, 13 men. And we're at 26 finishers in the Tortoise race.
Yeah.
Kyle Jones just finished 50 to 59 age category, 26 hours, 50 minutes. And there's Audrey on the chat asking about that floater. First time I ever heard about it was last night from Andy Joan Wilkinson.
Oh man.
Reed Dixon, is there a most creative finish medal? That would definitely have gone to Georgia. Scrambling down, picking up kids, and then ditching them. I think that was the most creative.
Oh man, you can't give up those extra seconds. No, not on
She
not
was
on a
ready.
race like this weekend.
She's been thinking about this for 20 some hours.
Pretty much like, fine, if you don't want to cooperate, I'm leaving you here. The equivalent of, do I need to turn this car around?
Yeah, you know, a lot of runners, including myself, you know, fixating on the sub 22, sub 23, you know, getting under, 50 minutes. Those numbers, you know, distract you, keep you motivated. You're like, hey, if I really pick it up right now and I keep going, I can do this barrier. And so when you get down to that finish line, it's like a lot of people just want to take care of business.
Right. And I can certainly attest to the idea that, man, when I'm there, I just want to be done. And I would love to share that moment, but at the same time, I just want to sit down. But she was scrambling. She did take a little rock climbing adventure. I'm surprised I didn't see her try to run through the stream. Yeah, there is no floata out on course, but if you want an insider's tip, I'm going to give my own personal opinion here. Pepsi makes a nitro-infused version, canned version, and it comes out smooth, and it goes down better than anything I've ever had before, including Coke.
Mm.
You should give it a shot sometime, Jason.
Too sweet.
They're all sugar water, man. All of it is sweet.
I don't think anybody would argue that Coke is less sweet than Pepsi.
It has a little bit more of a bite. I will give you that. It's like comparing Barks root beer and A&W. Barks has a little more bite. A&W is nice and creamy. Pick your poison, whatever you want. I am going to get incredible amounts of crap for being a Pepsi lover.
Yeah, you are. From the rest of your life.
Yeah. If I don't get a Pepsi sponsorship out of this, I'm going to be so upset. Reed Dixon over here in the comments section. It's like comparing Verner's and Dry Canada. Verner's is good. Canada Dry is not.
No, I agree with you.
All right, fair enough.
All right, we have our second team finishers, Georgia Porter and Dave Stevens. Their total combined time is 40 hours and 2 minutes, where Tara Dower and Jimmy Ellum, team Hazel and Fiver from Watership Down, came in at 38 hours and 17 minutes. So not, considering two 100-mile racers, they only had a 2-hour gap for that, less than a 2-hour gap for that win.
And they earned themselves an extra $2,500 each, $5,000 for the team, which makes that day that much more sweet.
Oh, we forgot also, we have a Masters premium. The first Masters gets $1,000.
That is correct.
And then the premium for over 50 is $500. So let's look at the results here and see who gets that $1,000. I can proudly say I received the master's bonus and won.
And it looks like the same thing happened this year. Would that be Dave Stevens?
Yep.
So he gets the win and
$1,000.
the $1,000 as first master.
Yeah. And then for females, it's Christy Connect, second place overall, and the master's bonus.
That is awesome. Absolutely awesome.
For the men's 50 and over, right now, Jose Cervantes is in the lead for the premium for being over 50.
That is absolutely awesome. A little update on our 50 miler. We have our first female who is sitting in 5th overall. Wow. Had taken off through Dumont the second time, so on her way back, 4:52. So she's just 7 minutes behind that little trio of Rick, Rex, and Tristan. And she has an 11-minute lead on Rob Snyder, who's in 6th. And then just Jacob 2 minutes behind Rob. So, yeah, it looks like she's sitting in the middle of running away from Rob and Jacob, but chasing down that little trio of dudes who have left Dumont 7 minutes ahead of her. That'll be a fun one to watch. That'll be fun to watch through the finish.
For the women's premium for being over 50 and being the first finisher, we do not have anybody in the Hares that's a female over 50. So I think Fred and Paul award that, I'd imagine, to
one of our tortoises.
So I'm scrolling through here and seeing who that might be. That would be Monica
now if they don't.
Ox.
Marsha Ox?
Monica
Monica
Ox finished in 26 hours and 52 minutes, and she should receive the $500 premium for being the first woman over 50 to finish Run Rabbit Run this year.
Yeah, I imagine they'll roll that from the Hares division over to the Tortoise division.
I hope so.
If not, we're going to start a petition right now. It's going to happen. Beautiful drone footage out there of the Mount Runner aid station. As you can see off in the distance, that is what they're running up. They're coming off some single track and have that little climb up to the aid station. As they hit that aid station, we all know they hit that dirt road, make their way down. But look at the single track that they get to come in on. It is surprisingly technical in sections.
It is. It's I'm going to show my hand here. My favorite section is, going down to Fish Creek Falls, the most technical section. Second favorite is right there on that trail. And you're absolutely right. It is technical. And when you come up on the top of Mount Warner at the beginning of the race, that's the first place that you actually kind of get to run across and down. A lot of fast running, maybe too fast.
Yep.
Right through there. Oh, who do we have?
I can attest to the fact that can be run too fast. Oh, is that Celinda?
All right. We got our 6th female finisher, Celinda Heinl. 6 minutes.
Can you guys get my audio here at the finish?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yay. All right. So I do believe we will be having our 6th place finisher, Celinda Heinl, coming through here. And I think she's being run in the last stretch by a couple of her kids. This is amazing. This is Celinda's 5th Run Rabbit finish in the top 10. And she said she was coming here for a PR this year. And guys, she just ran a 3-hour PR on the course.
Oh my
How
gosh.
incredible is that?
Wow. She called that shot and did it. That's pretty impressive.
Wow.
Beva Racing Team trains out in Colorado, and if you want some of the most heartwarming ultra running content you've ever seen, please watch the live stream from Olympian Hall last night. Celinda had all 3 of her kids and her husband crewing her, and it was just one of the most tear-jerking moments I've ever watched. And look at her now. What a great race for her.
I am proud to say that this is the first live stream and feed I've been on where I was not the first person to shed tears. That's going to go to Leah.
My eyes were watering this morning. Giving her son some kisses and her husband. What a fantastic party. Celebration.
How sweet. I love this family.
Absolutely. If they're looking to adopt, I'd gladly join.
There you go.
Congratulations to her.
Get some of her finishing photos.
She looks
from
a little
Paul.
sore.
Yeah, she earned that. She earned that waddle. That's for dang sure.
Along with $1,000 and a 3-hour PR. Yeah, $1,000
and a 3-hour PR. I mean, she's just walking away with a slew of prizes today.
Should we go in? You can go ahead right now, actually.
Oh, we've got somebody coming in pretty slow. This could be Kevin Carson.
Absolutely worked himself to a walk it in kind of day.
Yeah, maybe rolled ankle. Maybe got distracted. He's still looking back.
Yeah, still looking back, not wanting to give up that one spot. I doubt it's a rolled ankle because he's walking too smoothly on both legs. Yeah, those are quads. Those are blown quads.
Oh, wow.
Well done, sir.
Oh, he's running it in. Well done.
There you go. Can't get caught on camera walking it in. Oh, that's a 100-mile waddle.
Finish. Yeah.
Well done. Way to finish. Way to get it out.
Yeah. I'm wondering if this is Kevin Carson.
Leah, can you get a number on?
Number 15.
Yeah, that is Kevin Carson.
Kevin Carson, my coaching client. Got it done. Congratulations.
Yeah, give him a little extra love, Leah, from Jason in here.
Yeah, a big congratulations, please.
Hey, congratulations. We got some people in the live stream. Jason in there. That's wishing you a big congrats.
Oh, thank you.
He says congrats. And he says thank you. Big
Awesome
finish
work.
for him.
Awesome work.
That is awesome. And behind him, what number do we got coming through? Is that 17?
461 for the tortoises.
461. Okay.
461 for the tortoises.
Awesome.
Right over here. You just push into whatever you want. We'll wait for him to sit down.
Keep track of
That's going to be Alex Dorinbas.
From Minnesota.
Yeah.
27th male in the tortoise race. Finishing at a fun time right now. Wow. I'm really ready to go over there, Zach.
Where's that?
Where's Andy? Where's Chris? I'm ready to join the party.
Yeah, I'm getting out there.
You need subs. Yeah, we're starting to get a lot of people filling in, guys. Come on over.
Yeah, fill it in.
Leah, I'm going to be over there shortly. We're going to grab some lunch.
I'm jealous.
Well done, Alex. Way to get it in out of Shakopee, Minnesota. Let's see if there's been any movement in the 50-mile race.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. You know, it's 100 miles. We've only had 18 hares finish.
Yeah, no, it's still early. It's
Yeah,
still early.
it is.
This finish line is going to start filling out. We're going to see
six of those are women. That's pretty awesome.
Wow. You took it right out of my mouth, Leah. 6 of those being women. Absolutely phenomenal. Always so exciting to see. I mean, that is a good chunk of the top 20.
1/3.
1/3, yeah.
Pretty incredible.
A few updates from the 50-mile race. We have F2, our second female, Brooke Eberly, hit Dumont the second time, 5:14. She's making her way back right now. Sitting 20 minutes behind first place female Becca Bramley.
Ryan Portberry from Somerset, Kentucky.
Another finisher.
And a big hug. Congratulations, 27-17 for Ryan Portberry from Somerset, Kentucky. Thanks for coming out.
All right, let's check
I
Ryan
do believe our
Portberry.
next.
We got food over here. We got
Go ahead, Liam.
And I think our next female finisher will likely be Zoe Rom, and I think we should expect her at the finish in about probably less than 30 minutes, and she should be F7. And then I think we've got a few to follow her. Megan Spiker is currently in 8th, Dalton McCurdy in 9th, and then we have Brianna Grigsby in 10th with Addie Rastall in a pretty close 11th place. So I think we'll see some of them duking it out for the top 10, and I think Zoe Rom, if she can hold on to her 7th place, will likely be our last female in the money.
Yeah, it's hers to hold on to at this point, and she's been such a bundle of energy all race long. I'm excited to see her come in and finish. She's just such a pleasant person and just a great person in life in general, but also a fantastic athlete.
And rider.
And rider, yes, correct. We are the sum of all of our parts. We are not just runners.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like Zoe has 32-minute lead at Warner. Over Megan, I think.
Oh, and it actually looks like it's looking like the team's race with Celinda Heinel's finish there and John Herrick's. I'm wondering if that'll likely be third place for them. We'll wait to see. I think it's a close between Zoe Rom and Sean Van Horn in their 4th place position. But I think Celinda and John might come out on top, and their name is the Death Eaters.
Yeah. Less than 20 minutes between the Death Eaters and Team Stay Wet.
Oh, that's awesome.
Then behind them, the Missouligans, you can assume Natalie and Wes are from Missoula. And the Jackrabbits in 6th. Connect and the Parcels in 7th. Resisting Arrest, 8th place. Team Happy Jackasses, 9th, and then the Flatlanders in 10th. Rounding out.
I don't know if Team Resisting Arrest is going to fare super well with Adam Loomis not finishing the race.
Yeah. Same thing with the Flatlanders.
Yeah.
Nicole not finishing.
I know my daddy. Did we get a report on Adam Loomis is pulling out of the race? Like what happened with him?
I didn't see or hear what had happened. I just saw that it was a pull, a DNF.
That's a bummer.
Yeah.
Yeah, great dude, amazing athlete. Really fun to see out on the course, really trying to, lay it out there with the top of the top here in the race. And, sometimes it's just not your day. And the better thing to do is know when to hold him, know when to fold him, and take it home.
Yeah, it's too bad it looks like Adam dropped at mile 71 at Dry Lake.
That's a rough place to drop to.
Which that is a bit of a drive home.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And if you're gonna drop there, it's for reasons. He's made that big climb back up and maybe decided that he didn't have the legs to finish it. And instead of pushing through the night when it gets really cold, you end up walking, risking hypothermia. Sometimes you got to make those tough calls that are take your ego out of it and do what's best for the body, do what's best to preserve your health. And, we can only assume that played into it for him.
Seems like a lot of times, it's the stomach in these long ultras that can finish races.
Yeah, absolutely. And that it happens so often where your stomach goes south. And it's for a number of reasons. I think it's a chain reaction at that point. When your stomach goes south, it slows you down. You slow down at night, it gets a little cold, the blood rushes to your stomach and to your core to stay warm and out of your muscles, and your extremities stop working. So you're left walking, which gets you more cold. So you're starting that negative cycle of it's getting cold, it's slowing you down, which is getting you more cold. And then it becomes a safety factor of being up there in, low 30 temperatures without the proper gear to stay warm and to warm back up. So yeah, I mean, that's if a stomach goes south, you have no energy. You're not able, no gas in the tank, no go in the car, right? And then again, as we mentioned, the cold factor, and it's compounding. So it's really fun to see in the sport and in the space all this different nutritional strategies that are coming out. You remember as well as I remember, you were part of it. The low carb, high fat, nutrition strategy that kind of hit the scene years ago. And, we're still seeing a lot of success with it with certain athletes and other athletes. A lot of different things work. Some runners are Coke people, some are Pepsi people, it's okay.
Yeah. The other difficulty too, especially at Run Rabbit Run, is that it's hard to hydrate when it's cold and when you're up high. And when you don't get that liquid hydration in the gut, the body can't digest and absorb those carbohydrates. And then all of a sudden you got that distress.
Yeah, it's all compounding factors. So the runners that take care of the little things throughout the day, that are paying attention to their electrolytes, paying attention to their hydration, they're not risking getting dehydrated. The idea of sip, nibble, nibble, a little bit of food here, a little bit of food there, sipping on your hydration all day, making sure that you've got that right osmotic balance of electrolytes in there. You're never racing so hard that your stomach is, upset, but you're not going so slow that you're not burning the fuel that is in there. It's a war of, doing all the little things and making sure that you're paying attention to the details rather than just trying to literally and figuratively gut it out.
Embrace those details. Let it be the distraction from the enormous task at hand of running those 100 miles. And it will propel you to hopefully a good finish.
Yeah, and if you're focused on all the little things, you're kind of not focused on the big thing and the pain. Yeah, huge strategy. Got an athlete coming in, really pouring it on, getting to that finish line. I saw some look backs there.
Yeah. He wants that position.
No one
He's worked for it
ever
all
wants to
night.
get past
Mm-mm.
in the finish line shoot.
Oh, took the step well.
Still got a little pep in those legs.
Yeah, I think this will be one of our last panted finishers.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to start to warming up out there.
Yeah, it's almost noon.
Wow.
I think we're 6.5 hours into our ultra talking experience.
Yeah, the ultra conversation. That is a talent and a skill in and of itself. We are pioneering a new sport.
If you ever want to go for a long drive, Zach and I would be, or Chris or AJW, may or may not be who you want to take on that road trip.
Oh, man.
I remember Anton Krupicka telling me that he really liked to, right, he didn't tell me, I read this, that he really liked to go on road trips with Joe Grant because he called it Joe FM, because the guy can just talk and talk and talk and just.
Joe is such a good guy. I love that guy. Yeah, he's got some stories too. Man, that guy has lived a life. He's got some really, really fun, interesting stories from Nolan's 14, some of his adventures over in Europe, racing out there, crewing, pacing Anton at his famous Western States, Unbreakable film. Nice. Here we go. Looks like a couple tortoises coming in here. Picking
And
up
3
the family.
kids. He can't pass the kids. That's taboo.
That's fair. That's fair.
You had to pass before the finish shoot. What a great celebration there. That's wonderful. Happy for that.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting a crowd down there at the finish line. Some cheers. I think everyone's grabbing some drinks, hiding in the shade. And thanks again to our fantastic drone operators, keeping those birds in the sky, giving us a great view of the finish line, the festivities, the party. You got Tent City over there with all the sponsors, and some of the athletes just finding some shade. It's warming up. Shadows are disappearing. That sun's gonna start beating down here in not too long.
Yeah, it's going to be a factor for the majority of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the second day in the sun. You've had that first day in the sun. It zapped a little energy out of you. The Coke Bear. I'm being taunted. I'm being taunted right now. This is torture, guys. Yeah, you're getting a second day.
Oh,
look at that.
Let's take a picture with you when you go down to the finish. You sit on that bench right there, and we'll take.
Is that my punishment? Is that my punishment? Okay.
Hugging the bear.
You guys are all terrible.
Oh, that was the best moment right there.
Hey, if I put myself out there like that, I'm open to shots, and it's okay. I can take it.
I don't see any Pepsi displays like that. I don't see any Pepsi Bear or Rabbit or something.
You go for the corporatized Coca-Cola. You do what they tell you to do.
I like the polar bear. That speaks to me.
That's such a good Christmas time little
Yeah.
little thing from Christmas that I love.
Maybe
Keeping
you
an
should
eye
try it
down
again.
that long stretch, coming back into Steamboat to find that finish line. Runners going up there to greet, or crew going up there to greet their runners. Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that finishing top 10 women come through here. And again, a little update on the 50-mile race here. We've got 14 runners through Dumont on their way back. No one has hit Long Lake yet. It's a pretty long stretch, going from 27 to 30, almost 37. That's a good 10-mile stretch that, yeah, looks like we've got 14 athletes who have, we have one drop. John Corona. Interesting. It updated literally right as I was looking at it. John Hanlon in the lead with Rick, Davey, Rex Shields, Tristan Chart, all in a small pack behind, chasing him down. He's got a 6-minute lead. And then we've got our first female, Becca Bramley, is right behind the chase pack. She is making her presence known. And then we have our second female, Brooke Eberly, and third female, Emily Vile, out there. All have made it through Dumont. So hopefully we see some updates from them at Long Lake. And then they will also hit Mount Werner and make their way back.
Awesome.
So yeah, they do share the first 13 miles of the course. They are out to Long Lake, and then they detour and head out to the Dumont aid station, a little out and back from there, back to Dumont, and then they hook back up with the 100-mile course at Long Lake to Mount Werner and then down to the finish. So here in a couple hours, we're going to see a lot of finishers making their way across that line.
Indeed. Another cool detail about Run Rabbit Run, all women over 50 and men over 60, tortoises and hares, who are official finishers, earn free entry into the race in 2024.
That is awesome.
That's incredible.
You know, it's all the little fun things that Fred and Paul put together here at the race that just make it a little quirky, a little fun. And it's always something that gives back. You know, they make a team division, but they're also going to provide a cash prize for that. You know, they're challenging these, 50 plus athletes to get across that finish line. They're going to give them an entry next year.
Strong finish. Yeah, you could see, the toll of the night. These last few runners, tortoise runners, are wearing full pants, long sleeves. It was chilly.
Yeah, it's not easy to get through this race. Is that a pacer or a runner?
I'm not sure.
Moving really well. We do have a handful of athletes who have dropped out of the Hares division. I'm going to count them up.
Yeah, more consistent finishers coming through.
have a significant number of drops. I stopped counting around 50.
It's a tough course.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, anytime you get into a 100-mile race, you're going to have a lot of attrition just because there are so many variables. You never know what's going to happen. You're playing with things beyond just fitness. And yeah, it looks like we have, this race is no different. It's going to claim a number of athletes, a lot of drops at Olympian the first time, and then another chunk the second time. I could only imagine getting into that nice warm cabin here at Olympian Hall that you don't want to leave. I smelled the bacon. You you want to stick around and have some
I
of
can
that.
still smell it.
I saw pancakes. There was maple syrup down there.
Let's not talk about this. Run Rabbit Run has been a charity race since 2012, so 11 years. They have donated over $300,000 to nonprofit and charitable organizations. Last year, they donated $50,000 to an array of 16 different Colorado charities. Colorado Comfort Canines, Come As You Are, Comunidad Integra, Denise Parson Memorial Fund.
Is that Zoe Rom?
All right.
That's Zoe.
Oh,
That's a Zoe stride.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I think we've got Zoe Rom sprinting
right.
into the finish line here.
Yeah, you are correct. That is a Zoe Rom stride right there.
Oh, celebrating it.
Gosh, she's looking good. Here's the telltale step.
A little hesitation there.
Little hesitation, not bad.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen worse.
Great job, Zoe. We're so happy
She
for
looks
you.
good, pumping those arms.
100-mile finisher coming in.
Zoe Rom,
Seventh
just
place.
badass queen all around, editor-in-chief of Trail Runner magazine. Here we go, sub 24 at Run Rabbit. Real Del Lago champ. Zoe's amazing. Just published her own book, Becoming a Sustainable Runner with Tina Muir. Just turned 30, just got engaged. She's an incredible person, and she just had such an incredible day out here. Congratulations, Zoe.
Oh, I love it. I love seeing it. She, of all people, is so easy to root for.
Should I tell him to go to Olympia?
Happy for Zoe. She gets to
Lots
take
of
home
happy
500
emotions
bucks.
here. Oh. She just
Oh, yeah.
said she's feeling all the things.
As she should. She's had, as you stated, an incredible year, and she is capping it off with an incredible day here at the Run Rabbit Run 100, finishing 7th place female, Zoe Rom from Carbondale, Colorado.
Just hugging her teammate Sean Van Horn there. I think their team probably ended up 4th overall, but maybe it was a tight race for 3rd. You guys can probably fact check me on that one.
We're gonna give a gander at that real quick.
Zoe finishing in the money, top 7. Absolutely incredible human and athlete.
So I just curious to stop.
Yeah, I think that puts her in the top 25 overall. 7th female. So good. Happy moments for Zoe.
You're amazing. Oh my God, sub 24. Oh, in the money. How'd it feel?
Oh, it felt a lot. I felt a lot of things and continuing to feel many things. But I'm stoked. TJ are going to put a deposit down on a solar panel.
Hey,
look
at
I'm
that.
psyched.
Man,
Corinne.
Zoe
Living
Rom is
her
living
truth
what it
as
means
a
to becoming
sustainable
a
athlete.
sustainable runner. Oh man, nothing better than that. Hugging her bud, Corinne Chavoy, who unfortunately had to drop out last night. Such good people in our sport. Easy people to root for right there.
You love to see the encouragement back and forth. Yeah, I believe all those feelings that she's still feeling is called chafing. It sticks around for a while.
Lots of chafing.
No one told me in my first 100-mile race that chafing was a thing, and that's a mistake you only make once.
I hate the shower afterwards. That's terrible. Good job, Zoe.
That's it, Zoe.
Big smiles.
Jason and Zach are sending lots of love from the studio. Little
She
finish
said
line
she needs a nap
beverage.
and a hug and a burrito. So
What,
I think we
what's her
could
beverage
all
of choice?
relate to those words right there.
What's that beverage of
What she
choice?
got
Was that
there?
a bubbly water?
Oh, ginger ale. Ginger ale.
Settle the stomach.
That's fair. It's no Pepsi, but it's okay.
Okay. There we have it. Top 7 female finishers at Run Rabbit Run. What a historic year. Both men and women doing incredible things.
Yeah, and she caps off the top 25 overall.
Yeah.
That's awesome. So we had 7 women comprising the top 25, 7 women so far under 24 hours, and hopefully maybe another couple to sneak in here. That'd be awesome to see.
Yeah, I believe I'd love to look at the numbers on this, but I'm willing to bet that this is the fastest top 10 women combined time and the fastest top 10 men combined time.
Yeah.
I think I'd have to agree with that. It's definitely feeling that way. This just seems like a really, really deep race this year.
That is Mike Wilkins from Parker, Colorado. Bringing it home. 27:43. That's a gold buckle, man. Doesn't get any better. Congratulations. That's fast.
And I do think our next female finisher is looking like it's going to be Megan Spiker. She was on Mount Werner at 23:19. So not too long ago, but I'd expect probably another little bit here, probably at least until we see her down here.
Yeah. And we've got Dalton and Brianna running only a minute away from each other at Long Lake, so that they haven't quite made it to Mount Warner, I don't believe.
No, it looks like we had Dalton, Brianna, and Addie Rastall all within 4 minutes of each other at Long Lake, so that might be a battle for that top 10 position there for them.
Yeah. Working with each other, creating that synergy to get this race done. Fight for that top 10. You see Jamil there. I have a feeling he did not sleep last night.
As per usual, catnaps. He's very good at the hour
Snap.
nap.
We might try to snag a little Arlen interview for you guys while we got him here talking to Jam Jam.
Yeah, that would absolutely be fantastic.
Arlen, hi.
Hi.
Can we talk about your amazing day? Congratulations.
My amazing day.
How was it out there for you?
I think I just got done telling Jamil, I think I had the highest highs I've ever had in a race and the lowest lows.
I think you looked like you were having your highest high at Olympian Hall the second time through.
Yes.
When did you have your lowest low?
There was a bunch of them. I'm not sure which one. So I Let me think what all went wrong. I ate too many calories at Long Lake, 70 miles, and had a little problem later on. I won't go into too many details.
Fine. I know what you mean.
Then I got past Billy's Jackrabbit, whatever aid station. And at that point, like, I had ran the same splits as last year to 50 miles. And then I was running 2 minutes a mile faster for the next 20. So I was like, this is going to be just like a stupidly fast time.
Yeah.
So I was really excited about that. And then I had that issue with eating too much, which plagued me for a while. Then I got up top and I somehow got disoriented, and people somehow started telling me, like, dude, you're running backwards. And I'm like, no, I ain't. So finally I ran into this guy. He's like, dude, are you Arlen? And I'm like, yeah, if I'm not in trouble. And he's like, you are running backwards. He's like, you're headed towards Billy's Jackrabbit. And I'm like, what? Like, this feels right. So that was just let all the air out of my balloon.
I bet.
I had to race him again, which was very kind of him. I was in third at that point. He would have been in fourth. It was nice of him to do that, but then I got to race him all over again.
Yeah.
And
nobody wants to do that.
No, I don't like beating people twice. And then, like, he dropped me later on, and then he went blind, and I caught him. And then I had, like, I was having a horrible time, just like unmotivated at the top. Like, the altitude was getting to me. And then I had a fall, and unlike all the falls I've ever taken, this one I landed my fist right on my diaphragm, like landed belly plant right there.
Just like knock all the way.
Yeah, and got my anyhow, it knocked the wind right out of me, and I'm like laying on the ground just gasping for air. Anyhow, it was just a really rough, like, it went so good but then so bad. But
hey,
it was fun trying.
Together. I mean, you ran significantly faster than last year.
I did. At one point
you ran that Olympian back to Olympia section faster than anybody in the race. So you were hauling on that
race too, as far as altitude goes. So maybe I
know that's how I was like, I wonder if Arlen's ready to just get back down low here. But I mean, I know you cruised this descent last year, you cruised it again this year, and had a stellar finish.
I'm not sure exactly how well I cruised the descent. My battery went dead in my watch at the top.
Oh, I thought you were going to say your personal battery went dead.
That went dead before I got to the top. But yeah, it was fun trying. You know, every 100. This was my 20th time completing 100 miles.
I know I went through your ultra sign up, and the last time you ran anything but 100 miler was March 2020. You ran
incredible story.
50K. Yeah, so it's been a while. Like you.
Wow. Yeah, I know it's been a long time. Interesting.
Yeah.
But every time it's different. Every time it hurts.
Yeah.
It just every time it's something you.
Yeah, you come out with some really fun stories.
Yeah. The races that don't go good. The worse the race goes, the better the story.
I mean, you've had a great year, and you've had hard rock on your legs coming into this, and I think that's a feather in your cap to do as well as you did coming off of a hard rock. So I'd be very proud.
Yeah, I'm super happy with, like, I don't as bad as I felt and like unmotivated, just a baby about it the whole time. I do feel like I don't deserve third place. But
no, you deserve it. You ran an incredible race and you got it done. Fun stories to tell too, and you like punch yourself in the diaphragm. Not many people can say that. Any plans for after this, or just a lot of rest? Do you rest?
What's that? Yeah, I'm currently deciding. There's a race that would be practically impossible to turn down right now, but I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, well, keep us posted. I'm excited to follow along.
We'll let you know.
Yeah, congratulations, Arlen.
Thanks, Leah.
Only Leah can
That
feed
is
somebody
Arlen Glick, our
information.
third place finisher.
Wow. You know, I'm sad that Arlen's battery on his watch died. I would really like to see how far he ran backwards. And, you know, meeting Gary on the trail and hearing that you're going the wrong way. And like he said, having to beat somebody twice. What strength
Yeah,
and
that's
stamina
a good
mentally.
quote.
Oh,
I hate beating someone twice. Only Arlen
that's
can
gotta
say
be
that and get away with it.
Yeah.
oh my gosh, that is a really rough and terrible story. I wonder how much time that he lost. You know, could have been half an hour.
I know.
Pretty incredible.
Yeah, sounds like
Thank
he
you,
was in
Leah.
the thick of it out there, guys.
That definitely
Of course.
is the icing on the cake for finish line interview. Thank you, Leah.
I know, that was top notch.
Yeah.
We are going to switch a battery down here at the finish, but we'll tune back in with you guys for our 8th through 10th place female finishers here in just a little bit.
We'll be
Okay,
looking
Leah.
forward to
I
it.
think we might have Chris and AJW coming in here to relieve us, so we might see you in person next.
Only Leah Yingling can feed somebody information that they didn't know. When she was telling Arlen the last time he ran something other than a 100-miler, he was like, "Wait, really? What?" Like, that's Leah. Gotta love it.
Yeah. She likes those mine that data. It's pretty impressive.
She is.
And it's pretty impressive that Arlen hasn't raced something that wasn't a 100-miler.
That's insane.
I'm all about the 50K training race instead of doing a long run, and I use those as building blocks. I can't imagine just racing for the last 3 years 100-milers.
Well, if you're never out of shape, you never have to get back in shape, and it seems like Arlen keeps himself in shape.
I wonder what race that he could not say no to.
I know. What a tease.
What a tease.
That was unfair. We want to know.
Next month, I'm going to Grand Raid, Diagonal de Fou in Reunion Island. Maybe Arlen.
You might see him there.
That's a really pretty sexy race that I would imagine maybe Arlen couldn't say no to.
Yeah, and I'm sure, given his results and his status, I'm sure he's been invited out to many races. So
Yeah,
that
he can
could
go
be
anywhere
one
he
of them.
wants.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
And just the nicest guy ever. Like, just with a
Indeed.
smile on his face. You gotta love it.
Yeah. And you know, when he met Gary, he was probably just, a lot of athletes fighting for that podium spot, runs into 4th place and just would be like cussing, pissed off, maybe even quit. That's something that's hard to digest in the last 20 miles of a race that you've been running the wrong way.
Right.
And there's thousands and thousands of dollars on the line.
Do we remember where he said that happened? Was it after he left Dry Lake or Summit Lake? Was he running back to Dry Lake?
Billy's Jack Rabbit Billy Hole or something like that. It was in that he mentioned that.
Where is
it's
that
not
on
on
the
our aid station tracker because they don't have tracking there. But
anybody in the feed know where that's at? Because we can probably look at his split between those two aid stations and see what that looked like.
He said his watch didn't die until the descent, so the data will be there when he loads that up.
Yeah, that'll just be really interesting just to glance at.
It could have been just 5 minutes, but who knows? It could have been 10 minutes.
Yeah, when you're running backwards on a course, you got to double that time because you got to run back to where you started. It's just, that's a.
And then the energy that you expended, and then to do that section again.
Oof.
I'd say that's my least favorite part about the sport is how easy it is to make a wrong turn. Now, Arlen going the wrong way on the trail that he's actually already running on.
I don't know how
I've
that
never heard of
happened.
this.
Not to mention,
what was he doing?
Said other runners told him he was going the wrong way, and he's like, yeah, whatever, and brushed him off.
You know what I think happened? Arlen was talking about eating too much at Long Lake, right? Or is it Summit Lake?
I think it was Summit Lake. From Dry Lake to
He
Summit
said that, you know, it caused him distress. He probably
to
had
jump
a
into
poop.
the bushes.
And when he ran into the bushes, came back in that delirium, went the wrong way. So, I
And
mean,
just-
you can't like all of a sudden turn around and run the wrong direction.
Right. You don't leave the aid station going the wrong direction. You don't just turn around on the trail and
Yeah.
180 it. So I wonder if that's good insight. I'm sure that's what happened.
Yeah, that's a pretty good guess.
Oh,
And
man.
the fact that he might have been doing it multiple times.
Right.
Get disoriented, trying to get out of the way. He didn't want to be seen by, what's his name? Gary. Behind him.
Yeah. Could you imagine being Gary and having Arlen running at you?
He got
turning
scared
him
too, I bet.
around.
He's like, am I going the wrong way?
Right. You gotta question it yourself. Or could you imagine if Arlen turns around, takes off, turns his headlamp off, dodges into the bushes to take care of business again, and then passes you again? I would be like, seriously, Arlen? Come on. This is like the 5th time today.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is Gary's first 100-miler. What a experience he got to have yesterday and today.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh man, the stories we get to tell up front are absolutely fantastic. And one of the best stories of the day, Tara Dower besting her previous time, winning the race, and at mile 17, doubting whether she's going to be able to even finish the race, saying that she felt tired, exhausted, didn't know if she wanted to keep going, and proving the point that in a 100-mile race, sometimes all you got to do is get out of the low and then go ride that high to the finish.
Yeah.
And she did it in impressive fashion with Chrissy Connect right behind her with her debut 100-mile race for a second place here. And Karen Holland just throwing it down for third place. I think the women's race was absolutely phenomenal to watch. Georgia Porter and Rebecca Orig just cruising their way up from mile 50 to the finish, up that list. It was fantastic. That's my favorite story of the day, women's finishes.
Yeah. Yeah. I really enjoyed also watching Dave and Jimmy, even from the drone shots and at the aid stations, running together for over half the race, and then, end up finishing with the second and fourth fastest time ever. First people to run sub 18 in 7 years.
Yeah, duking it out together, trading punches literally all day long. That was a fist fight that went all 10 rounds to the finish.
Yeah. I just remember seeing Jimmy finishing. He was done. He was really done.
And on that note, we are going to be done.
Are done with our 7 hours.
Yes.
We made it.
Thank you, everybody, for joining Jason and I here in the morning. We are going to turn it over to AJW and Chris. They're going to take over for a little while. We're going to cut to commercial, and you're going to see me on the live stream down at the finish because I can't stay away from that. It's
next to the polar bear.
Next to the polar bear. I got to go take a photo with that Coca-Cola bear. Thank you, everybody, and you'll see AJW and Chris next.
Cheers.
Welcome to our world, where forward-thinking running apparel brings us closer together. We build for the long run, producing durable gear responsibly, and collaborating with emerging artists around the globe, giving back to clean water initiatives. We are Janji, and we run differently.
How do you sweat? Are you an armpit hider, a forehead wiper, or even a head-to-toe drencher? Smartwool's new lightweight and breathable activewear is made for anyone who sweats. With naturally performing merino wool made to beat the heat, the sweat, and the stink. No matter how you push, persist, or play, get out there with activewear made thoughtfully so you can live unapologetically. Smartwool activewear, made for however you move, designed for however you sweat.
My name is Jeff Vierling, co-founder of Tailwind Nutrition. We make drink mixes for athletes to help you fuel, hydrate, and recover for all sorts of outdoor activities. Running, cycling, hiking, climbing, any sport where you're working up a sweat. We manufacture our own products in Durango, Colorado, and we test and use them on the trails of the beautiful San Juan Mountains. Our mission and our passion is to help athletes achieve their goals and to feel great while doing it. We couple proven nutrition that's simple to use, easy on your gut, and tastes great with encouragement and education. You can think of us as your support crew. We're right there with you doing whatever it takes to help you get across the finish line with a smile on your face.
We live in an altered state, cultivating calm in the chaos, pushing the edge of performance. We're redefining the future of fit. We make the best here better. Fast, effortless, precision fit. This is Dialed In. We are BOA.
The mountains you climb, maybe stairs. The records you set, maybe personal. The fans you inspire, maybe family. No lights, no camera, just action. You don't have to be a pro. You just need Honey Stinger.
Beautiful day, huh? Dinner time!
Time for another?
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to our world, where forward-thinking running apparel brings us closer together. We build for the long run, producing durable gear responsibly, and collaborating with emerging artists around the globe, giving back to clean water initiatives. We are Janji, and we run differently.
I'm Chris Gordon. With me is Andy Jones-Wilkins. We got our rest.
Yep.
We trudged through the overnight, did our best to cover some of the mid and back of the packers in the Tortoise and Hare races as they came through the Olympian aid station. And now we're going to focus on the fruits of these runners' labors as they make their way towards the finish line.
Indeed, Chris. Some great action here in the early morning. I know Zach and Jason have just summarized the men's and women's podium. We'll do that again in a little while. We'll also be following along with the Tortoise race, which is always fun to do. We are just past the 24-hour mark for the Hares. So we just had one heartbreaking. Oh, no, it's not heartbreaking. We had a finisher in 23:38. So it looks like that was Zoe Rom, 7th place female, 25th place overall. So 25 24-hour and under buckles for the Hares. Not
And
too
a
bad in
handful
this
for
nice
the Tortoises
conditions.
as well. Looks like we had maybe 7 or 8 sub 24 buckles.
Yeah, looks
So 7 of them.
Looks like 7. And now they're up to their 28-hour mark. There are 42 finishers, most recently Vale Rooney, who finished just over 28. Just a reminder for those of you keeping score at home, it's a 30-hour cutoff for the Hares, which ends at 6 o'clock, and a 36-hour cutoff for the Tortoises at 8 o'clock. And we'll be here all the way through.
Yep.
And so will Fred. There's Fred.
Yep, there's Fred right there.
Doing his thing.
I met him for the first time last night down at the aid station. He was hanging out here at the Olympian Aid, talking to runners, talking to crews, really in great spirits for 4 a.m. or whenever it was. And he didn't realize he was on camera, and we were talking, and all of a sudden he hears my phone pipe up as I was using it to film, and he hears your voice, and he's like, "Wait, we're on the live stream? Oh, I don't want to be on the live stream." Well, you've been on it for the last 10 minutes, but yeah,
And then he quickly asked you where the leader was because he knew he had to get down to the finish line. Yeah.
He wasn't sure, and he heard that the lead runner was on their way to the final stretch at mile 94, 95, Mount Werner. And so all of a sudden he had to spring into action to get where he needed to go.
Chris, you can't escape. Zach Marion just got off the feed and needs to know about ASU and who they're going to beat today.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, so this whole ASU football season is kind of a mulligan. We declared ourselves bowl ineligible because our athletic department is in chaos. So we prefer to think of ourselves as a basketball school this year.
Good stuff.
Maybe a baseball school too. We're pretty good at that.
So, folks in the chat, thanks for joining us. We're at noon Mountain Daylight Time here at Steamboat. Where are y'all from? Let's chime in. I know we've probably got some Europeans where it's the evening, maybe some folks from Far East. It's overnight. People from the East Coast, mid-afternoon. Let us know where you're from and who you're cheering for, who you want to see come through that finish arch, and we'll do our best to find them. We have our drone crew out there. They're recharging their batteries right now, literally and figuratively. But we'll do our best to bring you some drone footage as well.
The drone zone.
The drone zone.
Of course, we are following the finishers as they come in, looking at who has passed Mount Werner in the last little bit of time. I would say our next expected finishers in the Hares race would be among the following: Wesley Ormond, Jeffrey Adams, Michael Huntington, Megan Spiker, Kyle Andries, Dalton McCurdy, and Addie Rastel.
Excellent. And on the Tortoise side, we just saw in close order Gregory Stutman and Monica Oakes. Monica Oakes is one of our 50 and over runners. Nice 28:07 time. So we figure our next 10 or so from the Tortoise category: Matthew Felton, Mark England, David Reagan, Jay Meservey, David Rhodes, Aaron Gonzalez, Kate Corrigan, and Chris Zimnowski. All of them are all through Mount Warner. In fact, we have probably 15 tortoises now between Mount Warner and the finish.
Fantastic.
So this is kind of mid-pack, early mid-pack finishers range right here.
Yeah, for a race that has a 36-hour cutoff, if you're finishing in the 24 to 28-hour range, that's pretty impressive. That's like a 20, 21-hour finish for a 30-hour cutoff type race.
Fan in the chat cheering for Jody. Bib number 817. Deborah Zimnowski waiting for 722. I think that name sounds familiar. You must be related.
You were asking about Jody Davis. Jody Davis has passed Summit Lake as of 27:34.
All right.
So probably hitting Long Lake fairly soon. And maybe at this point, 87, 88 miles in, could be smelling that barn. Speaking of smells, of course, I sent you a text because I was out of the Airbnb first this morning, and the thing that greeted me as I walked outdoors was the smell of food.
Oh,
Tons
yeah.
of smells of food. Because there was a farmer's market going on outside, literally outside our door. And I had grabbed a sandwich at a local shop, but I was actually going to try and maybe shop, but I didn't really have time. But quite a few vendors out there. It was a very vibrant scene.
Good size for farmer's market.
Absolutely.
Chris Zimnowski through Mount Warner about an hour and 15 minutes ago. Hour and 7 minutes ago. So I suspect we'll speak Chris in the next 15, 20 minutes.
Sweet.
Deborah, we'll keep an eye on him. Brinton Johns, 542. We're looking for him. Watching Chandra. Is this Greg Loomis? The Greg Loomis? We have a Greg Loomis in the field. I know Greg is a 50-something time 100-mile finisher and had an unfortunate day at Hard Rock a couple of months ago. But if this is Greg Loomis from Virginia, it is Midlothian, Virginia. He's moving along, and we should see Greg here within the next 45 minutes. One of the great old guard Virginia runners, Loom Dog, as we call him. So we would expect Matthew Felton, Mark England, David Reagan in the tortoise category.
Somebody asking about Martin Oleskowitz. Martin is past the last aid. Hit Mount Werner about 4 or 5 minutes ago. So we could expect Martin probably in maybe around the top of the hour.
Yeah, could be.
Looking at about a 28-15 finish perhaps if he's got those downhill legs left. For those unfamiliar with the way the course operates, these runners get to mile 95.8, Mount Werner, the aid station, the first place they hit as they start their race.
First and last.
And of course, we talked about how arduous and how much vert they hit. 3,500, 4,000 feet in the first 5.8 miles. Well, guess what?
They get to go down.
They get to go down that. And that sounds appealing, but if you're wrecked, it's a little bit trickier to take advantage of something where you're dropping 700-800 feet per mile.
Yeah.
It hurts.
It hurts. Checking in from New York State, Bradley Mott, cheering on son Brian Mott, who just checked in at Summit Lake. Summit Lake, for those of you keeping score at home, is around mile 80, a little past 80.
Yeah, these runners that are still on the course, we talked about this last night in our overnight show for those that missed it. They're still in great shape. These cutoffs, the longer the day goes, the more generous they get. So if you're still on course and you're still moving forward, you've still got a chance. You've still got plenty of time. I mean, they have until 8 p.m. tonight. So we're talking 7 hours, 45 minutes. And almost all runners are going to be within the final 20 miles. Actually, I'm going to check that because I wonder what the most recent cutoff was. We'll take a look and convey that information on to you.
Yeah, the cutoffs at Run Rabbit Run for the Tortoises do get increasingly generous as we go along. So we are. I could get you here, Chris. 2 p.m. 2 p.m. So in about an hour and 45 minutes, everyone has to be through Summit Lake, mile 80.8.
And to piggyback on that, the most recent cutoff was at 9:30 this morning at Dry Lake.
Yeah.
And that's a 10-mile stretch where runners have 4.5 hours to move.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there's a significant amount of climb there. It's the third of the 3 big climbs in this course. But if they're that far, I think that most of those runners should be able to average a 24, 25-minute mile.
Mm-hmm. I also did notice we have a couple of our 60 and over, I think 3 of our 60 years old and over runners still out on the course. Including Deborah Norman. Deborah Norman cleared Olympian in time at 24:42. So she's en route between Olympian and Dry Lake.
Yeah, Deborah's been chasing the cutoffs here for the most part.
I would suggest right now she's as close to the cutoff. She made it through Olympian with 18 minutes to spare.
Good.
So that's well, but get this, the next closest is Jason Braun, who cleared Olympian 3 hours before Deborah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, we might see some fast and furious finishes. Speaking of,
oh, there's a nice here. We got the drones back up in the air. Now, again, we don't know necessarily if they're a tortoise or a hare, but there's a finisher in. If anybody in the chat recognizes who that is, let us know.
We'll see if somebody pings on our tracker here really quick. That's a triple digit, so it's probably a tortoise.
Unless you can tell from where you are if there's a 1 in front of it. David Reagan and Katie Corrigan have come through, so the next would be Matthew Felton on the tortoise side.
It is a gorgeous day out here in Steamboat Springs.
Oh, yeah.
A little bit warm, although then again, I think that it was a little bit of a shock coming outdoors from how cold it was last night. And
yeah.
So we're talking about mid-60s, very few clouds in the sky. At 7,000 feet, it does get a bit warm. Looks like we've got another finisher that we're looking at there.
Peter Trost is checking in from Maine. He and I chatted a bit at Leadville, and he's cheering on the Maine Trail Monster running folks from Southern Maine, Valerie Ebrady, a.k.a. Scout, and Tommy Volak, both back from redemption from last year. So, Peter, we'll keep an eye out for them.
I didn't catch this runner's name, but the most recent one, the gentleman that we saw coming in, that was Thomas Massad.
Okay.
So congratulations to Thomas, who finished right before this finisher from Cloudcroft, New Mexico. I know there's some big trail running down there.
Mm-hmm.
And finishing in, what was that, 20.
Is he a hare?
Tortoise.
So 28-7, Thomas Massad, 28-17, and a couple minutes after him, Aaron Gonzalez, 2019, just a minute ago. our 49th Tortoise finisher.
And we had somebody else come in as well. We'll see if we can get their name out to the public. That was Aaron Gonzalez, our most recent finisher. Congratulations. Bib number 500.
And they're closing in on finisher number 50. Yeah, thrilled to be here. Beautiful, beautiful weather for a 100-mile race. Aside from just a little chill in the air, as you can see in our finish line cam. Brilliant blue skies, virtually no wind, temperatures warming up. These runners, as they are making their way over these last 20 miles, 25 miles, really do have ideal conditions.
Looks like one of our early birdies has hit Mount Werner.
All right.
That would be Sarah Lavender Smith.
Sarah Lavender Smith.
She wanted that extra hour of daylight is what she wanted.
Yeah,
really
I'm gonna call Sandbag on that. I'll have to find her, call her out on social media or something.
You know what, though? Regardless of what time she started, she's having a great day.
Oh,
she's
yeah.
moved very well.
Absolutely.
Very consistent throughout the entire event. But yeah, we only poke because we're fans.
Yep. But she's through there in 29:20 through Mount Werner. Again, that's an extra hour. So she left at 7 a.m. But, I mean, she'll be
sub 31.
She'll be sub 31.
Yeah.
There's a finisher coming right through.
We'll come up with that identity here shortly. I saw a shout out for bib number 651, Steve Rossi. Steve Rossi is most recently passed Summit Lake at about 26:45, so completely on track for a solid finish. That's the thing. We cannot stress this enough. If they're still on the course, they're in great shape.
Oh, 100%.
They would have to have things fall apart in order to not have a shot at finishing here.
We've got Shane Morrissey, number 603, John Morrissey, cheering Shane on from his folks' house in upstate New York. Shane is a Missoula Montanan. And Noel Binkman is cheering on son Matthew Kuna Rigby, who's on his way down Mount Werner right now.
Our most recent finisher was Mark England.
We expected him.
Yeah, from Brookfield, Wisconsin. Flatlander making his way out
There you
west.
go. He's lucky number 50 on the Tortoise side.
Being a Midwesterner myself, I am impressed that they were able to put together the training to handle these 7, 8, 9, 10,000 feet elevations.
We've just heard from Leah Yingling, who is down at the finish line awaiting the arrival of 8th place female finisher we think will be Megan Spiker, who cleared Mount Werner at 23:19, followed by 9th place Dalton McCurdy, and shortly after that, 10th place Addie Rastall. So we still have 8, 9, and 10 on the women's hares heading towards the finish, all of whom are through Mount Werner.
I hope that Leah and Mike got a good night's sleep this morning.
Yeah. Leah is down at the finish, ready to announce Megan's finish.
Can we check to see if we can get volume on Leah? Just at least give it a shot. Shout out for Reagan Sykes from the chat. Most recently hitting Long Lake, which is mile 89.
Hey guys, can you hear me at the finish?
We can.
Yes, Leah, we can hear you.
Sound
And we
great,
can
look
see
great.
you.
Yay!
I suspect you're awaiting
Yeah, it's
the
pretty loud
arrival
here,
of.
so apologies in advance if it starts becoming a little
It's part of the energy. What do you have for us, Leah?
Yeah, so we are waiting Megan Spiker for F8 here at the finish. I believe she should be here probably in the next 5 minutes or so. It's been taking these runners about an hour from Mount Warner aid station to get down to the finish, and she was there probably about an hour 5 ago. So I'd imagine any minute, hopefully she's feeling pretty good, got some legs left in her to do this final descent. She's going to be the first position that's out of the money. I believe the top 7 all received prize money today, but she's crushing it. Top 10 finish for her on Rabbit is huge. I think probably one of her best results to date. So excited to greet her at the finish and see how her day went.
I have to concur with you there about this being arguably her best finish to date, simply because when we were doing our course and our field recon, she was not a name that came up in prominence. I did see her name, I looked at her results, but hats off to somebody for making themselves known where perhaps we maybe didn't have that familiarity, having a great day.
Yep. Yep, and I think prior to this, I'd say she had a win at Never Summer a few years back, maybe back in 2020. But I think she's got some experience in the mountains, and I think it really shows. She put herself in the mix today, and I think she hung on for a top 10 finish. And I do think it's a pretty tight race amongst maybe these 8 to 10 women. So perhaps we've seen some shuffling, but I do have some confidence that it'll be Megan that we see next.
Yeah, Leah, we saw Dalton McCurdy and Addie Rastall, who are the 2 women behind Megan, cleared Mount Werner within about 5 minutes of one another.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool. I do know Addie Rastall was our top tortoise finisher yesterday. My gosh, it's been a long day. Last year, and put herself in the Hares race this year. We saw her out on course and yesterday, and she said she was feeling it a little bit, but she was moving strong. So I'm sure she'll be pleased with the top 10 finish if she can hang on to that as well.
Yeah, I saw her last night here when she stopped in. Actually, she and Dalton both when they came through our aid station. It was good to see them moving pretty well. And don't sweat the yesterday versus last year thing. Could be worse. You could have said you were in Silverton like somebody on the broadcast did.
I mean, I just took literally 2 sips of my beer, so maybe that's my 2 sips of beer talking, but it's probably my sleep deprivation. I don't know.
Well, I can't fault you for that, because walking around the town of Steamboat Springs, there are plenty of delicious options, as I have tested for myself.
Thanks again for coming out today.
Yeah, you guys need to make your way down here at some point.
I'd look forward to it. We're going to keep eyes on the finish line and make sure that we catch the 8, 9, 10 women, as all 3 of them seem to be fairly close. Do you have eyes on somebody there, Leah?
I'm trying to see. There's a lot of mountain bikers rolling down this last pass. Let me see if I can see any runners here. Nobody, just some loud music.
Well, we'll check back in with you, Leah.
Nobody quite yet. I think we've probably got a couple minutes until we see our ladies.
Well, looks like we've got somebody on the drone hitting town. Maybe we'll stick here on the drone with Leah in the picture-in-picture, and we'll figure out who that is.
Might be a tortoise, just because that person could be a pacer running alongside them.
Oh, that's a good point. We'll keep an eye out there. Of course, we have to be mindful of the music that's going on.
After Mark England on the tortoise side, we have a new finisher just a few moments ago, Joshua Shea.
Perfect.
And I want to give a quick update on what's been my favorite competition of the weekend, which is the team competition. We now have our podium for the Hares race team competition. Tara Dower, the women's winner, and Jimmy Elam, second place male finisher, won it with a time of 38:17. They split $5,000. Georgia Porter and men's winner Dave Stevens finished second, 40:02. And Zoe Rom and Sean Van Horn bring home $1,000 at 42:44. Interesting, only 18 minutes behind them were fourth place team Celinda Heinel and John Herrick.
And they passed them between Werner and the finish. Look at
Did
that.
they really?
Yeah, if you look, Mount Werner, they were 40:56.
Oh, there you go.
The Death
Yeah.
Eaters at
Yeah.
40:37.
I think we have Leah back on.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Zoe and Sean ran down third place, heading down the mountain.
That is amazing. I did not know. I was thinking that Celinda's team came out on top in third. So that's cool to see that there was some shuffling between the final aid station and the finish.
See
All
somebody
right, we've
coming
got
in.
a tortoise finisher here. Chris Zanyowski from Colorado.
All right, we had a family member of his cheering him in. So Chris is in the house.
That was Chris Zimnowski?
Yep.
Congratulations to Chris, bib number 722. Getting it done here at Run Rabbit Run. Can proudly call himself a finisher. From Longmont, Colorado. And for those who haven't been to Steamboat Springs, you can see in the background, looks like a resort condo community right behind the ski hill there. It's a very picturesque Colorado ski town. All the feel of a nice, airy mountain town, but also an excellent downtown area, vibrant restaurant scene. Highly recommend a visit here, even if you're not going to run 100 miles.
Exactly.
In fact, you might enjoy it more if you're not running 100 miles.
Years ago. I need to come out and do this. I still haven't. I'd love to.
Wait, did you hear that? We got breaking news.
Yeah, I think I just heard Leah Yingling say that she's coming to Run Rabbit. You heard it here first.
Breaking news. Leah Yingling is running Run Rabbit Run.
I was just talking to Fred. He got me. He sold me on it. So you'll see me here one of these years.
We have that verbal. We expect to see Leah here sometime soon.
This looks like a hare runner.
Yeah, the solos generally seem to be hares at this point.
Take a guess that it might be Wesley Ormond, Kyle Andrus. And again, we're still awaiting 8th place woman Megan Spiker, 9th place Dalton McCurdy, 10th place Addie Rastar. Probably in that order.
Jordan, just to be safe, can we bring her audio levels down a little bit? We don't want to potentially run afoul of
the law,
ASCAP,
the YouTubers.
Yeah, we'll definitely be, touching base with Leah quite a bit, over the next few hours. Oh, got quite a few people coming in. Looks like we have a finisher in our picture-in-picture, taking full advantage of the space at the finish line.
Indeed. Get that man a beverage.
And a pillow. Yeah, that looks like that's still Chris Zimnowski, who was our most recent finisher. But we're going to keep an eye on the next individual or individuals who look like they're about to cross as well. Looks like our Skycam might have hit delay, so we're going to keep eyes on the finish line here. There's the man, the myth, the legend himself, Mike McGonigal.
Mm-hmm.
I have to admit, every time you call him by his social media handle, I wince.
Yeah. We're working on converting that to his full-time name. Might take
Legal
a little while.
change.
Yeah. So this looks like either a pair of runners with pacers or 4 runners.
Isn't there some sort of like area where the runners can bring somebody in? I think that maybe like the last little area. Yeah, it seemed like there was some sort of.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, for sure. Like Roby Point at Western Station.
Yeah, or you can bring in,
like
you can
that.
have as many people go out there as you want.
Yeah.
Ah, here we go.
We got Quentin Johns from Golden, Colorado, bib 542.
Brenton Johns, congratulations.
Great audio there. Thank you, Leah.
Again, we've had food, like rolling burgers, and they smell really good. It's from the Knox Family Ranch right here in Brown County, Colorado. Grass-fed beef doesn't get any better than that.
Brenton Johns with an impressive hour and 20 minutes descent down from Mount Werner, about 10, 15 minutes faster than a lot of the tortoises are doing it.
Wanted to get down that hill.
Yeah, wanted to get down that hill.
I have to admit, or not admit, but assume rather, the way that the physical layout is of that finish line, there's got to be a point where you can see it.
Oh, yeah.
From miles out. Is that the case, Leah? Oh, it looks like she's on congratulating some runners right there. But yeah, if you're heading down. Oh. Leah? So is there a point where the runners can actually see the finish line from maybe a mile 2 up?
I think so. I think they can probably see it from at least a mile, probably a little bit more, which is kind of a tease.
Right?
I bet they can hear it for quite some time.
That's true, too. Yeah, it's one of those situations where when you finish a 100-miler in the daytime, you know, and you can see it from that far away, it's got to just be pulling you in. I mean, when you finish a 100-miler at night, you can usually see it a lot better because it's the only lit thing area for miles, especially in a mountain race. But in this situation, yeah, seeing it, hearing it from what might be 15 to 20 minutes away has got to be a tough feeling.
It has to be. I coming off of UTMB recently, Tyler Green warned me that the St. Gervais aid station would sound like it was way closer than it was, and that was definitely true. I think I heard it like a solid 30 minutes before I actually entered it. So yeah, it can be a rude awakening in a race like this.
Yeah, that has to be an amazing experience. The sights and sounds of the biggest 100-miler in the world, where not only the community, but entire countries converge on this corner of Europe and soak it all in. So you as a competitor had to have been in awe of every aspect of it. I mean, you've run the big races here in the U.S., but that's another level.
Yeah, it totally is. And, it's just a completely different experience. And all that being said, I will say I love my September every year because Mike and I hop around at all the 100-milers that are occurring in the Mountain West. So oftentimes we're at Wasatch, we're at the Bear, we end up at I Am Tough, and then this year we're at Run Rabbit. So I think there is something to be said about the 100-milers that we have here in the States, especially in the Mountain West. I think they definitely have their own unique feel, and I think if you're looking for some lower key vibes, this is where it's at.
Yeah, I've declared September Old School Ultra Month in North America. In addition to the ones you mentioned, you've got Pine to Palm, you've got Grindstone back east, although that's maybe coming new school. But you have just a great batch of races.
Yeah.
Looks like Peter in the chat.
Totally. And our cameraman, Mike behind the camera is going to be running Grindstone 100 next weekend. So
Excellent.
Send him some good vibes.
So that laptop workout that he was doing earlier is going to serve him well. Maybe comparison for some heavy pack work and running those dirt roads. I can't wait to pull that video later on.
Yeah. Peter Trost
We'll see if
coming
he
in the
feels that
chat,
way next
answering your
weekend.
question. You are allowed, you are permitted friends and family from the gondola down, so about 4 miles.
It's all downhill from there.
Oh, wow.
Saw somebody in the chat giving some shout out to Mark Appling. Mark Appling hit Werner about 30 minutes ago, so probably about 35 to 40 from the finish. So we'll see how that goes.
You know, guys, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some shuffling maybe in our 8th to 9th place. I feel like we were kind of excited about 20 minutes ago down here. So I feel like if any of our 9th or 10th place ladies were feeling good, I wouldn't be surprised if we did see some shuffling in the top 10, what we see. But yeah, definitely could be some there.
That would track, because we've seen a lot of shuffling from the 5 through 12 spots all race on the women's side. Absolutely. Looks like Ellen Silva, multiple time Hard Rock finisher in the chat, asking if the gondola is working or if they have to hike up. Ellen, it was working yesterday, so I'm assuming it's still working today. Ellen actually said earlier, I believe, that she is planning on running this next year.
Right
on. So, no stranger to mountain races as a resident of New Mexico.
Yeah, I mean, if you have trashed quads, 5.5 miles and 3,500 feet is going to take a while.
Oh yeah. The one thing that is nice about that, even if you are suffering, is that you're not fighting gravity.
Yeah.
Looks like this runner is crossing that final
Can't tell if
bridge.
this is a hair finisher quite yet, but we'll see.
All afternoon yesterday, all night, and all morning. He hadn't slept in a while, but he should have finished 100 miles.
I think we got a tortoise finisher coming in here.
Sweet.
130 hours, which is no small achievement. Yes, and here he comes. This is David Henry.
David Henry from Denver.
David Henry, bib number 517, finishing about 24:43:30. I'm sorry, 28:43:30. Yes.
Thanks for coming out with the quarter runs, and thanks for coming out and watching me finish.
David getting it done. Congratulations.
David from Denver, just on the other side of the state from where we are.
Denver, best known as the major layover, getting to Steamboat Springs. At least that's how I'm familiar with it. It's the only reason I've ever been there.
And the beginning of the I-70 parking lot.
Yeah, shout out to all the people who drove into town this week. I heard some horror stories.
Yeah.
Of people trying to get to Steamboat via the asphalt.
Yep, they're doing some blasting along I-70. My middle son lives in Denver, so he's been riding his bike a lot.
Well, it's summer. You can do that. Might as well get away with it while you can. Because come about 2.5, 3 months, you're not going to want to ride your bike in Denver. Once again, David Henry, our most recent finisher in the Tortoise category for Run Rabbit Run 2023.
28:43. He made it down the hill pretty quickly too.
Yeah.
As our last, as did Britton Johns. But I'm going to agree with Leah. I think we might see, given that we've been waiting now a little bit longer than we expected for Megan Spiker, we could have Megan, Dalton, and Addie moving around a little bit in the places 8th, 9th, and 10th on the Hare women's race.
It was hard to follow some of the carnage last night because it became fast and furious about 4 in the morning.
It really did.
One of the names I see that had called it, Drew Antonese dropped at Long Lake at mile 90. That's fairly surprising to have called it a day that late. But in a race like this, if you just don't have it, that last couple miles would be really painful.
Yeah. Yes, as someone who once took 6.5 hours to traverse 9 miles, I can attest.
Which race was that?
Hard Rock.
Oh.
So it's a pretty tough.
As soon as I started to ask, I knew the answer. Got another runner coming in.
This is a Hare. We have eyes on it.
We will see which Hare it is.
We're thinking it could be Megan Spiker.
Beautiful shot from the John G Skycam. Shout out to John G for being one of our sponsors here and making this coverage possible.
Looks like a handful of finishers. This Hare here, and then
a whole crew of people.
A crew of people just behind her.
Yeah, this is a neat little aspect we've discovered, that the crew and family can come in and share in that last section.
These folks are closing and passing.
We have a last-minute pass.
The gravitational pull of that finish line arch.
It looks like they might have a couple kids with them. That's probably pushing the pace right there.
Yeah.
Making his way towards the finish line. 100-mile finisher. Whoa.
That is some youthful exuberance right there, regardless of age. Looks like our drone might have frozen.
Oh yeah, looks like we've got a couple Hare bibs and maybe a female, not finishing right now, but we might have a female finisher coming up. Right now we got a Tortoise finisher, Levi from Boulder.
Levi Lorenzo from Boulder.
Right down the hill in an hour 7. And we've got a second finisher coming up.
Leah's in position.
Nice. Megan Spiker. She's
Megan Spikers. Congratulations to Megan.
She's been the champion at the Never Summer 100K. And I will say, I think this is her best race to date, sub 25 here at Run Rabbit. Amazing.
Fantastic effort.
Folks, remember, for $20 over here, you get all the beer you can drink, all the LA beer you can drink, along with grass-fed beef from Not Family Ranch, and all the fixings. So you get really beat that. Remember, $125.
There's a Megan Spiker.
I think Megan's also had great performances at Quad Rock. Looks like the Blue Sky Marathon. So it looks like she's no stranger to Colorado races and has a couple strong performances out there. And I think this is her second 100 miler, and her last one was Leadville back in 2012. So it's been over 10 years since her last 100. So
Oh, wow.
what a great result for her out here today.
She was young when she ran Leadville then.
Congratulations, 2050. You're getting the whole double.
Looks like we had another finisher. Well, we'll try to identify them.
So we have bib 613, one of our Tortoise finishers.
Bib 613.
And another one coming
Colin
in
O'Berry.
here. We got 507, Nathan.
And said 507. Nathan Hanneman.
Thank you.
There's quite a few people hanging out at the finish line, enjoying the beautiful day in the mountains here.
That was not the plan. But you nailed it. Like, stable.
Honestly, it should have been the plan. It's great.
That was Nathan. That was him. You just did. He's right there.
Yeah, the runners are starting to come in now.
Yep.
This is going to be the sweet spot, I think, for us for maybe the next few hours.
Yeah.
Whole troop of mountain bikers making their way down as well. Obviously, this is a public use trail, so hopefully everybody shares it accordingly. I mean, we're really only asking for it 1 weekend a year.
Yeah.
So at least in this volume.
Leah will, of course, stick around at least through the 9th and 10th placed women, who we think will be Dalton McCurdy and Addie Rastall. They went through Mount Werner at mile 95.8 at 24:01 and 24:06. We're seeing runners take anywhere from about an hour and 25 to an hour and 45 to make it down to the finish line. So we would expect them in the next half an hour to 45 minutes.
Do the 50 milers share the same finish line?
Yes.
Yeah. This will be interesting.
They actually go the same direct. They use the same exact course when the 50 milers reel them in. But right now the 50 miler is on 6 hours and 53 minutes.
Yeah, we've got our leader is through Lost Lake at mile 37, 6:09:19.
Okay.
The name of John Dragon.
That's a cool name.
And the lead woman in the 50 miler at this point, Becca Bramley. Another finisher coming in with an entourage. Looks like it's blue, but I'm not sure if it's the bib or the kid's shorts that he's holding.
Mm-hmm. Love the custom of allowing the families and friends to run in those last few miles with them.
Yeah, that's neat. I think that might be Matthew Felton, bib 475.
Yeah, we've been expecting him.
Yeah, Matthew was about 20 minutes ahead of the remaining runners heading down from Mount Werner So
Yeah, because we just had Nathan Henneman and Colin O'Berry just before him, both at almost the exact same time at 28:50. We could be seeing
but that was actually David Rhodes and then Jeremy King a few seconds later.
Okay. Matthew might be suffering up there a bit because he hit Mount Werner in 26:39 and we're at 28:55. Yep.
Hopefully
so those
he
two,
is-
David Rhodes and Jeremy King. Jeremy King, if these splits are correct, just hammered the downhill in 1:15.
Nice work.
This guy's coming in paced by his dog.
Four-legged pacer.
Mm-hmm.
I have a friend whose dog's name is Pacer.
That's not bad.
Very clever. Shout out Darren and Melissa Ruse.
I have a friend whose Wi-Fi password is Pacer. I won't tell you who it is.
Did we stay at their house?
We may or may not have.
Yeah, excellent work by that is Matthew Felton right there. He looks pretty
Wow,
well.
he does look. Maybe he just took a little nap.
Maybe he was inspired and invigorated by his pacer.
Yeah. Yeah, Matthew Felton, 28:55, just came in a little while after Jeremy and David.
So congratulations to Matthew Felton, our 60th finisher on the Tortoise side.
On the Hare side, we would expect Kyle Andrus, Wesley Ormond are two men that are in between Megan Spiker, who recently finished, and Dalton McCurdy and Addie Rastall. Although Wesley Ormond has been out
finished.
there for a while. There he is, just got in, 24:55. So that's the 22nd place male, 30th finisher overall in the Hares race.
Finishers are coming in hot.
Yep.
Another runner here.
More Steve Rossi fans, 72-year-old Steve Rossi. Yeah, we'll be keeping our eyes on Steve for sure. And the first of the early birds, as we mentioned earlier, is Sarah Lavender Smith. She cleared Mount Werner just about tricky to do the math with the early starters. So. Thank you, Rob and Ginny. On Matthew Wiseman, bib 81, one of our Hares, checked through at Mount Werner and has a lot of family on the watching and has parents out here at Steamboat. And Jason Bull, 434. Noel Bankman telling us that was Matthew Kuna Rigby with the dog. If you know the dog's name, bonus points.
Yeah, Matthew, having hit Mount Werner already, it looks like we've got nearly a dozen runners in the Hares race between Mount Werner and the finish.
Yeah.
So we're going to be earning our keep here, calling them in. On the Hares side, or the Tortoise side, rather. Oh, boy. 42 runners from Mount Werner to the finish right now on the Tortoise side. So we've got 50 runners in the home stretch, smelling the barn.
50 runners within 5.5 miles of this finish line.
So we're going to see about one a minute, one every 90 seconds for the next hour. This is awesome.
Hitting 1 o'clock local time. 29-hour mark for the Tortoise race. 25-hour mark for the Hares race. Our drone looks like it's gone a little ways further up the trail.
Going to catch the flood of people heading down.
Yep. Another entourage coming in. As we've been talking about all day and all night, many first-time 100-milers, first-time mountain hundreds, perhaps. People traveling from all over the country and the world to run Rabbit Run. Over 400 starters in the Tortoise race, 115 or so in the Hares race. So over 500, one of the larger mountain hundreds in the United States. Couldn't help but notice too, Chris, that Tara Dow, our women's winner, is on the Javelina entrance list.
I heard that this morning.
So one can only imagine perhaps she's hunting for a Western States golden ticket. Leah might have some intel on that.
Yeah, actually, I did talk to her about this morning.
Yeah.
You might have still been asleep.
I probably was.
I got my nap, but I did have an earbud in with the feed going, so I tuned in and out. Was tired.
Congratulations, Ben Thompson, Tortoise finisher at 29 hours flat.
Thanks, Rob, for the heads up. It sounds like the 50 milers are on a different course except for Werner to the finish.
Okay, got it. Great. Thanks for that, Rob.
Thank you.
Well, there's a lot of runners between Werner and the finish right now.
Yeah.
Dalton McCurdy is in. Maybe we can get Leah. Dalton in 25:01, gained a lot of time. If this is correct, ran down from Mount Werner in an hour.
Excellent work.
So that's moving.
Dalton was...
Leah, do you have Dalton McCurdy?
Dalton was creeping up the last 10 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. The Tortoise division, 29:04.26 in 63rd place overall.
Oh, they're coming in fast and furious. Look at that.
Oh, yeah. We're looking at 1 a minute here for the next hour. Finish line cam, don't fail us now. There we go. Nice. We'll see if we can ID these most recent runners coming in.
There's
That-
a weird section in the middle.
Yeah.
But
Low spot.
no, that like lane of pain.
Oh, yeah.
Just like go make loops around the mountain.
Yeah, no, that's not my
Adding Rathbone to that group of finishers who are.
It looks like a pretty course.
That was
and
Addie Rastall.
Eddie Rastel, last year's Tortoise winner,
No, it probably feels like it. Probably especially with how high you are too.
coming in as the 10th woman in the Hares division.
Yeah, like a nice 100, almost like 100 flat. That's impressive. That never happens.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
but she's talking to somebody right now. So.
Let's show Addie again.
Yeah, congratulations to Addie, leveling up into the Hares race this year and proving she belongs.
They didn't get any of that. And I still don't think they have our feed.
We got your feed.
All right.
No,
Yeah,
we've got
Addie
you.
there,
We've
10th
got
place
you, Mike.
female. Oh, lovely.
We can see Addie
Great,
in that
so
red
that's
Solomon
Addie
pack.
Rastal then is our 10th place female. She was our top tortoise last year. I think she ran just over 25 hours last year, and looks like she did roughly the same this year too. So I don't know if you guys want to fact check her time, but I think that very well could have been a course PR for her, perhaps.
Yeah, we'll see if we can dig that up real quick.
Leah, did you get a chance to talk to Dalton about her finish? She split an hour flat from Werner to the finish.
Yeah, I just asked her about that, and she said she was feeling really good. I told her she split that faster than most ladies in the race today, if not the fastest. And she said that was her goal, was to go out conservative. She went out with Georgia Porter earlier today, and they were in like last and next to last place in the Hares race. And Georgia told her that, this is what we need to be doing right now. And she trusted that and went with it. And she said she thinks that saved her day, was working with Georgia's like intelligence in that moment. So I think Dalton had a great day out there. She seemed pretty content with it, and especially coming off a good Scout 100 this summer too. I think she's showing that she can hang with the best of the best in these mountain 100s.
That's fantastic. And Addie, not to be outdone, got down the mountain in 101.
Whoa.
Yeah.
The chase was on.
Addie's finish time this year of 25:07, just a hair, no pun intended, behind her time from last year. Last year she was 25:03.
Wow, she's consistent.
Very.
Awesome job to Addie, man. That is a really stellar women's top 10 this year. That's almost our entire top 10, almost under 25 hours, under 25 hours and 10 minutes, which I think is, I have to say, that's probably the fastest that Run Rabbit's seen for their entire top 10. So I think, we've been talking about this a lot. The depth of running, ultra running and women's running right now is just like so insanely deep, to quote Brett Hording there. And I think we're seeing it more competitive than ever.
Yeah, to compare last year, the 10th place woman, Michelle Kent, finished in 26:29.
Wow.
That 25,
so almost hour and a half. Wow.
Yeah, that 25:03 would have put her in 7th last year.
Wow. So yeah, definitely a solid year for the women, and I'm interested to crunch the numbers from the men's race too, because I think we had a pretty quick race out there for those guys too.
Sure felt like it at the front of it. Yeah, last year's 10th place male, Thomas Bean, finished in 22:05. This year's 10th place male in the Hares finished in
21:50.
21:50.
Yeah. Brian
Wow.
Peterson at 21:50.
So the men shaved off a good 30 minutes as well.
Yeah. All right, guys, I think I'm going to sign off from the finish line here. That completes our coverage for the top 10 men and top 10 females here. We are going to continue a live cam of the finish area for everybody else to be able to watch their Hares and Tortoises come through the finish line. But if you're following along and you're in town, come check out the Finish Line Energy. Really good vibes down here and good food and beer.
Absolutely. Thanks, Leah and Mike, for helping to anchor our coverage at the finish line. Best in the business.
Yep. Thanks a lot, Leah and Mike. We'll see you next time.
All right, we'll see you guys.
We're going to keep eyes on our finish via drones and our static finish line cam.
A couple finishers in the Tortoise race. Greg Loomis, Loom Dog, finishing at 29:09. Melissa Davis, shortly after, in 29:11. Just before Loom Dog, Jody Nelson in 29:09. And before Jody, Race Owens. That's a cool name. Race Owens in 29:08.
He was born to do this.
Yeah, for sure. I got an idea, honey. Let's name our kid Race.
Keeping an eye out. Yeah, more runners. Like one stopping to hang out with crew or family right before the finishers shoot. We'll do our best to ID these runners as they come in. Big hug greeting the finisher.
Technically, at least according to the course description, the clock doesn't stop until you get the hug. It's kind of a kissing the rock type thing for Run Rabbit.
Oh. So maybe you could come up with the weird finisher line slam.
Yeah.
Run Rabbit Run, you get the hug. Hard Rock, you kiss the rock. Are there any couple of Barkley?
I don't know what people do when they finish that.
Nobody does.
Nobody knows.
Ask Blake Wood when he finishes. And that's more of a career slam because nobody's doing all of those in the same year.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you have any other unusual finish line rites of passage or quirks, let us know. We would definitely be able to throw them into our
weird finish line
clam.
Cool.
Most recent finisher Lee Brown finishing in 29:14. Congratulations, Lee.
You mentioned Blake Wood, the legend, 23-time Hard Rock finisher. Sadly, I'm getting information right here that he and Margaret, his daughter, are listed as a drop at Summit Lake, mile 80.
Oh, wow.
3 minutes. Blake Wood and daughter Margaret marked as a drop.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
It was one of the sets of runners we were really rooting on.
I don't think that's a cutoff.
No.
So I know we have a 2 p.m. cutoff.
Yeah, we had runners hit Summit 30 minutes after.
Yeah.
And actually, have we hit the Summit cutoff yet? Yeah, no, Summit cutoff is not for another 40 minutes.
Okay. We also have 3 early birds relatively close together. Steve Rossi, who we've talked about already, 72 years old, clearing through Long Lake at 29:43, and then Dina Griffin and Kathy Fisher at 30:02 and 30:03. That's 12 miles from the finish line. great conditions for running this year. If you're an older athlete, might need to have a little bit more clarity, be able to see a little bit more, have nice sunshine. This is a fantastic day to race.
Looks like we missed a finisher as well. Aaron McCumber. I think we caught him on video, but didn't
There it is,
see him
Aaron
cross.
McCumber. And,
29:13.
Shortly after Aaron Lee Brown, 29:14.
Congratulations to the two of them. Festive atmosphere still at the finish line, and it's still going to be fairly decent out when all said and done.
Oh yeah.
Maybe get a beautiful sunset view in the background.
Again, cutoffs respectively are 36 hours for the Tortoises. We'll take them to 8 p.m. this evening, and 36 hours for the Hares.
So our remaining aid station cutoffs from this point, the Summit Lake Trail aid station at mile 80 is 2 p.m. So at the top of the hour. Long Lake at mile 88.8, that is 5:30 p.m. And Mount Werner, interestingly, has a cutoff of 7 p.m.
Oh man!
So
you make it there,
you've got to
haul. We just saw our 9th and 10th place women.
You have to turn yourself
in
into
an hour. Yeah,
you have to turn yourself into Dalton McCurdy.
Yeah,
is what you have to do.
Indeed. Congratulations, Shane Morrissey. We know Shane had some friends in the chat. 29:17 finish. Way to go, Shane.
Beautiful day to sit creekside and watch these runners fight their way to the finish. Got another one coming in. The clock stops with the hug, so we were talking 25 hours. I'm sorry, 29 hours, 21 minutes, about 20 seconds.
Martin Oleskowitz, perhaps?
I think so, based on he had been the most recent Tortoise by about.
I hope they're showing Tim Lipovsky. Tim Lipovsky.
Oh, wow. Tim got down the hill in 70 minutes.
Yep, 70 minutes on the descent.
Nice job, Tim.
Leapfrogged a bunch of people. They must have been like, where'd you come from?
Some people saving it for that last stretch. I mean, if you've got it in you, it's got to be enjoyable.
Oh,
I mean, if you got to run it all, might as well run downhill. Here we're looking on another finisher, just a few steps out.
Little hands raised. That's a wonderful, wonderful finish line area. Spectators lounging in Adirondack chairs in the sunshine.
That's Chris Lancy. Looks like.
Chris Lancy coming in 29:21. Nice steadily paced race. Got down the hill in what most people have been doing in about an hour and 23, 25 minutes.
Looks like somebody's got a couple of their children pacing them.
Of their children.
Teaching them young. Love to see it.
That looks like a couple little step downs onto the grass.
Man, wouldn't that be something to have that trip you up 100 miles in? But that's no problem for these runners.
Cross the mat. The hug is coming. Yes. This could potentially be one of the 29:22, Martin Oleskowitz.
I think it's actually on a lag because that's 29:22, but our timer is showing 25:24. So Martin actually was our last finisher.
Oh, okay. That is
so.
So we're waiting for that.
And I'm sorry? Yeah. Based on when it's pinging on the runner tracking. Yeah. So I'm guessing that might be Tracy Larson or Dandelion Deluvio Scott.
Which would be the best name
absolutely
of the race so far.
I was thinking that.
That's Dandelion.
Another finisher or two coming in. Actually, the front runner, if I'm not mistaken, was somebody I saw at one of the aid stations last night.
Okay, we still have Dandelion coming. That officially recorded as Tracy Larson in 29:24.
Seventh place woman amongst the
place woman in the
Tortoises category.
And this is a group that finished together. One pacer at least. Again, if you're watching in the chat and you have a runner you'd like us to keep an eye out for, please let us know. Leah and Mike have closed up shop at the finish line, but we still have our drone coverage,
Deservedly
our sky
so.
cam, and our static finish line cam.
Leah and Mike doing a wonderful job this weekend.
Fantastic.
Between Leah's intimate knowledge of the field in general and Mike's willingness to use a laptop camera as a follow cam.
Yeah.
Great work.
Really good stuff.
That most recent finisher, we'll see if we can. Got somebody else coming in.
Without a pacer, so it could be a hare. Could just be a tortoise that the guy decided to go old school.
That's a hare. Red bib.
Okay.
Tortoises are blue, right? Okay. You'd be surprised how long it took me to figure that one out. With everything that's going on, sometimes you just miss key data, such as bib color for runners.
How hard can that be?
I mean, the pacers are yellow, although that's kind of a universal thing. It seems like
the yellow pacer bib.
Yeah,
it does seem to be the common
and
pacer bib color.
I was today years old when I figured that out. The last two finishers, it was indeed two finishers, Nathaniel Gilbert and Luke Kernel, finishing at 29, 25, 51.
And that group finished together.
Yeah, and
yeah, to be honest, they have been more or less together since Summit Lake.
Okay.
Their splits are identical: 23-19 at Summit, 26-18 at Long Lake, 28-21 at Mount Werner, and 29-25 at the finish. So they got down the mountain in 104.
Nice work.
Yep.
That last finisher on the Hare side was Paul Cothanet, 23rd male to cross the finish line in the Hare division, 25-27.04. Got down the mountain in 107.
So we're seeing those folks that save their legs a bit.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Looking for Tom. Miranda Bull is looking for Tom Bull. Bib 435. Melanie Akon looking for Kyle Andrus, a Hare. We're looking for him too. Patty's looking for Sean Gerlich, 495. And another Hare, Denise Griffin, is looking for Matt Duncan.
Yeah, we expect Kyle to be one of our next finishers.
Yeah, we expect Kyle very soon. Here's a finisher right here. Blue bib.
Yeah, that's blue.
Getting an earful from Fred.
How long have you known Fred?
A long time. Everybody knows Fred. He's just one of those guys. This person's taking their time, maybe a little hitch in their step, but they're going to get it done.
Yep, looks like a tortoise bib on their right leg.
And some runners coming in behind.
Nick Mahorek was the most recent finisher, 29-29-11.
Sophie, oh, these are Mount Werner times. My bad. Scroll back up here. Yeah, Nick Mahorek, just under 29:30. We're waiting Adam Stepanovic.
No, I did not just crack a brew.
I'll be right back.
Another runner hitting the finish line. We'll get some IDs on them. We've got a lot of runners between the final aid station and the finish line. They're going to be coming in fast and furious. If there is somebody specific that you're looking to follow as well, we do have a link to the live runner tracking. The exact same information that we're using is available to everybody as well at the top of the chat, linked under the Mountain Outpost account. Most recent finisher, Richard Iverson at 29:31:51. Richard Iverson, I don't have an age, but in his 60s. We'll see if we can pull up his age.
So as we're doing this and calling these finishes of both the tortoises and the hares, I'm curious what folks in the chat think of this idea. We're floating an idea of next year at this race, if we can, we'd like to hand out or send out a runner's information form ahead of the race, have runners fill it out, and then we'll have access to it. And maybe their funny stories or shout outs to their family or pacers or friends. And, as for example, as we see this runner coming in the red shirt, we could, be talking about them, say what their job is, who their family members are, who they're thankful for, who perhaps their coach is, or where they come from. So stay tuned for that for next year's Run Rabbit Run as we give a little bit more information about these runners. And if any of you have information about your runners and they're on the way in, throw it in the chat and we'll try to pass it on during our broadcast.
So Richard Iverson, our most recent finisher, the age of 63, ran every iteration of Run Rabbit Run from 2013 to 2019, finished the 100-miler all those years, and last year, and now this year.
Amazing. Congratulations, Richard.
Also, multiple Hard Rock finishes, very stout running resume. And
looks like Bard Hovenga, Adam Stepanovic, and Mark Appling all have come through. 28, 29, 32, 29, 33, 29, 34.
As we mentioned, we're going to get a lot of runners coming through at the same time. Conan Kelly, bib number 42 on the hare side, finishing at 25:32:40. We saw Conan coming into this aid station at Olympian, about maybe 2 a.m, something like that.
Yep.
Moving pretty well. So congratulations to Conan for finishing in just over 25 hours, 25 and a half.
And Kyle, did you announce Kyle Andrus? Kyle made it as well, a couple of minutes after Conan. It's another hare finisher. So that's 35 hares, 25 men, 10 women. 11th place, at least up at the top of the mountain, was Sarah O. And followed in 12th place, just 2 minutes behind, Brianna Grigsby. So we'd expect those to be the next two women finishers in the hares race.
Couple of Aerovipa racing team members.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, Sarah O is, as we've mentioned, had an incredible year so far this year.
Mm-hmm.
Winning and setting course records at a couple of doozies of races.
Mm-hmm.
Cocodona 250, Ouray 100.
There's a happy finisher.
Finish time is official because they got the hug.
Mm-hmm. Blue bib and a bucket hat.
Bucket hat still hanging strong these days. That was Cameron Huddleston, finishing with a time of 29:36:56. Yeah, 9 hairs between Werner and the finish. And now 31 tortoises between Werner and the finish. So 40 runners in the home stretch. Half of them probably able to see the finish line.
Lots of eager loved ones and friends in the chat looking for Eileen Biscaha, Dan Springborn, Sean, bib number 495, Kyle Andrew, bib number 405, Bob Gentle, 494, and Mark Appling. I think Mark Appling's through.
Yeah, just finished. We have 2 more finishers on the women's side in the tortoise race. Rachel Sherbet and Carrie Blasek, 29:37:15, 29:38:02. So finishing about a minute apart. Congratulations to them. Rachel was 8th, Carrie 9th.
All under 30 hours. Got about 20 minutes for the tortoise 30-hour mark.
Of course, for Run Rabbit Run, they actually have a sub 30 buckle that differs from the standard buckle. The sub 30 hour is a gold buckle, and the standard finish buckle is a more silverish one.
More silverish buckle. So these folks, if they are interested, have about 20 minutes to get one of those gold buckles. Kenneth Biddison is in, 29:39.
Congratulations, Kenneth. Looks like we have another finisher coming in. Our Huggy Bunny or Huggy Rabbit.
Victor Farmiga got in just after Kenneth.
Congratulations
50
to
59
Victor.
years old.
That's a hare.
Is that Sarah?
Yeah, that's Sarah O.
All right.
Sarah Ostaszewski. Congratulations to Sarah, having just crossed the finish line. I believe the 11th woman. 11th woman to finish. She finished 7th here last year. So congratulations to Sarah, Aero Viper Racing Team member, course record holder of both Cocodona and Uray 100. So no stranger to big hills and the mountains.
25:40:55 for Sarah's finishing time. This could potentially Brianna Grigsby. It looks like a blue bib.
Yeah, Bree was wearing a bucket hat too.
Yeah. So could this be Dandelion?
Could be. We'll keep an eye out to determine who that runner was. Sarah Ostaszewski, her final time was 25:40:55. That was Dandelion Deluvio Scott, 29:42.
Dandelion Deluvio Scott. What a name. Congratulations, Dandelion. got down the hill. It's about what we're seeing now, between an hour and 40, hour and 50 for these tortoises. Nicole Lawton, remember we chatted with her on the chat back in here at the Olympian when she was looking for Kaylee Holyfield, sending you around looking and see if she was asleep in the stairwell.
That's right.
That's bib number 110. We're still looking for her on the hare side, as well as Kevin Hadfield, number 36.
I could check the stairwell again.
Yeah. Yeah, we're still here. Kevin Hadfield looks like he got through Mount Werner at 25:05. So he's a little bit away. And Kaylee last checked in at Long Lake at 23:34. So we know she did get out of the stairwell if she wasn't needed in the stairwell. Perhaps she's looking for another stairwell.
I don't think she's going to have any luck with that one for the rest of the course.
But it sounded like Nicole perhaps knew her tendency to finding stairwells. So that's a good friend.
I looked, man. I looked all over the complex. I looked for other stairwells.
Yeah.
Check the stairwell outside.
If we get info in the chat that we should check the stairwell, we're going to check the stairwell.
Absolutely. This is interactive.
There's a Bree Grigsby fan, Mandy Midget. Yeah, we expect Bree shortly.
I believe Mandy crewed Bree at Canyons this year. So
yeah, Bree is an hour and 1 minute out of Mount Werner. We know that some of her fellow competitors made that descent in an hour.
Sarah O made it in 58 minutes.
Whoa.
Yeah,
58 minutes.
24:42, 25:40.
Now that's a close.
That's cooking.
Yeah.
She smelled the barn. Daniel Hunter, our most recent finisher, 29:44:45. So we're in the last 15 minutes for these golden buckles.
Yep.
That is a
Golden
sub
buckle.
30-hour finish for the tortoises. And in the hare's case, if they don't finish in 30 hours, they
don't
didn't finish. So actually, they've got until 6 p.m. though. So
Yeah.
something it's a little bit confusing if you're not familiar. So the time in the upper right hand corner of the screen is the hare's race. If you're curious about a tortoise's time, add 4 hours, with the exception of the early starters.
Mhm.
And if they were an early starter, you would add 5 hours.
Yep. And we know we had about a dozen of those.
And I was told there would be no math.
And those who are remaining in the race, of the early bird starters, there are 6 remaining in the race. The 12 who started early.
Another runner coming in. I'm going to try and gauge
Blue bib.
how many runners we still have in course at this point. Looks like we might have.
Nicole is helping us out here. She only said check the stairwell because she saw a picture of her sitting in the stairwell. Okay, fair enough. I thought maybe she was a stairwell sleeper. Good to know.
Sounds like
Kaylee
my college
Holyfield.
days. So
There were some times in the witching hour last night I was thinking of maybe just curling up in the stairwell.
you ain't kidding. By my math, I think we've got about 180 to 183 tortoises still on course. And as far as the hares go, substantially less. In the hares race, we're talking maybe about 15 or 20. So we're looking at a handful of runners that are going to have to hustle to make this cutoff that comes up at the top of the hour. Only a handful, but they're going to have to move.
For what cutoff?
That would be the Summit Lake, I believe.
Summit Lake, yeah.
Yeah, Summit Lake, which is mile 81. They have until the top of the hour. I'm going to check to see how many active runners still have not hit Summit Lake.
Yeah, start with Joshua Parks, number 266.
Yeah, there's only a handful. Looks like. Well, there was no cutoff at Dry Lake. Or there was, yeah. There's not one at Billy's Rabbit Hole. So maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 runners that are possibly going to have to chase the cutoff.
Some of whom, however, take, for example, Joshua Parks, hit Dry Lake at 20:20.
Yeah.
And we're going on to 30 hours. Now, it could be he's taking a nap or something like that, but.
We just had our first early bird finisher.
Is that Sarah Lavender Smith? Congratulations, Sarah.
Sarah finishing in 30, 47, 45.
Sarah Lavender Smith. Been around the sport a long time. Congratulations, Sarah.
One of the more prolific writers in this space. Congratulations to our most recent hare finish, or tortoise finishers rather, Dave Barron, 29, 48, 29, and Daniel Collins, 29, 49, 14. And we just had a hare cross the finish line. We will do our best to identify him.
And Sarah, next year, take the regular start. I have a friend of Sarah's. She knows that's just friendly jab. Those of us in our mid-late 50s, we can use all the help we can get.
Well, she had a great race.
Absolutely.
Sub 31 at Run Rabbit Run.
Yep.
That's well done.
And if you've read any of Sarah's writing, you know she's been chasing the dream of hard rock for almost a decade. She lives in Telluride. This will check the box for another qualifier for her. One of these years, Sarah. One of these years.
I can appreciate the chase.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, these runners that are finishing, in addition to getting their hard rock ticket for their lottery, they get a Western States ticket.
Did you see Oliver Dunn?
I did not.
25.50 is the most recent hare finisher.
That was the gentleman that we saw, the green shirt and the blue shorts.
Yep.
Congratulations to Oliver.
Just about 10 minutes after Sarah O.
Still looking out for the next few expected hare finishers. Craig Gillis, Brianna Grigsby, Matthew Wiseman, and Natalie Bond.
And Joshua Drexler, Joe Irwin, Jim Swoboda, and Bogi Dumisrescu are on the bubble for that slick gold buckle. They've got 7 minutes to finish. All of them went through Mount Werner between 28:36 and 28:45, so they would certainly have to move to get that slick gold buckle, but could happen. We've got some finishers closing in right now.
I wonder if that is the focus of some of these runners, because 24 hours is the normal quote big small buckle cut, like whether it be a larger buckle or in the case of Western States a silver buckle versus a standard buckle. 30 hours is kind of a weird one.
Yep.
So, but that's how they do things here.
Yep. They do things by the beat of their own bunny.
It's part of the attraction of this race.
Prize money, separate starts, early starts.
Fred does it different.
Team competition. Obviously coming into town in the middle of the race twice, which we loved last night.
When I heard people instructing the runners at the aid station, the volunteers were like, well, you got to go back through town.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Here's a finisher coming in. That's a red bib.
We will identify him. Based on the time splits, I'm thinking it's probably Craig Gillis, possibly Matthew Wiseman.
Yep. And we'd be thinking Bree Grigsby any minute as well.
That's Bree right there. That's a bucket hat.
Bucket hat. She looks smooth.
Yeah.
That is Bree, 12th place female.
Of course, Bree adeptly crewed by last year's winner, Annie Hughes.
Annie Hughes. She was talking of some back pain when we saw her at Olympian.
That was indeed Craig Gillis, the last finisher. Congratulations to Air Viper Racing Team member Brianna Grigsby.
12th place, under 26 hours. Five minutes for those of you chasing.
Oh, that's
the
Annie
gold
right there,
buckle.
isn't it?
Yeah, there's Annie with the pink shirt.
Yeah. '22 champion.
Finished her first Hard Rock this year. Lives in Leadville. Bradley. Oh, sorry. That's Mount Werner. Oh, still waiting on a few more tortoises.
Yeah, Annie had said that Bree was hurting her back a little bit at Olympian Aid, but she gutted it out. Congratulations. And who better to get
coming in?
I was going to say, who better to get intel from than Annie?
Than Annie. Oh, yeah. Yeah, wise beyond her years for a 25-year-old. Absolutely.
That's another thing. She's entered the sport so young and so talented, already has some huge wins to her name, and her career is just getting started.
Yeah.
When you talk somebody who's 15 years younger than the people who she's racing against at the very top levels. Somebody's moving.
Yep.
Looking good. I admire somebody who's got that last second kick.
Yeah, look at that.
You know, I mean, hopping down the stair.
They want their 30.
Yeah. About a minute and change out. Want that gold buckle.
Yeah. Oh, it's a hare. Then we're guessing Natalie Bond, 13th place woman.
Okay, so she was 25:58 then, if that was indeed Natalie. For those tortoises, they've got a minute left. But yeah, about a minute 10 to get that gold buckle.
Fred can save some money if he only has to give away 94 gold ones. Oh, yeah.
Coming in hot.
The kids are like, wait, kids, stay back there. I need my 30.
You've had that situation before.
100%.
We talked about that.
100% had that situation. That's a good, strong finish.
For sure. Great job.
He must have been looking at his watch at some point, like, okay, we're going to
And
do
a
30.
fox?
We got to move.
Looks like a fox just finished the race.
Well, I wonder what he would say.
Jordan's not amused.
Welcome to Steamboat.
15 seconds for that final gold buckle possibility for the tortoises. The hares, of course, will have 4 hours because that's when their race ends entirely. So we actually had a couple of tortoises come in, Ashley Clinthorne and Jim Swoboda. Jim finished in 29:59:11 right there, and Ashley in 29:58:28. Plenty of time.
Yep. Had it in the bag all day.
Not a doubt. Natalie Bond, the most recent hare, 25:58:10. And we've just passed the 30-hour mark for the tortoises and the 26-hour mark for the hares. We are here until 8 p.m. local time tonight.
Yes, indeed. That is 8 o'clock Mountain Daylight Time is the 36-hour cutoff for the tortoises, the 30-hour cutoff for the hares. That's it for the gold buckles for the tortoises. It looks like Fred has to hand out 96 of those. With Jim Swoboda being the final gold buckler in 29:59:11. Friend in the chat looking for Sean Gerlich. We saw Sean through Long Lake in 27:48, so I would expect him in Mount Werner any minute. It's a little bit more than 2 hours since he left Long Lake. Yeah, Scotty Coomer, who's the race director of the Badger Ultras in Wisconsin, actually has a bigger buckle for the slower runners.
That sounds like something Scotty would do.
So they get a small buckle if they finish under 30 hours and a big buckle if they finish between 30 and 36.
Yeah, we're probably going to have some 50 milers, Bill, but I'll be honest, it's kind of hard to have the bandwidth to cover that race this weekend. I mean, we will acknowledge some of the finishers if we can, but our focus here first and foremost is on the 100 miler.
Yep. Do you know the color of the 50 milers, Bibbs? we could at least keep an eye on those and do the math of their finishing times.
I'm not sure. I should have known. They came in to pick them up yesterday,
Yep.
right across the room from us. They were all looking at us like, what is he doing?
All right, so we're 30 hours in to Run Rabbit Run 2023 edition. 96 finishers in the Tortoise race. I'm sorry, 96 finishes in the Tortoise race, 40 finishes in the Hares race.
And so far in the teams race, we actually have 5 of the 19 teams accounted for. Most recent team to have both finishers come in, the Missouligans, Natalie Bond and Wes Martin. Congratulations.
Yeah, sometimes just finishing, having both your runners finish is a victory.
Yeah.
As happens every year, I announce at Western States for a couple of hours after the 24-hour runners finish. As we're having a bit of a lull here, you wonder if there's a surge for those going after those sub-30 buckles, and then if they're like, I'm not going to get the sub-30, might sit on a rock.
I was just thinking about that.
Yeah.
Actually, thinking about how much of a mad dash, like the 23 to 24 hour finishers at Western States, you might have 70, and then the 24:01 to 25 is 2.
Yep. It's about that. I think I had 6 from 24 to 25, and then a few more from 25 to 26.
I have to admit, I'd probably be in that mindset too. If I was chasing 24 and I realized it wasn't going to happen, I'd still shoot to go and do as well as possible. But you could lay up a little bit.
Yep. But just to a point, we were having finishers every minute or two, and we've already had 6 minutes since the last finisher in either race.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point.
Yep.
So the gold buckles are being packed away. Actually, most of them, because the Hares still get them.
The Hares would get them, yeah. Here's our drone picking somebody up. It's a Troy who mentioned that it seemed quiet. Our drone pilot up there was looking back up the course, tipping me off that it is a little bit quiet. But we do have a runner moving pretty well. Still awaiting Matthew Wiseman, who's would logically be the next Hare. He was just through Mount Werner right around the same time as Natalie Bond. And our friend Kaylee Holyfield, our stairwell friend, got through at 25:50. So she'll be probably be here around 27:15, 27:30. So Nicole can finally go to sleep.
We've got 37 runners that have hit Werner yet to hit the finish.
So 37 runners between mile 95.8 and mile 100.
So about 10 a mile.
Mm-hmm. I buy that.
There's a runner moving pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
I found it. It was mine. To be honest, Jordan, I just needed something to drink. It was here. This one is closed. Oh, I just found a sparkling water sitting in front of me, and rather than go and refill my bottle, I just opened it. Yeah, no, I didn't.
I think we've got a hare finisher.
Yeah, this is the longest gap we've had in a while.
There's a big gap. Yep.
About 9-10 minutes.
It's amazing what the mind can do. You just kind of turn it off, watch that watch click to 30, and I think I'll just walk it in.
You can see our beautiful drone shot on the Janji Skycam heading back up the course to catch runners as they come down. We'll also have a finish line cam flip here in just a moment because we've got at least one runner coming in. Jordan, are we able to pivot to the finish line? Looks like we might have somebody coming in here real soon. Looks like we lost audio there for a second, but
there we go.
We weren't saying anything important anyways. We were just taking in the moment, which is what you have to do every so often when covering these races. Part of the amazing thing about trail and ultra running is that you get to see these beautiful places, experience these wonderful atmospheres as we look outside to the wilderness of Steamboat Springs, Colorado. Love it up here. Keeping an eye out for that post 30-hour finisher, that first one. This runner looks like they're not too far out. Make that right across the bridge. And a quick left down that weirdly placed stair.
Yeah. For the Tortoises, 96 runners coming in under 30.
We'll see if I can update how many runners are still on course as we had.
Because we've hit that.
A cutoff.
Hit the Summit Lake cutoff.
Yep.
At 2 p.m.
And I'm assuming, like most races, it's not just hitting the aid station.
It's getting out of there.
Absolutely. Yeah. You have to depart as well. That's one of those things that is tricky because I once dropped a race because I got to the aid station with about 2 minutes to go, and I was entering a very unfamiliar, gnarly area.
Mm-hmm.
And they told me I had about 2.5 minutes left where I had to be out of the aid station. And it was the Zane Grey. It's on the High Line. 13 miles of really gnarly wilderness. I told them I don't want to rush and take the chance of screwing up because it's one thing to drop. It's nothing to be extracted from a course. And I was genuinely concerned that might be a possibility.
I was at Leadville this past August, and they have some notoriously tight cutoffs, especially at Twin Lakes. Mm-hmm. And there were, for both Twin Lakes cutoffs, literally a race to cross the timing mat. And then people just sat there for 10 minutes.
Oh, my.
Before they started off. It was incredible. It's like a race within a race. So we have a finisher hitting the line. Our first
post
post 30 hour tortoise, we think. Yep, that's a tortoise bib. Or is that the first 50 miler? That's our first 50 miler. If we're seeing the
that
colors
would be
right.
John Dragon.
John Dragon.
I think I got the first issue of that mint condition. Picked it up as a kid when I was at a comic book store. John Dragon, #1.
Yeah, Troy on the drone is letting us know that those are the 50 milers. So we're starting to mix in the 50 milers with the tortoises and the hares and the 100 mile.
This might get a little bit confusing for us here at the studio. So actually, that was the second place runner. We missed John Dragon. That was Rick Davey, according to our intel. Thank you, Troy. So we're still awaiting our first post 30-hour finisher.
Or no, I think we have it. Bogey Dumitrescu, who, by the way, has the most famous hard rock finish of all time. He once finished hard rock in 47:59:59. He just finished in 30:13. Go check out that video. Just Google Bogey Dumitrescu, and it'll come up. Just incredible. Finished hard rock with literally 1 second to spare.
That's amazing.
It's tricky because of Sarah's finish an hour.
You're right.
Later, the infill times are going to be above her. So our first 30 and over finisher, Bogey Dumitrescu.
Congratulations to Bogey. Ellen in the chat said she will never, ever forget Bogey's hard rock finish. So it sounds like she was there.
I will never either. I mean, I with having seen that finish and Gunhild's Western States finish, I mean, those two, I don't even know how to pick. But
what year was
incredible.
Bogey's? About 2017, 18 maybe?
Ellen can tell us. When was Bogey's last second finish? I know that Gunhild's Western States was 2015. So it might have been 16 or 17.
$2015.
Same year. Okay. Thank you.
It was a heck of a summer.
It was.
A lot of drama. Yeah, thank you, Ellen, a regular in our chats, always contributing.
Absolute veteran. Matthew Wiseman, first hare over the 26-hour number, 26:15.
I actually met Ellen when she was volunteering at URay a few years ago, Hard Rock. She seemed to know what she was talking about up there, and I had no clue, and I was trying to get the lay of the land my first time up there, and she was a fountain of information. In exchange for that, I set her up with Pacers for Mogollon Monster.
Nice.
So,
a good trade.
Absolutely.
I know we had some friends in the chat earlier looking an eye out for Kevin Hadfield, bib number 36. We think he's imminent. He went through Mount Werner in 25:05.
Do we have them on the drone? We have another finisher coming in. Getting that hug. 26:18:11. We'll find out who that was momentarily. Looks like a red bib.
Could be Kevin Hadfield, Andrew Palmbriand, Christopher Barry. All of those guys were in the same general
Christopher
ballpark
Barry.
going through.
Christopher Barry, 26-17-17.
Good strong finish.
Got down the
under an
mountain.
hour.
Yep.
Under an hour to hammer down the hill. And Kevin Hadfield right after him, 26-18. So 2 hare finishers. Oh, this sounds like fun. Bill in Colorado, who's been asking about the 50 miler, says it's annual tradition to drink Bloody Marys at Slopeside and try and guess if the finishers are hare, tortoise, or 50 milers.
That's amazing.
Hey, why don't we do that here?
Right?
If you can hear our voice, if you could bring a couple pictures of Bloodies, we'll try and do it on the live stream.
We guarantee things will get more and more entertaining as the day goes on.
Indeed. Bring us a picture of Bloodies and we'll play that same game.
So, first place finisher in the 50 miler, John Dragon. You know, we've been marveling at the runners who were finishing that last stretch in close to an hour. Mm-hmm. He did it in 45.
45 minutes.
45 minutes for the last 6 miles of the race.
That's awesome. It just shows what an additional 50 miles on your legs can do to you.
Yeah. So Christopher Barry and Kevin Hadfield both came in. So we've got a handful of hares still on the course.
Yeah, we're running low on hares.
Plenty of tortoises.
Like you go maybe potentially 6 more to hit Mount Werner. That's potential.
Looks like our drone is going to switch out and recharge. Right now, you're looking at the finish line of the Run Rabbit Run 100 and the 50.
And the tortoises and the hares.
We have all sorts of activities going on. It's what? Going to do a quick weather check here in the Yampa Valley. Looks like it's about 71 degrees. Last night, 40 was too cold, 70's too hot.
Yeah.
I found my temperature band shrinking as the years go on. If it's not between 62 and 65, I want no part of it. Mm-hmm. Considering where I live in the Valley of the Sun, I don't often get what I want. It's got to be dry too. Yep. Can't be too humid.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm sure that after the last cutoff at 2 p.m., the race command is going to update the running tracker so we have a clearer idea of how many people are left.
How many folks are left. Yeah. Yeah, because they don't have another cutoff until Long Lake at 5:30. Drones back up. Shout out to our drone team. They're just doing amazing work. In this first ever live stream for Run Rabbit Run. We certainly hope to come back.
Remember how we had like 30 runners between the final aid station and the finish line maybe a half hour ago?
I do.
We've got like 6.
6, yeah.
We have 3 hares that we expect in fairly soon between Mount Werner and the finish. And on the tortoise side, another 3. Of course, we're going to start to see the 50 milers pepper in.
Troy, our drone pilot, gave me that heads up on the chat, on our little back channel chat, that he's like, looks a little quiet out there.
Yep.
This looks like a hare. But I'm only saying that because they're running solo. And a couple mountain bikers behind them. Now blasting past him. For as wonderful a running venue Steamboat Springs is, for a cycling and ski venue, it's even better. Both mountain bike and road bike, and more recently gravel racing. A couple weekends ago, a SBT gravel, which has become one of the biggest gravel races on the North American circuit, took place here. And here's our most recent finisher, moving well and crossing the line. And our drone is flying right back up to catch this little pack coming down along the road. Andrew Pontbriand, hope I'm pronouncing that right. Andrew Pontbriand, our recent finisher, 26-25.
Congratulations to Andrew.
And yeah, this is what you're saying, Chris. We have a grand total of 2 more hares who've hit Mount Werner. And then just a few who are through Summit. Long Lake.
That's fine.
Yep.
As long as we have the finish line cam,
we're good.
We can at least work with it. Not like last night,
where we didn't even have that. No cams, no tracker, no food. It was the desert. Live stream desert for a while last night if you were tuned in.
Yeah, if you were hanging out between the hours of like 1:30 and 2:30, we apologize and we're grateful.
Yeah.
We did not bring our all of our resources at that point.
Well, Matthew Duncan and Kaylee Stairwell Sleeper Holyfield are the 2 remaining hares who are through Mount Werner. Both through just about 40 minutes ago. So we expect them, within 40 minutes, let's say, or 45 minutes. But a big gap to the next hares. We had a decent-sized group through Mount Werner on the Tortoise side well over an hour ago. We expect to see some of them. Joshua Drexler, Joe Irwin, Andrew Berdonier, Jeremy Hedges, and Nicholas Ventrella. All cleared Mount Werner in under 29 hours. and we're just about hitting 30-30.
Here we go with another finisher. Do the 50-milers get a hug too?
I think everybody gets a hug. I mean, I think if you're feeling lonely, you can go down there and get one. I might. I might hit that Bloody Mary party at Slopeside.
Yeah, we didn't get our invite for that one.
Yeah, we didn't. They didn't. We could have set up the studio there.
Bill, man.
Bill, next year, hook us up, man. All you got to do is just tell us the code. We can do the rest. Bobby Craig, 30-28, Tortoise finisher. Nice job, Bobby.
Only our second Tortoise post 30 hours.
Yeah. It's been a half an hour since that cutoff. 2 tortoises. What they're just probably having. Maybe they stopped by Slopeside. Oh, there's another hug.
Looks like another. I can't tell if that was a blue or purple bib.
Looked like a little spring in his step. We'll call him a 50-miler.
Well, our first 50-miler was through about 22 minutes ago.
Y'all are killing us. Bill's asking us to come on by, and Trey NX is telling he's drinking one for us. Gee, thanks, Trey.
They're just rubbing it in at this point. We don't get to partake until 8:01, 8:02 p.m. tonight.
Yeah, but if you're around the barley at 8:01, look for us. Save us a stool.
We're not joking either.
Oh no, we're not joking. There's some things we joke about, but that we're not joking about.
I would say that the barley definitely going to be a place I hit tonight, and sun pie as well.
Yep.
Hit those. I have to be a little bit careful because I fly out pretty early.
An early flight. See, I'm free to fly. I don't fly out till 1 tomorrow afternoon. I'm gonna go out for a nice run in the morning and take my time getting over to the airport.
You gonna take that first climb, head up to
no
Mount Werner?
No, I'm just gonna run along the river. And
why are there no Bloody Marys on the slope?
Stephanie, we're sorry. Who's your nephew?
We've been mixing it in and out.
Yeah.
When we've got footage, we basically jump on it. We've been doing our best to at least announce the runners as they come through if we don't have them on camera.
Yeah, the times we miss them is if they come through, 2 or 3 at a time. Reagan, we know we've had some Reagan fans out there.
Our second place finisher in the 50-mile, Rick Davey, 8:29. Congratulations to Rick. About a 21-minute gap between first and second because John Dragon, one of the best names of the weekend.
He was definitely not Dragon down that mountain.
No.
Our Reagan Sykes fan club. Last we heard of Reagan, she was Long Lake at 27:33. So she's got to move. She's got to move. She's been almost 3 hours, and she's got to get to Mount Werner.
Between Long Lake and Werner, that is a long time.
That's a long time.
Because Long Lake, you've already made your way up to the hill.
Now, you never know. Reagan might have taken a little snooze.
That's fair.
Yep.
Absolutely. We saw plenty of that here last night. Saw runners just kind of bundle up, throw a blanket on, lie down, hit the stairwell with a burrito.
Stephen Getke is our 100th finisher in 30:31, 100th Tortoise finisher in 30:31.
Congratulations, Stephen. Oh, cool. We might have our drones back up in the sky here.
Definitely things have thinned out in the Hares field. There's just a couple runners through Mount Werner and another 4 still on their way to Mount Werner. And they have to finish at 6. They don't get until 8 like everybody else.
Yeah, actually, some of these hares that are left on the course are names that I recognize from being downstairs at the aid station. I see Jacob Fisher, Taylor Reffett, Martin Almanzan. So those are people that I do remember seeing at Olympian on their second approach at mile 64.
Stephanie Galpin, thank you. Yes, Matthew Wiseman. I do remember Matthew, one of our hares. He had a great strong finish. So there was a bit of a flurry at that time with several runners finishing in that sort of 26:15, 26:17, 26:18 area. But congratulations, Matthew and Christopher Barry. I remember Christopher crushed that downhill in 58 minutes. Our drone pilot is telling us it's all quiet on the western front as we're looking up at this shot right here.
I see what you did there. Don't take our joke and make sense of it.
Troy is going to, the John G. Skycam zoom up a little bit. Here's a little pack. Just beautiful, the aspen leaves shimmering.
Could be 1, 2, 3, or 4 runners. Looks like at least 3 of them in packs. And the other one has a pacer bib. So I'm assuming 2 runners, perhaps?
Oh, there we go. Nice, Troy. Good close up.
So yeah, so actually they've all got packs on. One
Except the
pacer
guy
bib.
except the guy in the black shirt. Oh no, the guy in the black shirt does have a pack.
It looks like he's got a black pack.
Mm-hmm.
At least one pacer amongst the 4 of them.
I'm going to guess. He looked like he was telling a story. And so then. Mac McCormick, thank you. Reagan has 20 family members watching.
We're glad you're tuning in. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, good point, Bill, in Colorado. Pretty cool that the family members or friends can go up the gondola and jog down. So this very well could be, they're taking a little walking break here.
Yeah, the action has gotten a little bit light here at the end of the course.
Yeah, you can put action in air quotes. But still got folks joining us on the live stream in the chat, looking out for their runners. Code Team New Zealand, Robin Scott. Looking for Fergus Scott. And another guest looking for Oscar, bib number 593.
So now they've actually set up the not the packet, but drop bag pickup here in our room. at Olympian Hall.
Good. Well, it's been a little bit lonely here.
Yeah.
So people come get their drop bags.
Maybe if we see some friends or familiar faces, we'll drag them over to our couch.
Over to the couch. That's right.
Yeah, they used it quite a bit during the interview days. Yeah, the Genji Skycam and all of the drone shots that we get during these mountain races are just wonderful. Whether it be of the peaks and the beautiful rock formations, or even this shot right here. It's a beautiful condo community here in Steamboat Springs. I love it. We have Jordan over in the producer's chair throwing things all over the room.
Morgan Hayes looking out for bib number 510. Brett, first timer. First time 100, I assume.
Brett Harp.
Where did we last see him?
Last saw him at Long Lake at 28:57.
Okay. Plenty of time.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
No reason to rush. There he is. Youngster. 20-year-old age group. He could be looking at 30, 33, 34-hour finish. Very respectable.
We have 56 runners in the Tortoise division between Long Lake and Mount Werder.
Okay. Here's a finisher rounding the final turn there. Getting the hug from Fred. Oh, double hug. So I wonder if the clock must stop on the first hug. Second hug's just a bonus. Might have been a 50 miler. Anybody in the chat knows. Yep, Sean Gerlich. We're looking for him too. Bib number 495. Always fun to have some Kiwis in the chat. Probably the middle of the night over there.
Looks like we might actually have another team finish here shortly. Team Happy Jackasses.
Oh. Okay.
Kaylee
That has a nice ring
Holyfield.
to it. Who's on that team?
Kaylee Holyfield and Michael Huntington. Michael has already finished. Kaylee is in between Werner and the finish.
She's stairwell girl.
Yes.
Yeah. So we've been waiting for her for a while.
I hope that this doesn't stick with her long term.
Hey, it's Nicole's fault. She's like, look for her in the stairwell.
We're just so simplistic. That's all we can do is, oh, that's how we remember this runner.
Yeah. Maybe they should change their name to Team Stairwell. Yeah.
But no, this isn't her doing anything. This is a friend using that as a point of reference. Obviously, it's true. She saw her friend on social media eating a burrito, sitting on the stairs. The first thing I do is head to the stairs.
Well, I mean, it sounded like Nicole was legitimately worried. Like, hey, can you guys look in the stairwell? So take this, runners, as fair warning. Come to a race that we're live streaming, do something stupid, you're going to end up with a nickname.
Looks like we've got another runner coming in. That's a fast 50 miler stride though, right there.
I think that's a 50 miler. Yeah. So these are nice 50-mile times, 8 hours and 45 minutes.
Nice job.
That might be the 50s.
Maybe that's the 50s. No. don't.
The 10K.
No,
Our
there's no 10K.
Our producer's wondering if there's a fourth distance or a fourth race. You know if our man Dan Ryan's runner is in yet?
Good question. That was Gil.
Gil?
I would assume no, but let's take a look. So Gilbert Sandoval, bib number 656.
He's doing fine.
Yeah, between Long Lake and Mount Werner somewhere. Plus, he shed Dan as a pacer. So again, we only tease because we appreciate and like. Of course, that's true of everybody.
Yeah.
We appreciate and like everyone, even if we have a funny way of showing it. Congratulations to our most recent finisher. Let's see if we can. Aubrey McIntosh finished a few minutes ago in 30, 39, 38. Congratulations to Aubrey. I'm sorry, that was incorrect. Aubrey was the last person to hit Mount Werner. That's on me.
I was wondering where you got that one from.
I'm just creating
Here's another fast,
reality.
I'm guessing another fast-moving 50-miler.
Yeah, I think anybody that's cooking at this point, probably in the 50. Because the last one to come through was our third place man in the 50-miler, Rex Shields. These names on the 50-miler, Rex Shields and John Dragon.
Yeah, this is kind of the all-name race.
It's like a bunch of superhero secret identities here. Looks like we just had our fourth 50-mile finisher come through. We'll get positive ID on them.
Drone heading back up the valley.
We've had, looks like 7 men and 2 women hit Mount Werner in the 50-miler. I know 1 or 2 people in the 50. I don't know about you.
I know a couple. We had Brett Harp through Long Lake. This was a question in the chat. We had Brett Harp through Long Lake just under 29 hours, 28:57. And we're at 30:49 right now. So I'd expect him at Mount Werner within the next 45 minutes. That's Brett Harp. There's a couple that finished together now. Joshua Drexler and Sophie Starkman. A little lag on the timing, but they both finished at 30:40. 30:40. These are tortoises.
I bet that was that group of people.
In the 100. Yep. Joshua Drexler. It might have been 2 pacers and 2 runners. Joshua and Sophie. 30:40. And it's now an hour since our most recent Hares went through Mount Werner, Matthew Duncan and Stairwell Girl. Kaylee Holyfield. Nicole, if you're still in the chat and Kaylee has to come back up here to get her drop bag, we'd love to have her join us for an interview. And we can zoom you in from wherever you are. Yep.
That's true. You have their drop bags.
Mm-hmm. 25 minutes since our last Hares finisher. We knew that this would happen, and it has. Still have quite a few tortoise finishers who are through, or tortoise runners who are through Werner and on their way down here.
Yeah, the tortoises have just over 5 hours, and the hares have just over 3.
This is a solo runner. Moving, hard to tell if that's a 50.
Looks like a solid turnover.
Yeah. Yeah, the way they took that turn, now they're probably going to skip down this little step.
Did you see the woman doing a cartwheel
at
the aid stations?
Jordan clipped it.
Nice.
So be able to add that to our summary video.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
Runner coming in hot.
Hard to tell if that was blue or green. Bib color, that is.
We'll reload our tracker and do our best to give them their props. As our Skycam heads back out on the course.
Trey NX letting us know 486 Andrew Fullerton from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Indeed, I've been to the Mid-South Gravel event a couple of times. Bobby Whitty, the race director there, is one of the best. And that's another race, by the way, where every finisher gets a hug. In fact, there's not a lottery this year. It's just a single day registration on September 23rd for Mid-South Gravel. Stillwater, Oklahoma, also the home of Oklahoma State, and outstanding PGA golfer Victor Hovland. So cool. Stillwater, Oklahoma, Andrew Fullerton, we're keeping an eye out for him. He was through Mount Werner at 29:26. So he's an hour and 20 minutes from then. Kyle Andrew, 4:05. We'll hunt
That
him
was
down.
an energetic finish. Everybody jumped across the finish line. Pacer coming in behind.
Kyle Andrew, just a quick update on that. Through Long Lake at 28:41. 28:41, so about 2 hours and 10 minutes ago. Another first timer, Brian Casto, checking in on his brother Greg. Impressed with the number of first timers who come out here to run rabbit, to challenge themselves in these mountains.
Sorry?
Probably Jamil. There's Greg Casto. Brother was looking for him. Brother Brian looking for him. 30:09 through Mount Werner. So he's now about 50 minutes on his way down the hill. You could probably expect him in about 45 more minutes.
Yeah, we're going to see what we can do to adjust our vantage point at the finish line. Things are getting a little bit hectic there as the 50 milers come in.
Mm-hmm. Yes, apparently you can just do whatever you want. Nothing wrong with that. These people are achieving a great accomplishment, and their family and friends are there. They want to say hi to them. A potential 100-miler here, just judging by the step down.
Yeah, it took a second there.
Coming around.
Yeah, that's kind of a little bit of a hitch step there.
It's a little 100-mile shuffle. Right there for the hug.
We will identify that runner here as soon as possible.
Jamil's working on the static cam, which is why we don't have the static cam footage right now. Jordan has asked him to raise it up a little bit so we can see above the masses.
Like Petey Pablo says, raise up.
Whoever that is.
Gratuitous Petey Pablo reference. Check it off.
Inside joke.
Check it off your bingo card.
Again, on that Stillwater, Oklahoma reference and the Mid-South gravel, there are a couple of gravel events that really, really feel very similar to me to kind of the old school ultra events like this one. And Mid-South and also Gravel Worlds in Lincoln, Nebraska are two of those. In fact, the Mid-South gravel event, it has an accompanying 50K that is run on the Friday before the race, and so many people do the double. They'll do the 50K on Friday and then ride the gravel race on Saturday. Gravel race is just over 100 miles. Casey Lichtai has won the 50K. She lives not far from the race venue over the last couple of years. And we've got our first matching T-shirts group.
I'm surprised it took this long.
Yeah. The entourage and matching T-shirts. I'm going to guess this is somebody in the Tortoise division, 100 miler. And the guides have peeled off appropriately, given the runner solo rein on the finish line cross. That's for those of you new to the sport, that's proper etiquette. You do not cross the line with your runner. Faux pas.
We'll have to find out who this runner is. Congratulations on their finish. Blue bib, yeah. Talking about crossing the finish line as a pacer brings me back to a kind of a funny story. Hard Rock 2022. Killian came in and finished the race, got his congratulations from Dale, was kind of doing an interview. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, somebody comes blazing into the chute. Who's Killian's pacer? Yeah, she comes around the corner into the chute right next to the high school, and all of a sudden, everybody kind of stops and turns because they thought it was Francois.
Well, if you're a pacer and you get dropped, it's not faux pas.
Yeah. But no, she went right into the chute, though.
Yeah, she should have just gone around the block and kept her tail between her legs.
But when you're dropped by Killian Jornet.
Yeah. You could do worse.
That's true. Drone is taking a break. Trying to get information on our most recent 100-mile finisher.
Okay, we've got a batch of bib numbers that have come in. We're very sorry about this, but let's read through them here.
Sure.
I'll go ahead. David Everson, Andrew Fullerton, Mihael Wells, Sarah Malone, Nicholas Ventrella, Michael Kelly, Jeremy Hedges, Jason Bull, Anna Weisbrot, Michael Conklin, and Benjamin Owen. This was a large group, all finishing between 30:53 and 30:59. I don't know why they didn't show up on the finishing tracker, but that's an impressive flurry of runners, all of whom went through Mount Werner all around the same time, and all finished within 6 minutes of one another, just before we hit the 31-hour mark just a few minutes ago. So congratulations to all of those finishers. Yeah, Nicole commenting on the Mid-South 50K. Do you remember the guy who did the speech at the beginning of the race?
Was that you?
Maybe. Bobby's a great dude, and he asked me to come. I was there with my son, and just said a few words to all the runners before the race started. Joe Irwin across the line in 31:01, our most recent Tortoise finisher.
Congratulations, Joe.
Still awaiting Matthew Duncan and Kaylee Holyfield in the Hares race. We're guessing will be our next two Hares finishers. Yeah, Nicole comments on the champagne finish. I think Bobby at Mid-South goes through probably 6 or 7 cases of champagne, just spraying them on the finishers.
Wow.
It's pretty cool. I mean, not every finisher gets sprayed, but
yeah,
the podium finishers for all the different categories and all the different distances and everything else. It's real cool. And the whole town comes out. Main Street completely shut down. It's really great for the economy of Stillwater. Great event. If you're a gravel person or an aspiring gravel person, go check it out. Good stuff. So again, those who are just tuning in, maybe looking for a finisher, we literally had 12 Tortoise finishers in a 10-minute span just over the last 15 minutes.
And if you're looking for someone specific, if you might have missed them coming in or missed us covering them, you can check via the link at the top of the chat on your right-hand side.
Joe
Irwin, go ahead.
Joe Irwin, our last Tortoise finisher, 31:01.
by my guesstimation, we've got 6 left in the Hares race and about 148 in the Tortoise race. These runners have until, in the case of the Tortoise race, 8 p.m. tonight. And
they have to be at Summit Lake or Long Lake at 5:30.
Yeah.
So a little more than 2.5 hours to get to Long Lake, which is mile 89.
And the cutoff between Summit Lake to Long Lake, is 2 hours and 30 minutes to go just under 9 miles. So if they're still moving at all, they're in good shape.
Cutoff from Mount Werner to the finish is insanely tight.
Yes.
1 hour, which we've only seen a handful of people do.
Yeah, go gravity on that one.
In the Tortoise division. So you want to have a cushion on that.
Definitely. Because Long Lake to Mount Werner is 6.4 miles. And those runners have 90 minutes as well. So, like, basically getting to Long Lake, it's pretty loose, but it tightens up pretty quickly after that. Because if you're at mile 88.8 at 5:30, you've got 2.5 hours to go the final 12. Now, granted, most of it's downhill, but those are miles 88 to 101.
Yep, they're still going to wear you down.
Yep.
Even more than you're already worn down. Another finisher. I think 100-miler. Anybody know if the 50-milers get buckles?
Good question. Some 50-milers do it.
Mm-hmm.
I know Men Against Horse, Old Pueblo, those do 50-milers, or do buckles that are 50-milers.
Mm-hmm. Maybe our crew at Slopeside, who's drinking Bloody Marys, knows.
Well, of the runners still on course, the 148 that I can tell at least reasonably seem to be on the course, only 24 of them have not made Long Lake yet.
Okay.
So of the people that are chasing down cutoffs here, yeah, just 24 haven't yet made mile 89. So I think we're looking at a very high finisher rate among the runners that are still in the race.
They're still running, yeah. Hare race is certainly stretching out in the last bit of this hare race. It's now been almost 50 minutes, 50, since our last hare finisher. Which was Andrew Pompriand. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, at 26:25. And now we're at 27:13. This gentleman has a 50-mile look about him. But you never know.
This is true. Making that right turn over the bridge, then that quick left. Yeah, I'm getting strong 50-mile vibes from this runner.
Let's see him skip down this step. Boink.
Yep, that's a nice little leap right there.
If he is a 100-miler, he didn't go hard enough.
If you still have enough to jump at the finish line.
Right.
Because you'll see that at a lot of races, people will make a jump across the finish line.
Mm-hmm.
And when I finish 100 miles, I got nothing left to give. I can't even suck my stomach in for the finish line photo at that point.
Preston Wood checking in, thinking that that Matthew and Kaylee finished for the hare race and it just hasn't updated. I would think the same thing, actually, just given their time through Mount Werner and where we are now.
Well, maybe because there are a few runners that have hit Mount Werner, and we know that maybe 90 minutes is not uncommon.
Mm-hmm.
And in the case of Matthew Duncan and Kaylee Holyfield, they would be 5:48, about 90 minutes at this point.
Well, if Kaylee did finish and she wants to come up here and pick up her drop bag and chat with us about her nap in the stairwell, please do.
And burrito.
And bring a burrito and a pitcher of Bloody Marys. We don't ask for a lot.
Runner coming in strong.
Real quick, Mac McCormick giving us an update on Reagan Sykes. She's through Mount Werner. Reagan has massive amounts of support out there in the chat, and also she's running her first long distance race.
Looks like we had another couple runners cross the finish line. Wasn't quite sure of their distance. So we've had our first 5 men finish the 50 mile. I don't think we've got our first woman yet, but she should be coming in here fairly quickly. Or perhaps just finished. We'll find out. That looks like a tortoise stride right there.
It does.
Still pushing, still moving. Yeah, that's a step down.
A tortoise step
tortoise
down
right there. No hopping down from the rock to the grass. We'll get this runner's
Nice
name.
finish there.
31:18:28 for our most recent Tortoise finisher.
Yes, you can stop now. A trio of runners waving to the drone. Greeting a child.
Yeah, there are certain behaviors that you can kind of help you determine whether a runner is a 50 or 100 miler.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
If they've been out there for 30, 31 hours, probably okay with the kid coming out to greet them.
Yeah.
If they're pushing for a sub 9-hour 50 miler, probably
I'll just see you over there.
hauling. Yep.
Shedding the pack. Handing it. Another kid. Sure, why not?
Congratulations to this runner. Looks like we're back to batch uploads.
Yes. Yes, that's, I think, what happened with our last batch of tortoises where we got the 12 in a row. I think we're in the same category. Could be that doing such a juggle with the 50 milers is adding a little layer of complexity to the timing, but we know for sure that we've had several 100-mile finishers that we just haven't recorded in our system. As we've said before, just a beautiful day. 2 beautiful days for running.
For
Chilly
sure.
at night, but warm. Tank tops and short sleeves, shorts. Super nice out there.
Last night, a little chilly for us.
Yeah.
But we're Phoenicians. So
that doesn't really count.
Yeah.
We will be cold if it gets into below 70.
Yep.
This time of year, especially because we're so heat trained.
Yeah, we'll take 95 and still go out on the trails. But 50, 45, that's rough on us. We're going to do our best to try and identify some of these runners. If you recognize them in the chat.
Yeah, if you recognize them, please let us know because we obviously have an issue with the timing, Matt. and are unable to recognize these finishers. But if you see a friend or loved one come
Or
across,
an enemy.
or an enemy, anybody, let us know.
I'm just kidding. Our audience doesn't have enemies.
Just friends you haven't met yet.
Exactly. We'll see if maybe moving forward we can talk to Andy, our tech guru,
Yeah.
about possibly having an additional timing strip, maybe about 100, 200 meters out.
Yeah.
That feeds us intel. I know we've used that for other events in the past.
I like it too, for example, for what they have at Western States, where you cross a timing mat when you enter the track.
Yep.
And the information is radioed or is transferred right up to the booth.
Perfect.
So the announcers in the booth have, 3 to 4 minutes to talk about each runner.
Same at Javelina.
Yeah, that's really good. So that's definitely something worth doing.
Well, as the technology becomes more available and races level up in general, that's the kind of coverage we're going to see moving forward.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
I think this white shirt is a 100-miler. Congratulations to Oscar from the Bay Area. He says thanks for the support from Legacy Martial Arts. Legacy Martial Arts, that sounds awesome. Well, congratulations, Oscar. Whereabouts in the Bay Area? I used to live in the East Bay.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a batch. Oscar was one of several runners who have registered times at Mount Werner, but not yet at the finish.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're going to get a big batch. And I think, too, as our friend in the chat said, I think we probably have at least 2 more Hares, Matthew Duncan and Kaylee Holyfield. And this might be Kaylee.
That's Red Bib.
That looks like. Hey. AKA Stairwell Girl. Nicole, you can rest easy. Kaylee Holyfield, as far as we can tell, has made it to the finish. Kaylee Holyfield, 100-mile hare finisher.
Yeah. Maybe those were the 2 that were closest. We'll see as soon as we can get confirmation. That could have been potentially Matthew Duncan,
who was in the same area code as Kaylee for much of the last couple of hours.
Yep.
Well, Chris, we got that batch that we thought we were going to get in over on the Tortoise side.
Oh, boy.
Jonathan Tanner, August Ulrich, Eileen Biscaja, Cole Gardiner, Jeremy Burmeister, Greg Casto, Oscar Mejorada, Peter Bonstrom, Tim Tormey, and Andres, all Tortoise finishers within about 31:06 and 31:22. Congratulations to all. Several of you, Greg's brother was on the chat, Oscar's cheering section. Eileen had some fans a little while ago in the chat. So congratulations to all. And again, apologies for the batch finishers. I suspect the finishing line team is a little overstretched at this point, but congratulations to all.
Somebody's coming in hot.
Preston, I'm not sure about this.
That's the cartwheel girl.
Oh, cartwheel girl. Preston asks if Kaylee had a pacer. Not sure about this, but I think the rule that applies to everybody, that family members and friends can accompany the last few miles, applies to the Hares as well. But maybe someone in the chat or someone who knows the rules better than I do can confirm that.
Yeah, I don't think she would have broken the rules if it's not like it's.
Yeah. I don't think
We
so.
got drone footage. We can see everything now.
So we're
Besides, our
thinking-
runners follow the rules.
Yeah.
This isn't a road marathon.
We're thinking Matthew Duncan and Kaylee Holyfield are finishers, even though our tracker hasn't updated. We have several Hares through Mount Werner that we'll still be looking for, including Heidi Wattups, Taylor Reffett, Jacob Fisher, and Martin Almazan. And Nick Cornwell. All Hares that are through Mount Werner. 100-miler here, I'm guessing, in the drone shot. Or they just
Looks
went
like
outside the fence.
that might have been a pacer and family.
Okay, peeling off. Ooh, that's a 100-miler.
That's a grit finish right there.
There's a tortoise trot. Go Chris H. First hundo, 5:22.
Is that Chris right there, Ellen?
Chris Hillebrand, youngster in the 20 to 29 age group. Through Mount Werner in 29:30, so he's 2 hours. This would seem about right.
Yeah.
We're assuming this is Chris Hillebrand. There we go. Chris Hillebrand. First 100-miler. Thank you, Preston, for looking in. Indeed, confirmation that in the hare race, you can have a pacer the last 3 miles. I like that rule. Share the experience. But everybody knows I'm pro pacers.
Pretty decent sized group.
Oh, look at that. Some pacer bibs. That is what? So that's Chris. We got confirmation of that.
Oh, on the left-hand side in the orange. Yeah, now we have people coming in fast and furious again.
Aaron Berdanier, we're guessing. Jeff Friesen, Bradley McCammer would be on schedule at least. And possibly even Patrick Stimson. Those of you who are looking for them, if you can get eyeballs on and let us know, we'd appreciate it. We'll confirm when the batches update. Drone heading back out. We've got about 2.5 hours remaining in the Hares race. 7 runners in the Hares race confirmed through Mount Werner. An 8th runner, Marta Fisher, confirmed through Long Lake in time. Five and a half hours remaining in the Tortoise race, with a handful of runners yet to make it to Summit Lake and a bunch between
4.5.
Summit Lake. 4.5, sorry.
Scared me there.
Summit Lake and Long Lake. 4.5. It's 2.5. It's 4.5.
I was like, wait, no, 8:01. You said 8:01. Runners making their way into the finisher's chute. At home stretch. Yeah, that's an excellent point, Bill. The last place a pacer can switch in or out is Dry Lake, which is mile 70. No. Got a heads up from Preston Wood. Have an update from the husband of the next scheduled hare finisher, Heidi Wadhoops. Quote, "This is maybe the worst shape I've ever seen a human in," end quote. You come to enough of these 100-mile plus ultras, you see some things. You definitely see some things. Ranging from stomachs offering up reversals of fortune all the way to Sally McRae's feet. You see some things. And then we get home, we recover, open up Ultra Sign Up, and figure out what's next. That's how we roll. Beautiful day outside. I get over how gorgeous it looks. You can see the view at the finish line, not a cloud in the sky. It is low 70s, not very humid, high UV, but the sun hits different at 7,000 feet. But it's gorgeous out right now. We're flipping back and forth between our Janji Sky Cam and our finish line cam to do our best to identify, acknowledge, and appreciate all these finishers of the Run Rabbit Run 100. There's our finish line bunny or rabbit. As we learned, the hug is akin to the kissing of the rock at Hard Rock. 27, 38, 42, or possibly 31, 48, 42 if that's a tortoise. Yeah, we haven't had a finish register here for about 15, 20 minutes, so we'll get another batch here probably shortly.
Funny update from Preston Wood. I mean, maybe it's not that funny, but the husband of Heidi Wadoops, who's next scheduled hare finisher, says, "This is maybe the worst shape I've ever seen a human in." It happens.
That's what I said. I said, you come to enough of these races, you see some things.
Heidi, as you said, Heidi will probably be on Ultra Sign Up next week.
Oh, totally. Absolutely. Get home, take an ice bath, repair the feet, log into Ultra Sign Up, pull out the plastic, and all of a sudden you're in a 200 miler. It's amazing how that works. What's kind of cool is that we are here at the Olympian. We're at the same place where packet pickup was, the aid station at mile 50 and mile 64, as well as drop bag pickup after the fact.
Mm-hmm. So people filtering through, picking up their bags.
We have runners and crew, coming in, picking up their items from last night. Sorry? I have no idea. We're media side, we're not ops. Sorry. Oh yeah, we just said that we had them here. That's all we know. Sorry. We're awaiting confirmation on our most recent finishers.
Janji Skycam zoning in on another runner on that tricky little step down.
We're a little bit pixelated at the moment. We couldn't quite see how they approached that drop.
Yeah.
So as you see the runners, as they approach the grass, one of the things that we've kind of decided is that we can tell or try to tell which race somebody is in based on how they hit that two-step drop from the concrete to the grass. If they hit it kind of jumping or leaping or some sort of upward motion, we assume they're a 50 miler. If they hit it and they maybe have to kind of grab the rail and step down, we know that they're a 100 miler.
They're pretty safe to assume they're a 100 miler.
Yeah, I can click on the runner tracking at the top of the page and see what we can come up with.
That's Steve Rossi, right?
Yeah.
Through Long Lake, under 30 hours.
Getting it done.
Yep. Means he has 8 hours to cover 12 miles. Preston telling us that Heidi Wadoops with her husband Seth has finished. Heidi is the aforementioned worst shape I've ever seen a person in person. Graham Simon. Thank you, Caitlin. We're thinking is a 100-miler.
Looks like Steve
Handful of
Rossi.
kids.
It's like Steve Rossi is trying to complete his third 100-miler ever and third 100-miler this year. The age of 72.
He's 72. Wow. Late bloomer.
Interesting time to start picking up this hobby.
Yeah.
But you got time.
Yeah. Come on out to Jackpot.
Oh, yeah. Win yourself a national title.
Mm-hmm. Couple finishers there.
Jackpot was great to see 5 octogenarians duking it out for a national championship.
Indeed, that was fun. Don't see that very often.
Nope. Yeah, we're probably going to get another batch here sometime soon. Because from the sound of things, we've had several of our remaining hares finish recently.
Oh, yeah, I think so. I think at least 2.
Yeah, maybe
at least had
3 or 4.
Matthew, Kaylee. Now we know Heidi's finished. Probably Taylor Reffett as well. By the way, Heidi was 15th place woman. Kaylee was 14th place. To the best of our guesstimation.
Got a few 50-milers rolling in still as well. Let's see if I've got a at least a podium update for the men's and women's 50 miles. Looks like we have a winner on the women's side confirmed. That would be Emily Veal with a time of 9:16:21 in the 50-miler. And as we mentioned before, John Dragon with a time of 8:08:37 in the men's 50-miler.
Highlighted by a 45-minute final descent off Mount Werner.
That is cooking.
Yeah.
Speaking of records in the 50-miler, those who have stood for a long time, the men's record was set by Cameron Clayton in 2012, 7:09:04. And on the women's side, Joelle Vaught with 8 hours, 8 minutes in 2010.
Yeah, keep in mind the Run Rabbit Run 50 was a much longer standing event. It predates the 100-miler.
Yeah.
And it was one of those kind of marquee 50-milers on the ultra calendar, the fall ultra calendar back in the day.
In fact, there's been nobody in the all-time top 10 on the men's side this decade.
Yeah.
The last person to be in the top 10 on the men's side all time was Arthur Whitehead in 2019 with a 7:17, third best all time. On the women's side, only one runner has finished in the top 10 in the 2020s, and that was last year, Georgia Porter running an 8:29.
Hmm.
But if you look further down the list on both sides, you see some pretty familiar names. On the men's side, you look at that top 10, you see names like Brian Birch and Jeff Rose.
Mm-hmm.
And on the women's side, Pam Smith. So this, as you mentioned, was a highly, highly touted 50-mile.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Always here in Steamboat. Always masterminded by Fred Abramovitz. Great shot of the finish line area at the base of the mountain. Still a pretty good crowd out there. As the finishers of all three races are streaming in, both 100-mile races, one of which started at 8 a.m. yesterday. The other started at noon yesterday. And then the 50-miler that started at 6 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Preston. I think that the reports of Heidi Wadoop's condition might have been somewhat exaggerated.
Yeah. Finishers look good. I mean, still quite a few hours to go, but in general.
What's up, Jordan? Yeah, nobody needs to see us on the big picture.
No. We've been at it too long.
We can barely keep ourselves composed physically.
Mm-hmm.
But our voices are still working, and we're still enjoying what we're seeing, that's for sure.
Hoping for a refresh soon on our results tracker. We are getting good information from our friends in the chat, though.
Yeah, we're grateful for you. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Those of you identifying runners. We really believe we only have a handful of Hare 100-milers left. Again, they can be out there until 6 p.m. local time.
Yeah. Are there any names that you're familiar with that are still out there in the field in the tortoise or the hare side?
Well, I'm thinking Logan Williams is a drop, even though he's not registered as a drop.
Yeah, I saw that.
Let me take a quick scan of the tortoise race.
I can start with a couple that I'm familiar with. Let me slide down the list here. I know Sarah Santilli is out there. Sarah has run Heavily 100. I've talked to her and her husband out there. Ran into them on the street on Thursday night and had a nice conversation. She decided to run something different this year than Javelina and decided to run Rabbit Run. She was a little bit nervous about it, but given where she's at right now, looks like she is through Mount Werner at the 30:23 mark. She's good. She's smelling the barn. And another one that I've met several times, Andrea Moore. As we mentioned last night, as I ran into her in the aid station, Andrea was a runner who was originally living in Texas that was running Black Canyon this year. Came in, we interviewed her because she was running the 60K the next day, doing the 100-mile double. And I went up to Flagstaff to run Big Pine. And as I'm in the Starbucks, he's helping me at the counter. It was the most surreal moment. She's like, "You look familiar." And I looked at her and I said, "Didn't I interview you on a live stream?" So we started talking, and she mentioned she moved to Arizona, and she started, I looked at her ultra sign up, tons of big things going on, like Triple Crown of 200s type of stuff. And
oh, wow. Nice.
Yeah. Her ultra sign up is something to behold. We'll get back to that in just a moment. Looks like we have somebody trucking down the hill.
And best of all, we have a batch of new finishes.
Yes.
So I'll begin. We were back up to the last finisher we had recorded was Andres Hernandez in 31:22. After him, we have Caitlin McGuthrie, Chris Hillebrand, Jennifer McCabe, Jeff Friesen, Patrick Stimpson, Graham Simon. We had people cheering for Graham in the chat. Brian Kelly, Patrick Donahue, Ashley Blakemore, Conan Blakemore. I'm going to guess they finished together. Yep. Ashley and Conan Blakemore finishing together in 31:52, 31:53. Aubrey McIntosh and Sarah Santilli, who
perfect
you just mentioned as your story. 31:54.
On the hare side, looks like we've got half the field in that we were thinking about. That would include the aforementioned Kaylee Holyfield in 27:25:51, Taylor Reffett in 27:26:49, Matthew Duncan in 27:33:06, and Heidi Waduz in 27:42:51. Congratulations to all those runners.
Excellent. That's a great update. And refreshing that, we now know that we have probably our final 4 hares through Mount Werner. In 26:24, we have Jacob Fisher. In 26:32, we have Martin Almazan. In 24:20, we have Nick Cornwell. And in 27:36, we have Marta Fisher.
And the results are fast and furious. It's like an election night.
Yeah.
So to pivot over to the 50 miler, I want to do this. We had mentioned the men's podium, John Dragon, Rick Davey, and Rex Shields. We now have a filled out women's podium as well. First place went to Emily Veal in 9:16:21. In second place, somebody I've known for many years, Mari Goblitz, 9:50:07. And in third, Olivia Durant, 9:54:11. Mari was a former Phoenix runner, part of our local scene there, and hung out with her down there. She was a Silverton regular when we would all go up, and now she's relocated back to Colorado, which is where I believe she went back, where she went to college. So had a great showing today. Congratulations to Mari. I saw her at the packet pickup. Didn't get a chance to talk because we were on the air. Also, our teams. Looks like we had one more registered team actually have a verified finish. And that was, as we expected, Team Happy Jackasses, Kaylee Holyfield and Michael Huntington, 51:47:43. And looking at the rest of the field, I think that's all we're going to get.
That's all we're going to get for the teams.
So based on that, there were 19 teams entered and only 6 finished.
And while we've had a little bit of a lull, we now have 50 tortoises through Mount Werner on their way down here.
Here we
Bringing
go.
up the rear, the 50th of those in plenty of time is 72-year-old Steve Rossi,
Nice.
who just recorded rolling through Mount Werner. Remember, he's an early bird at 32:51. In fact, it's interesting to note that there are 3 early birds, all in the within 20 minutes of each other. Adina Griffin at 32:33, Kathy Fisher at 32:40, and Steve Rossi at 32:51. Just being conservative and thinking that they might take 2 hours to do that descent. You're talking about sub 35-hour finishes. For all 3 of those. Again, they had no reason. They didn't need to take the early start.
No.
They just wanted a little extra cool air. But no, all seriousness, congratulations to all. That's a bunch of people coming through Mount Werner and on their way down here. The earliest of which went through in 30:13, Abraham Nan. So about an hour and 45 minutes ago. And our most recent finisher is Bradley McHammer, finisher number 140 in the tortoise race, went through the finish line in 32 flat. So it does seem to be updating now more accurately because Matt Guide, Sean Gerlich, who had fans in the chat, finished in 31:54. Matt Guide in 31:58. Aaron Berdanier in 31:59. And Bradley McHammer, finisher number 140 in 32 flat. Okay.
So we have 140 finishers in the tortoise?
140 tortoises, and we're sitting on 48 hares with the potential for 4 more.
So we've got roughly 120 remaining tortoises on course?
And 4 remaining hares.
As we have just hit the 28-hour mark in the hare race and the 32-hour mark in the tortoise race. The hares have just under 2 hours, and the tortoises have just under 4.
And again, the furthest back hare, Marta Fisher, hit Mount Werner in 27:36 elapsed. So she's got a good 2 hours and 24 minutes to get down here.
James offering up some flowers to us for our coverage of the race, in particular for his daughter, Celinda Heinel. Our pleasure.
Oh, yeah.
We love doing it. This is what we're here to do, to share the story. One of the things I love about what we do is the fact that we get to go and explore new places and get to see runners that we might not all be familiar with. I mean, we broadcast events closer to our home, but we also have gotten the opportunity to cover Hard Rock, Jackpot in Vegas. We love doing this. It's our pleasure.
And if you didn't have a chance, James, to hear our conversation with Leah Yingling at the start yesterday, she talked fondly about Celinda and some of the things Celinda's been up to and what a important figure she is in women's ultra running. So go back in the live stream and check it out. Leah has her finger on the pulse of this sport and was really excited to share that with us and to cover Celinda's race, which of course was a wildly successful one for her.
Also, they interviewed Celinda before the race as well.
Mm-hmm.
So definitely go back if you haven't had a chance to see her as she was hanging out with Jamil and I believe Zach at that time. See if we can identify some of our more recent finishers that might have snuck through. We had somebody, actually a flurry of people after Sarah Santilli. We had Sean Gerlich in 31:54:59, Matt Gade 31:58:18, Aaron Berdanier 31:59:39, and Bradley Mockamer 32 hours even.
And again, there was then a gap, about a 20-minute gap to the next likely finisher would be Abraham Nan. And one of our guests in the chat, Saffron 303, was asking about Faye Blumberg. And she is through Mount Werner in 30:21. We're at 32:06. So I would imagine she's pretty close.
Yeah, it looks like this section of the Tortoise race is taking about 2 hours to come down the hill, which is perfectly acceptable.
Yeah.
I mean, as long as you're moving. The last section from the Mount Werner Aid is downhill.
Mm-hmm.
If you had to describe it in one word, it is downhill. They drop about 3,500 to 4,000 feet in under 6 miles. It is the hill they first had to ascend at the very beginning of their journey, and now as a finger quotes treat, rather, they get to go down it.
Yep.
So hope they have some quads left because they're going to need them. We also have 50 milers coming in as well. And let's do a quick recap of the winners of the race and the cash purses. We haven't done that in a while, so we're going to jump right in here and we'll compare and contrast. Do you want to start perhaps with the Hares?
Yeah, we'll start with the Hares.
Sure.
On the men's side, taking home $15,000 for the win, British Columbia's Dave Stevens. Second place, Jimmy Elam, taking home $8,500. And third place, everybody's favorite, Arlen Glick, bringing $5,000 back to Massillon, Ohio. Fourth place, bringing home $3,500 is Gary Messina. Fifth place, bringing home $1,500, Sean Van Horn. Sixth place, Christopher Hams, $1,000 richer. And seventh place, John Herrick, with a nice $500 payday.
On the women's side, Tara Dower took it down in a very emotional finish with a time of 20:32. Christy Necht was second, 20:53. In third, Aaron Holland, 22:14:30. In fourth, Georgia Porter, 22:39:55. In fifth, Rebecca Orig, 22:51. In sixth, Celinda Heinel, 23:10. And in seventh place, Zoe Rom, 23:38.
Awesome.
I have to admit, AJW, the women's race did not turn out anything like we envisioned.
No.
Our favorites, for the most part, did not finish where we expected them to. Obviously, trail gonna trail.
Yep.
But some of our pre-race favorites did not finish among the top three, or even in the money entirely. But that's not to take anything away from these competitors.
And some
Doing a
notable
great job.
drops: Nicole Bitter, Michelle Yates.
Yeah,
the women's side.
absolutely.
Just a quick update: we have another hare finisher. Just
Perfect.
recently, Jacob Fisher is our 49th hare finisher. Got across the line just 3 minutes ago in 28:07. And if I were a betting man, I would say at least one of these gentlemen that we're seeing coming down the road right now are, well, a 100-mile finisher for sure.
As far as the tortoises, I'll start off
Yep, go
with the
ahead.
women's side there. Let's see, on the women's side, the winner was Stephanie Rose with a time of 25:37. Second was Meredith Merkley, 26:34. And third was Megan DeHaan, 26:57.
Hey, these guys are sprinting.
Wow. Oh, it was like step wasn't even there.
All right, we're just going to assume that those are 50-milers. Nothing against them, but to get back to the results from the tortoise race on the men's side, Bo Shelby with a really impressive 21:33 for the win. Jacob Warnke, who was 9th place last year, bumped up all the way to 2nd place, 22:45. And in 3rd place, in a time of 23:21, Kyle Thomas.
Yeah, Bo Shelby was really having a great day. It seemed like it was a 2-horse race between Bo Shelby and Matt Brinsky for much of the first half. And then somewhere around Summit Lake, perhaps about mile 30, Bo just took off
Yeah, he
and
did.
beat the field by over an hour and 10 minutes. So great job. Congratulations to Bo Shelby. I think it's time to level up.
Yep, indeed. And it was fun to see he crossed paths with Dave Stevens
Oh,
somewhere in between Long Lake and Mount Werner. So Dave Stevens got to Mount Werner about 10 minutes before Bo did, and Bo chased him down the hill.
did they maybe perhaps share a furtive glance? Like
They might
maybe
have.
Bo kind of looked at Dave, maybe give him that little, I got my eye on you.
Nice to we're getting back to some live updates. Our 141st tortoise is in the house, Timothy Reynolds, in 32:09. And then we've got to talk about my favorite category, the team competition.
Yeah.
Went 3 deep in the money. So splitting $5,000. Were 2nd place male Jimmy Elam and 1st place female Tara Dower in a time of 38:17. In 2nd place, Georgia Porter and men's winner Dave Stevens in a combined time of 40:02. And 3rd place, Zoe Rom and Sean Van Horn in a combined time of 42:44. To show how close this can possibly get, the 4th place team of Celinda Heinel and John Herrick were a mere 18 minutes behind Zoe and Sean.
Well, to take that one step further, the team in 4th place, the Death Eaters, was actually ahead at Mount Werner.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Yeah, they Celinda and John had a cumulative time of 40:37 at Mount Werner, whereas Zoe and Sean had 40:56. So over the course of the last 6 miles down the hill, Zoe and Sean ramped it up.
Yeah, that's
And,
pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And I think we had another Tortoise finisher just come through, and that was Andrew Sharp with a time of 32:11:27.
All right. Congratulations, Andrew.
Yeah, I have to admit, I was really surprised at the gap between first and second in the team race. I really thought that Georgia was going to close the gap for
Yeah.
her team there at the end, but sorry,
Another sprint finish.
looking good. But yeah, as we were saying, Tara Dower, came down that hill, and I don't know if you were awake because we were pretty gassed after our shift last night, but Tara's effort brought our broadcast team to tears.
Oh, really?
It was, Leah was outright, sniffling as she was doing the broadcast, although it was cold. But you could hear it in Zach and Jason's voices that they were really moved by how hard Tara pounded when she, came down that hill. I mean, she finished that last stretch in 49 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah.
That runner didn't quite know where to go.
Found their way.
Yep. And they're going to hop down the step.
That's a 50-miler
It's a
drop right there.
50-mile hop if I've ever seen one. Lewis Bull is looking for a strong finish from Thomas Bull, likely a family member. See if we can find Thomas. Yep, he's on his way. Got through Werner at 30:24. So just ahead of him were Abraham Nan and Faye Blumberg, who also have some fans in the chat. So I would expect, as we were saying, it's been taking about 2 hours, but here's some 100-mile finishers, I'm guessing. Either one with a pack of 3 or 2 with a pacer each. It's like they plan to finish together, which often happens at this part of the pack. Maybe they've spent a fair bit of the day and night together, and they make the decision to finish together. "32 hours and change." Another one.
That looks like the trot of a 100-miler right there.
That's a 100-mile trot.
The confident, stoic movement into the finisher chute. See if we can pivot to